Hello, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting, the February 25th, 2025 meeting of the Marine Resources Commission to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Associate Member Branson, followed by the Associate Member Preston.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Bow with me. Father God, we come before you this morning, God. We just ask for your guidance, your wisdom, as we handle matters that you richly so blessed us to be able to handle, God. We also want to lift up the families of those fallen police officers here within Virginia Beach, and God, just the department itself, and God, God, I just pray that you just give us a reminder and an appreciation just for our law enforcement and what they put on the line each and every day when they put on the uniform. God, we ask this in no one else's, in your Son's name, and no one else's. In his name, amen.
Amen. If y'all will remain standing for a second, I would like to take a brief moment of silence for the two fallen law enforcement officers we have in Virginia Beach recently, and make sure that our thoughts and prayers go to their families, their friends, and all the law enforcement community out there. Thank you all. You may be seated. Everyone, welcome to the February 25th meeting, Marine Resources Commission. Before I get started, I'd like to take a moment. Is Stephanie Iverson in the room? Still in the room yet? Not okay. We'll go through the approval of the agenda stuff. So we have approval of agenda. Is there any corrections, deletions, or changes from the commission members or staff to the current agenda? Being said, matters before the commission.
Move to approve.
Got a motion to approve from Associate Member Branson, a second from Associate Member Erskine. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. All right, minutes. Are there any corrections, deletions, or changes from the commission members or staff for the January 28, 2025 commission meeting minutes? All right, that being said,
Motion approved.
got a motion to approve from Mr. Erskine, a second from Mr. Branson. Any further discussion on the minutes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, at this point in time, we'll swear in VMRC staff and VIM staff that will be speaking or present testimony during today's meeting. Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Here we go. We got Miss Stephanie coming in now. Guys, I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege to recognize some young students from the Norfolk area coming in with Miss Stephanie Iverson, who everyone that is familiar with VMRC has been a pillar of VMRC for quite a while. And she has brought some students in here. Miss Layla, if you could please stand up when I call your name. Miss Layla is interested in being a marine biologist, so we're recruiting her now. She's a sixth grader, and we're looking forward to recruiting her. I'm very honored and privileged, Miss Layla, that you would come and spend time with us today during the commission meeting, and I really do appreciate your interest in marine biology. We will be staying in touch. I'm hoping to keep my recruiting efforts across the water there to make sure that you guys know about our openings. Appreciate you. The next one is Mr. Cornell. He wants to, please stand up, Mr. Cornell. He wants to work with snakes. Now I will, in all disclosure here, he told me the word for the person that works with snakes, and I struggled with it, so I'm not going to say it. So, but anyways, and my wife definitely doesn't want me working with snakes. So good luck to you, young man. We don't do snakes here, but we can hook you up with DWR, okay? So we can really help you out with that in the future. So, and then we have Miss Nori. Miss Nori, could you please stand up, please? And Miss Nori wants to be a veterinarian. Hey! Yeah. So thank you for your interest in being a vet, wanting to be a vet, and we really appreciate you youngsters coming in and spending time with us. It is an honor and a privilege to me, the staff here at VMRC, and all the guests and visitors we have here, for you guys to come here and see the process and be part of the process. Thank you very much. And Miss Stephanie, you never cease to do amazing things. Keep up the great work you're doing with the youth. And anything that the commission can do to help you, we're here for you. Round of applause. All right, Randy, I hate to do this to you, but you got to follow them youngsters. The floor is yours.
Good morning. These are the page 2 items. We have 4 page 2 items. Item 2A, John Perez is requesting authorization to install a 50-foot long, low-profile timber groin extending 37-foot channel to main water at 371 Locust Lane on the Rappahannock River in Essex County. Today, you're acting as the Essex County Wetlands Board who rescinded the ordinance. And the project will also require a sub-acres permit for the channel and encroachment of main water. Item 2B, Michael Varner is requesting authorization to construct a 173-foot long rock revetment channel of an existing bulkhead along the Mattaponi River at 94 and 110 Horse Landing Court in King William County. You are acting as the King William County Wetlands Board ordinance who also rescinded their ordinance. Item 2C, Ergon Asphalt Partners is requesting authorization to mechanically or hydraulically dredge up to 125,000 cubic yards of state-owned bottom on an as-needed basis with disposal at the Craney Island Handling Basin or an approved upland storage site at their commercial facility on the James River at 801 Terminal Avenue, City of Newport News. The project will reestablish previously permitted depths of minus 38 feet mainland water on the western side of the pier and depths of minus 18 feet on the eastern side of the pier. This requires a sub-acres permit. There are no royalties because it is maintenance dredging. Item 2D, the City of Virginia Beach is requesting authorization to mechanically maintenance dredge on an as-needed basis a maximum of 34,000 cubic yards of state-owned submerged land to achieve and maintain a maximum depth of minus 6 feet mainland water within sections of the western branch of the Haven River Municipal Channel in Virginia Beach. The material will be offloaded, the dredge material, at either the Thalia Creek or Crab Creek Transfer Facility, truck haul to an approved upland facility. Recommend approval with in-stream time of year restrictions on the dredging activity of April 1st to July 1st for summer flounder, and from July 1st to September 30th for local shellfish within the areas of Hebden Cove. And this also requires a sub-acres permit. Those are the comments, sir.
Thank you. Is there any questions from the commission on page 2 items for us? That being said, is there anyone in the audience that wishes, or is there a representative or present for any of these projects in the audience that wishes to speak on any of these at this time? Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak in support of any of these page 2 items at this time? Anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to any of the page 2 items? All right, that being said, Madam
Motion to approve page 2 items A through D.
Got a motion to approve from Associate Member Erskine, a second from Mr. Bransom. Any further discussion on these page 2 items from the committee? All right, that being said, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Randy. All right, so we don't have any consent agenda items, so we're on to closed council with consultation or briefing from council. Kelsey, I don't think we need that today, do we?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, Randy, you're back up for number 5.
Roanoke Cement Company is requesting authorization to construct a clear span bridge across Catawba Creek, west of their existing quarry facility and east of Catawba Road in Botetourt County. The project is protested by the adjacent property owner. This is new for you. You approved this last month. Unfortunately, the protest came in 4 hours after the hearing. We were trying to help the cement company out by rushing them to an earlier agenda. The news editors had run late that month, and the comment period extended the day of the commission hearing. It came in, and within that calendar day, by law, we're back before you for a full hearing. Any questions, sir?
No, thank you for keeping up with the process and making sure
Sure.
we're doing it within the normal policy.
The Roanoke Cement Company is located about 10 miles northeast of the Roanoke-Blacksburg Regional Airport in a very mountainous area of Virginia. They've been there since 1951. This is a county GIS map. All of the black parcels that are dashed, including the yellow line, is the outer boundaries of their property. You can see their existing facility in the center of that. and these are the areas that they will eventually be expanded into. The bridge, if you follow the laser pointer, is right here, and the protestant is right here on the outskirts of their property. It is a clear span bridge. You can see in this cross section, the abutments will be placed in the bank. Nothing will happen in the stream. It'll all be clear span. This is a plan view drawing. There is no in-stream activity. Collie Harris, I shot went out there a couple of weeks ago and got the ground shots. The bridge will cross right in here. Again, there'll be an abutment constructed in the bank on both sides, and the bridge will be clear span. The project is protested by the Browns that live here, about a mile away from where the bridge will be built on the outskirts of the quarry's property. Their concerns, in fact, appear to focus on the quarry operations and not the bridge itself. They're arguing that their operations impact air and water quality, that there's property damage, safety of hikers on nearby trails, the haul trucks leaving the quarry leave debris on the county roads and damaging their vehicles, and they're arguing that the quarry's operation alters local water table and wells. We did get a letter of support from the Appalachian Trail Conservancy supporting the expansion of the operation of the quarry into their adjacent areas. Again, this is about a clear span bridge. DEQ did issue a Virginia water protection permit for the expansion of the facility, which includes the bridge. The Corps of Engineers is amending their existing permit to allow this bridge as well. Move to my summary, which is fairly quick. We understand that the protestants' concerns related to the environmental and potential health impacts from the quarry's expansion, we understand them. However, the clear span bridge is the only component that is jurisdictional to this commission, and in its construction will not directly impact state-owned submerged lands nor the protestants' property. Accordingly, after evaluating the merits of the project against the concerns expressed by Mr. and Mrs. Brown, and after considering all factors in section 22-1205 of the Code of Virginia, will recommend approval with a royalty of $4,136 for the encroachment of the bridge over 2,068 square feet of state-owned land at a rate of $2 a square foot.
Thank you, Randy. Is there any questions from the commission from Chief Owen? Thank you. Is the applicant or a representative for the applicant present and wish to speak at this time?
I am here, sir, and I'm available to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. That being said, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak in opposition of this project, the Roanoke Cement Company project, number 241360? Anyone who wishes to speak in opposition? All right, that being said, matters before the commission.
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve from Associate Member Kellums, second from Associate Member Branson. Is there any further discussion? Thoughts, concerns, prayers? All right, that being said, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, Randy, number 6.
My mouse. Okay, now we're moving over to Gloucester County. Mrs. Marcia Weatherwax is requesting authorization to construct a 15-foot by 20-foot gazebo with screen sides on a statutorily authorized pier on Tiesenga Creek at her property, 6470 Williams Landing Road in Gloucester County. Project is protested by the adjacent property owner. You can see that her property is on about midway up Tiesenga Creek, just northwest of Gloucester Point. This is her property here. Immediately north, you'll see the Gloucester County Municipal Pier, and downstream, you'll see the Gloucester County State Park Pier. Additionally, all around her, you have roof structures, including one on the protestant's property. This is the protestant's property and pier. He has an existing roof structure. His name is Bernie Golterman. And just from a close-up, it looks like he's got an open-sided pier shelter over what appears to be a fish cleaning station. He is arguing that the proposed gazebo by Mrs. Weatherwax will have environmental impacts, it will pose a navigation interference with the municipal pier. It's too close to a shared property line that will impact his view shed. I respectfully disagree with those points. If you strike a line between his pier and the Gloucester County pier, you'll note, and the contractor's here, the pier will be built inshore of that line. I don't see how that can impact the municipal pier's navigation. He's also, the contractor provided the setback from the property line extended 28 feet. On the last slide here, this is the county's GIS map. The Protestants' property is in red and the applicant's in yellow. You can see that that property line extended, well, in fact, the Protestants' pier goes across that line. It's fairly straightforward. The open-sided design of this gazebo roof minimally adds, in staff's opinion, to the collective view shed of Timonet Creek. We don't see how it can, as constructed, proposed impact the navigation of the adjacent municipal pier. The gazebo is designed to meet the statutory requirements provided for in 22-1203A5 of the code. It would have been issued administrative had it not been protested. So we recommend approval of the project as proposed, sir.
Thank you, Chief Holman. Is there any questions?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brady?
Hey, Chief Holman?
Yes.
Question. Would you go back to the map, that shows the red line in
Oops.
that one?
Yes, sir.
Has there been any court riparian apportionment for either one of those properties?
None that we're aware of, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any more questions for Chief Holman? Thank you. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present and wish to speak at this time?
I'm Terry Emerson with Middle Peninsula Marine Construction.
You gotta state your name in the microphone for the record.
My name is Terry Emerson. I'm with Middle Peninsula Marine Construction and here to answer any questions that you guys might have.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Is there any questions for? Do you have anything you want to add, or you? All right, thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak in opposition to this project at this time? Anyone to speak in opposition of this project? All right, being said, matters before the commission.
Move to approve.
Got a motion to approve from Mr. Associate Member Ransom. Got a second from Associate Member Headley. Any further discussion? That being said, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Randy, up again, number 7. You got a busy agenda today.
Sure.
Keep you on your toes.
Yesterday was tap dancing yesterday, too. Commissioner, may I approach?
Absolutely.
This is a letter from Mrs. Tiesenga. For the commission. Handed to me this morning by my staff. I think it was emailed in yesterday. Mrs. Gail Tiesenga is requesting authorization to construct a living shoreline at 469 Cottage Farm Road at her property in Johnson Cove in Lancaster County. The project is protested by the adjacent property owners. Now we're northeast of Whitestone in Lancaster County on Johnson Cove, which is adjacent to Dimer Creek. This is an aerial of Mrs. Tiesenga's property. I want you to pay attention to this marsh spit that you see here where the yellow icon is, which is this marsh spit here. That's where the sill is proposed. Now we've got an even closer view with the plan view drawing. You see there's a 50, 20, 45, and a 25-foot section of sill that will be constructed right along here. Mrs. Tiesenga's home is here. This is her revetment that's in place and permitted here. So the sill will basically tie into the revetment and run away from the Protestants' property. This is just a cross section showing you the rock sill with the backfill, sandy dredge material with the marsh plantings. There's her existing revetment looking towards the direction of the Protestants' property. The sill will run around this marsh spit to about midway. The project is protested by Mr. and Mrs. James Hawkins. Now, their home is either built or nearly built. It's just not in this particular area. This is the Hawkins property here. And they're arguing that the proposed living shoreline may alter, affect, or change the riparian area. We got this slide, we worked with VIMS to get this slide because VIMS has a measuring tool and the GIS overlay. So this yellow depiction here is the proposed sill. It begins 264 feet away from the shared property line with the Hawkins and runs away from them. So, you know, we lack the authority to apportion riparian rights. This design meets the Living Shoreline Group 2 permit. It would have been issued administratively had it not been for the protest. So we'll recommend approval of this Living Shoreline as proposed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Is there any questions, people? Mr. Branson?
Chief, the construction of this sill is going to be done from the water side entirely. There won't be any construction over.
That's my understanding. I believe the
added over
contractor
the
may be here.
wetlands or anything like that, so it won't be disturbed.
That's my understanding, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, Randy. Is anyone here that wishes to speak in support of this project? Anyone here? Please come forward. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Kelsey English. I am the agent for this project, so I'm just here on behalf of Ms. Tiesenga. She couldn't be here today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
I have a question, sir.
Good. Mr. Erskine.
Yes, so the living shoreline that's proposed, were there other alternatives that were examined as to protecting that wetland?
No, we, constructing a rock sill was our first approach there because the existing marsh has eroded back over time per Ms. Tiesenga. So her main concern is to just protect what's there and to enhance it for the future.
Okay, thank you.
And also, I did want to clarify, this project will be constructed by barge, so there will be no upland impacts.
Questions? Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak in opposition to this project? Opposition? Item number 7. All right, that being said, there's a letter going to my right. I'll let y'all finish reading it before I bring it to a vote. I'll give you all a few seconds to read it. All right, everybody say time to read the letter. Lisa will let the record reflect that the letter's here to maintain. All right, the matter is now before the commission.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
Got a move to approve staff recommendation from Associate Member Branson.
Second.
Got a second from Associate Member Erskine. Any further discussion? All right, that being said, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, Randy. Number 8. You're an overachiever today, Randy.
Mom would be proud. She's probably listening.
When I see these projects in the western part of the state, I think about your mother every time.
Okay. All right, now we're down to Virginia Beach. The city of Virginia Beach is requesting authorization to mechanically dredge a 19-foot wide by 63-foot long subtidal area to a depth of -2 within Pleasure House Creek to create a shallow water channel necessary to provide the hydrological connection to a proposed municipal bank labeled the Pleasure House Point Mitigation Bank in Virginia Beach. The project is protested by a number of nearby property owners. This project is located south of Shore Drive and just west of Haven Inlet on Pleasure House Creek. The proposed bank site would be constructed as proposed within this blue polygon, about a 16-acre area. I want to point out that this entire forested area is owned by the city, Virginia Beach, and they're located just west of the CBF Rock Center right here. This entire area used to be a tidal wetland, and I'll get into that in a minute. You can see that the bank site is that this stormwater gut frames to the west, the western limits of the project. So you see this gut in the next few slides that come up. And so basically the bank will be constructed between that stormwater gut and CBF. The area is primarily forested uplands with some non-tidal wetlands and some tidal wetlands. Offshore in Pleasure House Creek, you see the reef striations. These are oyster reefs that were built by CBF several years ago. I'll have more to say about that in a minute. I'm going to show you 3 aerials from a historical site that's available online, historicalaerials.com, to demonstrate to you the site history. This is 2021, and you can see the forested area, and the bank site would be here. There's your stormwater gut. In the early 80s, the Corps of Engineers was actively bringing dredge material from Lynn Haven Inlet on an annual basis and depositing it in that marsh. And most of that activity took place in the late 60s, early 70s, but as early as 1982, they were still placing sand there. In 1963, there was no sand there. That was a very, very large tidal wetland. So the bank site is being proposed in an area that was historically marsh. We received 24 comments to date, 23 in opposition, arguing that the project is too expensive, that it was rushed by the city, it lacks transparency. Certain people believe they should purchase mitigation credits for any capital improvement projects from another bank. Environmental concerns include that it was destroy a naturalized area, increased flood risk, will impact oysters, will impact certain bird species that are on the threatened and endangered list, and that there's too many trees to be removed. This slide is probably the most important slide I can show you. Over 95% of the project is in that forested upland. Your jurisdiction's in this red circle. In fact, it's in the blue area within the red circle. And this line represents mean low water, so everything to the right is out of your jurisdiction.
Could you go back, please, that last one? So our jurisdiction only lies where the blue is?
Right there.
That's it.
And I'm going to define that by blowing that up for you, which is that blue area right here. It's 19 feet wide and 63 foot long. It's the subtidal component of the state-owned submerged lands of Pleasure House Creek. It's staked out for you in this slide. So they're going to mat out through the wetlands with a long stick excavator, and they're going to sit there and they're going to dredge that area. That's the limits of your jurisdiction. This stormwater culvert is what feeds that stormwater gut into Pleasure House Creek. I'd like to thank Jackie Shannon from CBF for this photograph. She's in the audience, but you can see the stakeout. So my staff, Tiffany Burge, worked carefully with the city to thread the needle. This reef stops here, and the second reef begins and goes along that shoreline. They're bringing that dredge cut between the 2 reefs. Now we're looking back at the stormwater gut. Marlin Drive is up here in the trees where the stormwater outfall is. This is a tidal gut, at high tide. They'll remove all this fill material you see here because this is still part of a trail system the city maintains. They'll build a pedestrian bridge here, but they're going to cut away from the stormwater gut in the direction of those trees to build that bank. We have heard from a number of agencies. We'll start with VEMS. They are recommending a time of year restriction for any dredging activity to protect the shellfish from July 1 to September 30th when the spatter in the water column. EWR has recommended standard ENS control, erosion setup control, to include an exclusionary fence to prevent the northern diamondback terrapins from going up into that bank site. They recommend a time of year restriction for the tree cutting, which you have no jurisdiction over, but DWR is imposing this, and it probably would be required by the Corps' permitting for the northern long-eared bat. That species of bat is protected, but they have not raised any concerns for the project with our staff. DEQ has waived the Virginia Water Protection Permit, and the Corps is processing this for an individual permit. So I'm going to move to my summary. Most of the impacts associated with this project are located in non-tidal wetlands or uplands and not within the Commission's jurisdiction over state-owned submerged lands. Protestants' concerns regarding the city's development of the mitigation bank and the associated impacts to uplands and non-tidal wetlands are outside the purview of this commission. Such issues are jurisdictional to the local government and or the local federal and state regulatory agencies. The applicant has indicated their intent to adhere to the time of year restriction for the T&E species that were listed, precautionary measures like exclusionary fences for terrapins, and strict erosion setup controls. The portion of the proposed dredging impact and impacts over state and submerged lands appear to be appropriately designed from a staff perspective. While we're sensitive to the protests raised by the city residents, we feel that the overall benefits of the proposed dredging to support the restoration of tidal wetlands and establishment of a new tidal mitigation bank outweigh the minor impacts to state-owned submerged lands. Additionally, any adverse environmental impacts associated with the dredging will be minimal and temporary. Accordingly, after evaluating the merits of the project against the concerns expressed by the protestants and after considering all the factors in 28-1205 of the Code of Virginia, we recommend approval of the project as proposed. We recommend further that the permit be conditioned on the inclusion of our standard dredging conditions to include requirement for turbidity curtain around the area to be dredged, the relocation of any shellfish present within the dredge cut footprint, and that an in-stream work time of year restriction on the dredging be imposed between July 1st and September 30th to protect the nearby shellfish resources. That's all I have, sir.
Is there any questions, Chief? Mr. Branson?
Chief, thank you. This hydrological connection, as you call it in your notes, that's just to facilitate drainage of this bank site.
And to flood it, of course, at high tide.
Right,
Yes,
allow the water flow in and out, tidal flow.
Yes, sir.
Without it, what will happen in this bank site?
Well, you couldn't.
It's still gonna.
You couldn't create a tidal bank without the connection to Pleasure House Creek.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
So, in your comments, you had in here that the impacts to uplands and non-tidal wetlands are outside the purview of this commission.
Yes, sir.
So basically, we're addressing that part you've got in the little circle of red. So the part that Virginia Beach is doing that's in the backside or the north of that, we don't have any jurisdiction over that. So, and I read most of these protests and all, but it appears to me that most of those protests have to do with that more than have to do with us, if anything with us. Is that, and then
That is the majority of the comments. There is one gentleman in particular who did contact Mrs. Burge extensively about the oyster shell, resources in the area and oysters. And that's why we have coordinated with the VEMS, we have the time of year restriction and the turbidity curtains. We're very familiar with this property, and we believe that they can establish that minor cut and protect those oyster reefs that are out there. I was quite frankly worried about them with the winter kill, it was so cold, but they seem to be doing fine. The oysters are thriving out there.
So, I'm very familiar with this oyster reef because I was on the CBF
Yes, sir.
board when all this took place. And the reef, and I've got pictures of the reefs that we've taken, that I've taken, that show that the channel was left through the reef initially when they built the reef to allow for this. So it's not like, to my knowledge, the dredging is gonna go through the reef, it's gonna go on either side of the roof where the channel is today.
That's my understanding. I know Jackie Shannon is here representing CBF, but when talking to Tiffany of my staff, that's my understanding. There was a lot of planning on this early.
With the picture you showed earlier, it looked like there was a gap right where them poles were. You can see the reef sticking out pretty on one side, and you see it sticking out pretty on the other.
There's some pictures I've got, they're two sets.
We're gonna maintain these for the record.
Yeah, you can have them for the record.
Oh, I know that person there.
It is a very healthy reef.
Mr. Erskine?
Chief Owen, how did you all arrive, or maybe it was VIMS that arrived at the time of year restriction for shellfish?
It's old as time. When I came to work here in 1988, It was in place then. The maintenance dredging of various waterways in Lynn Haven have been ongoing for decades. I was here when they ushered in the time of year for summer flounder when Jack Music recommended it. I've seen a few things in Virginia Beach. I was assigned to Virginia Beach for 14 years when I first came here. I started in fisheries and moved in there. I sat on a federal dredging task force when they looked, you approved a little while ago the maintenance dredge of the Western Branch. That went to full tilt. All the Pentagon it back before that got approved. So all of those precautionary measures were developed by VIMS and the federal government and U.S. Fish and Wildlife. It's been an evolving process since, as long as I date back here through the early 80s. So that's, obviously the oysters are spawning that time of the year. We want a clean shell for the spat to set on. So that's what drove that time. And of course, VIMS are sitting to my left if you need them.
Well, just a follow-up, sir.
Yes, sir.
I certainly agree with the time of year restriction. I guess my only concern was, we do realize there can be spawning in June. So a June one would seem maybe more appropriate to protect that. But that was my only concern. Thank you.
I remember talking to Dr. Wesson. He tries to, before he retired here, he was trying to get his shell overboard in May. So he'd have a nice clean shell for that late May, early June set.
Thank you.
But I guess my final comment on your question, there's a lot of dredging over the decades that's taken place in the Lynn Haven system, and if you don't leave some time for the dredge to work, it's very difficult to dredge it.
Absolutely.
So.
Yeah, especially since, and I hate to say this out loud, but especially since we've seen evidence of 2 strikes now.
Yeah.
In certain places, so it's like, hey, things have definitely changed.
Yep. Thank you.
Any more questions? All right, thank you, Randy.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak in support? Is a representative of this project or anyone else in here in the audience that wishes to speak in support of this project? Come forward.
Well, I was gonna say, we're here to answer any questions.
Come state your name for the record. You can't stand up in the audience and talk. You can at least state your name.
Good morning, I'm Bob Kerr with Wetland Studies and Solutions. We're the consulting engineer and environmental consultant of the city of Virginia Beach.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from Mr. Kerr before we?
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in support of this project at this time? Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak in opposition to this project? Please come forward. One at a time, please. Sir, please take off your hat when you're addressing the commission, please. State your name for the record.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Walt Stone.
Raise your right hand, please.
I'm from Virginia Beach.
Yeah, you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Proceed.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank the gentleman also that was honoring the fallen officers. We have a Norfolk SWAT neighbor and also have a family member in Dam Neck Developmental Group, retires in 2 months after 30 years in. So thank you, sir. I have handouts for the commission. I don't know if you want to take these.
They're ours if you give them to us.
Okay. They're yours.
The record reflect I had the handouts here.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to keep this on target because I could go off into a lot of different directions. Let me give my background a little bit. I am an old guy. I've been around since the mid-2000s when we went into a fierce fight against a developer that wanted to come in and knock out that entire 100 acres. That was back in the mid-2000s. The commission may remember that when that was occurring. It was in defense of the property, and they wanted to basically level, grade the entire area and build on that. So we go ways back with this. I am a William & Mary graduate, 1986, have a biology major with a little bit of environment. A lot of the learning in this arena has been a steep curve, especially when this just picked up again in December. Read a lot of regs. My background is healthcare. I run an outpatient behavioral health program that works with kids. I have to read a lot of regulations, state Department of Medicaid, mental health, insurance company regulations, Board of Medicine, used to reading a lot of regs and having to make sure that we comply with those regulations staff-wise. It's to protect our kids. I see you all in really the same vein, so it's not a big hop for me. And that is that you guys are looking at regulations, how they apply, how they are to be enforced to protection. It's not kids, it's the environment. So you are the officers, you are the chief people, and you're looking for compliance. One of the things I'm going to ask for today is that you would carefully look at what the applicant has put forward here. Really evaluate what they are proposing for a mitigation bank. This began somewhere, I think in 2014, it was put forward underneath a NWP 27 permit with the Corps. It was abandoned and expired in 2020, I believe, in June. I don't know why, but they left it. They've now circled back to say they want to put this back on board and fast pass it through. I'm a little unclear with the recent email I got from Tiffany Burge, the gentleman was referring to that. I'm the guy, by the way, that's been asking about the oysters. I'm going to speak to that. But it was originally submitted under an NWP 27. That's a general nationwide permit. It's designed for very small impacts. This is not a small impact by any means. The 27 was designed to make fast pass quick through, to not involve all the other agencies, DEQ, the Virginia Water Permitting Board, 404 Clean Water and whatnot. It was to get small projects through. Usually I think it's 77% of the projects were like less than a quarter acre. This is 12 acres, so it would make sense for small projects. We had yet to make sense why it was still being submitted, and as far as we know right now, it's still under submission of an NWP 27. I have not heard of any change unless it happened in the last 24 hours that it went to an individual standard. So that's a change. But what it doesn't change is the impact effects that are being considered under regulation of permits by the Corps. So let's talk about what was just referred to, is that you all are responsible for a jurisdiction of a little blue, I don't know if they can put that back up, a little blue area of dredging. I'm going to submit these to you guys. I only have one copy, but I'm going to hand it to you. You can go ahead and look at those pictures. Those oyster reefs are intense. They are well developed all along the perimeter of the adjacent land areas. There's no gaps. There's no shoot the channel through where they are gapped. You can look at our pictures, we have others. There's oysters everywhere. God bless CBF and Lunar Haven River now. They did a great job out there. Mechanical dredging is going to affect those reefs. There's no doubt. And we can call it killing, we can call it eliminating, destroying, eradicating, whatever word you want to use. That picture right there is well evident of, those are everywhere. Now, there are places where they're thinner. And by the way, I forgot to introduce her. That's my daughter. She has been with me and us in looking at this area and learning about what's going on. She's 11 years old. She actually videotaped an eagle that was out there, and she found an eagle's nest, which I'll talk about later. I know you guys don't review that, but that's an issue.
I want to give you a heads up, because you keep talking about Larry, literally, you're running out of time, so.
Okay, let me get right to the point.
Yes.
Okay, oyster impact by mechanical dredging, that's a direct impact effect. Not a good idea, okay? But furthermore, under regulation, all permits under Corps, especially the 27 says, and it's under number 5, that's actually, I think it's in the flyer. If not, I'll hand that out also. Number 5 says, all activity is prohibited near shellfish, unless it has to do with harvesting or specific permitting, prohibited. Here's the big link I want to make, and I know I'm running out of time. The commission is they're charged with looking at certain areas. My greatest argument today is that 8 acres of forest riparian buffer, it's your biggest part of a wetland that's a filtration system. Water doesn't filtrate water. Trees and grass and whatnot, all your buffer upland is your functioning filter for a wetland. That's why every rule reg, everything you've ever seen, in the entire wealth of information says, don't harm them, don't remove them. What does that mean? When you remove that much forest, there will be direct runoff. This site area is proposed to be a dirt field. When it's all cut down, graded, bulldozed, it will be dirt, then inundated by a channel. massive exchange of tidal flow. Where does all the sediment runoff go? A dirt field, that's no different than your driveway. Straight down into the waters. I know you guys have jurisdiction over open water, so it's not just a narrow channel. You're talking about all the runoff coming down off that land. Massive increase. My question, has the applicant or anybody done a study, as the original PHP program said you must, to see what the impact effects of a project? I haven't seen that anywhere, but I would just leave this with the board as a thought. When you wipe out that area, massive contaminant runoff. Now you've opened a channel 25 foot wide, directly into a stormwater drain runoff canal, and that's your conveyance of stormwater. Now you've opened up a channel. Now you've got stormwater. Where does it go? Right into your oysters.
If you could wrap it up, please.
Thank you very much, sir.
Is there any questions?
Appreciate the commission listening to me.
Absolutely, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good business. Is there any questions for the speaker? Thank you so much, and I want to give a shout out to your daughter for coming and witnessing
Thank
the
you, sir.
process. Thank you, and we encourage you all to continue to be part of the process. We really love to hear what you have to say and your point of view and your opinion. I do have one question for Chief Owen. Chief Owen, I want to clear that, because he was talking about stormwater runoff, and we have jurisdiction there and all that. Correct me if I'm wrong, just about everything you mentioned there is DEQ, is that correct?
The nationwide permit is the Corps of Engineers permit on the Clean Water Act. You're not operating on the Clean Water Act, you're operating on the State and Submerged Lands Law pursuant to Title 28.2, 1200, et sequence.
Yeah, and stormwater runoff is managed by who? Stormwater
And
runoff?
stormwater runoff would be fall under the DEQ as well as the city, yes.
We don't, I mean, our jurisdiction doesn't, I mean, I understand the effects, and I really do appreciate the comment, but that might have been something that should have went to DEQ if that was a concern. You know, but, I appreciate you, I really do, but I can't keep calling everybody. Any, questions? Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition? Please come forward and, state your name for the record and raise your right hand.
Hello, everyone. My name is Martha Thoral.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so what you got?
I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Stand.
I'd like to start by thanking the staff of this organization who has made it possible to have all these folks from Virginia Beach drive over this lovely constructed project at the Bay to get here to talk to you today. We're all volunteers. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask them to stand up, the people that are in opposition to this.
It's your time.
Thank you. So, not everyone is speaking. Everyone is here because this matters. Everyone is here because they're better educated because of your staff, in large part, because your staff welcomed us to make comments and to have the opportunity to oppose. Now, what we've learned is that instead of it being a word salad, it's an acronym salad. There's VMIS, there's VIMS, there's VMRC, there's, oh God, what was it you told the children a little while ago? Who was in charge, as I'm trying to think? Hook you up with DWR. So
Wildlife Resources. I apologize for using, I'm a victim of state government.
Well,
I
we're
apologize.
learning, and we realize that you don't make the decisions, but your decision will, in fact, open the floodgate. Floodgate was what you're going to create, is a floodgate to immense destruction of a property that we all love. Now, we love it because of the oysters, but we also love it because of the migratory birds that are coming through there. We love it because of the squirrels that are nesting right now, that nobody has targeted trees to be protected for these animals, that it's their ecosystem. Where man has destroyed this property from it being a wetland a number of years ago, and you keep showing us, and we get it, that it used to be a wetlands. There are a lot of wetlands that used to be that aren't anymore. And the city of Virginia Beach right now is taking it upon itself to recreate. They're selling us, they're spinning it, they're recreating wetlands so that they can destroy other wetlands. And that's appalling. And they're screwing up our city that we love. I'll be 75 years old on March 17th. I grew up in this city. Thank you. I know I don't look a day over 69, but that's neither here
I
nor
was gonna
there.
say 29.
But I grew up there. I know this forest. The trees have made a comeback because nature's made a comeback there. This land has damage. It has spoils. Nobody's tested the spoil site. When you open up that channel, you were saying to the citizens and the children, pay attention, children, because they're part of a system. They're part of a bureaucratic system that's appointed. Political appointments to make decisions on the lives of innocent creatures that are in those woods, and the children are our future. And I know you don't, it's not your jurisdiction, but by golly, you can open or close those floodgates. And if it's not you, then who does make the decisions? Governor Northam, a few years ago, received so much input from the citizens about the birds that were going to be destroyed at the Bay Bridge, that he created a site for those animals so that they could still nest, so that they wouldn't be destroyed. And that came because people cared, and we all care, and there's a lot more of us that aren't here today. But if you can do anything to help preserve that to any degree, I appreciate you. I don't want to say it's a done deal, but as I listen to you, you know, that's what it sounds like, but I don't live into done deals. Thank you.
Any questions, please? Hey, oh, wait. If y'all want to cheer people on, you get a free pass to go back home. Don't do that. Thank you. Okay. We got to hold some decorum. Thank you, and we care too. And we care immensely, everybody up here, from one end of this board to the other. And I don't mind speaking for the board. I will tell you, however, we learn a lot too as board members progressing on where our legal stance can be. And it's very important to know that. We get this a lot in projects. We've had it in some other projects that were very controversial. They come in here and they talk, and we don't have the jurisdiction that people think we have on some of this stuff. But one thing I will say is I appreciate, and we do listen to you, and I don't take you for granted, and we share a birthday. So you got to be awesome, right? Please come forward. Thank you so much for your time. Please state your name for the record. Raise your hand.
My name is Rana Marsh. I'm a retired certified fraud examiner from Virginia Beach. And what I'm handing you are documents.
You swear to tell the whole
I
truth and the truth?
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. These are 10 sets of documents. So each one of the people on the board and your staff can have a copy. I received these yesterday. I have been asking and asking and asking for these. I FOIA'd them from VB.gov. I FOIA'd them from DEQ, who could not provide them. I FOIA'd them from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. No one could provide me the financing document, and that falls under your jurisdiction because the property that was financed, which is Exhibit B, the third page that I provided you, and it's a fairly small page, and I believe it is an $8 million revolving loan, but it's for the borrower's Lynn Haven Oyster Restoration and Estuary Protection Project, together with related expenses. So if I understand it right, again, just getting this yesterday, the community came together back in 2010. They saved Pleasure House Point. And in doing that, a financing agreement was created on July 1 of 2012. That is your second page. That page details what is about a 34-page document. So basically, this is the money. And in that document, on page 16 of 34, which is your first page, it talks about the damage and destruction. So if you go ahead and damage and destroy this, and it specifically says it is for the estuary and oysters, you are putting at risk this revolving loan for $8 million. I did not get this document from Public Works. I got this document from the Finance Department. And the problem with VB.gov is they are not transparent, and I feel the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. So I don't think anyone at DEQ knows about this because they thought, well, what do you mean an $8 million loan? And I don't think anybody at U.S. Army Corps knows about this because they said, well, what do you mean about an $8 million loan? And you're basically taking the collateral for that $8 million loan, and you're just saying, yeah, sure, Virginia Beach, you want to dig it up, go ahead. I'm saying, wait a doggone darn minute and get something in writing that we're not going to have a problem with our revolving loan. This is like giving someone part of your home that's mortgaged and not checking with the bank. Nobody looks at the holistic picture in Virginia Beach. They look in silos. And it's very, very, very bad for us citizens. And I believe that they also should be consulting the Dewberry report. That should be page 4 in your document. There is a Dewberry report that was done in 2019 by C.J. Bodner. It was taped, and this is the first page of a very long document that he provided. It's about the Lynn Haven area. Dewberry did hundreds of thousands of dollars of reporting for the city on flooding. And to not include this when you make this decision, I believe, is very foolhardy. And the last thing I need to say to you all is that the city came to citizens and they said they had to do all of this. They had to go after this because they couldn't buy restoration credits. Well, they were doing that as they were buying credits. There are credits out there that can be bought, mitigation credits, both tidal and non-tidal. And I believe there's been a material omission, if not outright underhanded deception of the citizens to be able to bulldoze the acreage of trees. And I believe that may be to create water view for certain people who live around there. It seems pretty silly to say that, but that's what I feel. And I can't change my feeling because they can buy credits. They can buy credits more economically that they can bulldoze for $12 million. And I'm sure Mr. Kerr will disagree with me because he's a paid consultant and I'm a retired fraud examiner. But I have seen no reason that we need to bulldoze this other than the greed of the people involved that are making money from doing the project, which is Flatiron, and the city won't tell me how much they're paying for all of the different bids on Flatiron. I FOIA'd that. So there's a lot of lack of transparency. It is your jurisdiction because the financing is on your jurisdiction, and if you pass this today, you will have done it without having proper approval of the lending source. So I think you should either table it or just say no, send it back to the Army Corps for an individual permit, which is what apparently they're looking at. There are a lot of loose ends here, and the city tried to push this through way too fast, and it doesn't sit well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do you have any questions?
Is there any questions?
Mr. Commissioner, I'm just kind of, I appreciate all the work that she has done, I mean, and everybody. I'm still a little confused on how this falls on us. Because I don't see Virginia Marine Resource Commission mission anywhere unless there was a name change at some point over the last 15, 20 years. And we have a very small jurisdiction that we're in here to look at.
Your Appendix B, this is what the loan is on. The loan is on, the financing agreement is on Appendix B, and you're materially changing Exhibit B. The project includes financing. So you're changing that. If you're changing that by removing it, that's what.
Ma'am, I've never been aware of anybody consulting us about anything in finance, and Kelsey,
Well,
you can correct me on that.
I don't think there's many situations on the East Coast where a group of people saved a large amount of land and then they had to get bond financing, and that bond financing has a revolving loan tied to it, which the city of Virginia Beach still has as an active loan. So you're moving forward with something and you don't know. And what I'm telling you is I don't think Virginia Beach Gov wanted to mention it. There's a lot that they keep in the closed door meetings. They don't tell us citizens. It takes a lot of digging, and I think it's foolish if you approve this without knowing more about this document and how it affects you.
Is there any more questions for the speaker?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Kelsey, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't think so. I'm not entirely sure what bond was being referred to, but I don't know how we could change or impact a bond that wasn't, I mean, we haven't as far as I know, we haven't issued a permit, so I don't know that it's our bond.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, this is from that, so.
Thank you, Kelsey. Is there anyone in the audience, anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak in opposition? Anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition? Please come forward, one at a time. Please state your name for the record and raise your right hand.
Mary Kleckert.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, thank
All
you.
right, proceed. Now, listen, guys, I usually try to keep it tight on the 3 minutes, because that's what we're required to. Some of you guys are getting emotional, and I'm giving you a little bit more time, but remember, as we have more speakers, I'm gonna have to hold you to the 3 minutes. I just wanna try to be as nice about this as I can. I do enjoy what y'all are informing us on.
Thank you. I'm a former meteorologist. I worked in long-term climate, and as a lover of this park, I'm also an amateur photographer, and I'm always there seeing the expanse of wildlife, which is just amazing, even in the winter, the amount of wildlife we have. So what I want to talk about, something I just haven't heard as far as climate is and impact, is actually noise pollution, and industrial noise pollution is a huge thing. And so what you all are voting on is affecting this. So these trees, right, they are great barriers to visual, because now we have just these dense populations right up to the park. So they protect us from noise pollution is a huge one. The weather, right, we just had 12 feet of snow and 12 inches, I'm sorry. So inclement weather, they're a barrier, of course they're filtering the soil of toxins, but the noise pollution is amazing because it's affecting the birds, and there's studies on this where just like with people, it's affecting people. There's a greater incidence of stroke with people and noise pollution. So these birds and this wildlife is being affected. They have increased heart rate, increased respirations. They're becoming smaller because of it. They're not nesting as much. They can't hear the mating calls because of noise. They can't, what was the other thing? The corticosteroids are increased in them. So they're stressed. These birds are stressed, and it's shortening their lifespan. So they can't hear their predators. They can't hide from their predators without this big expanse of trees we have. There's 5,000 trees. So I'm just saying in conclusion, I just feel like for the climate, and it's going to stop nesting this whole season. They're already there, all these birds. I'm seeing them through January, February. So I just wanted to bring this point of increased noise pollution. We don't, sound travels across water, but these trees, they absorb the sound, the pollution. That's basically what I wanted to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Randy, quick question. I've seen DWR, Department of Wildlife Resources. I'll try to catch myself on my acronyms now. They didn't send, any objections to us on this or anything? Do we have?
It's in the slide, and from discussing this with Tiffany Burge, who talked to them directly, they did want the exclusionary nets to prevent the terrapins from nesting in the site once it's dug, but they did not, and they put in a time restriction for the northern long-eared bat, but it was in the slide. Tiffany indicated that their environmental management had no overarching concerns about the project. One thing I should add that may help to that, this agency sits on the interagency review team. Last month we talked about mitigation banking, and the interagency review team that is comprised of DWR, DCR, I'm hitting the acronyms now, DEQ, the Corps of Engineers, VMRC. This bank was approved years ago, and for reasons that are the city can explain, they're ready to move forward now, but the bank itself was reviewed by all of these agencies. The RT review process can be quite lengthy. It usually runs minimally a year, upwards to 2 years. So all of those concerns would have been considered by those agencies with their jurisdiction over the forested area and the endangered species at that time as well. And as we know, the Corps of Engineers is reviewing this project now for a regulatory permit. That helps.
just for the record, DCR is Department of Conservation and Recreation.
Thank you.
DEQ is the Department of Environmental Quality. They'll have, and DWR is Department of Wildlife Resources would have, which most of what's been, what I've heard so far, falls within one of the three's jurisdiction when it comes from the state side. I'm not gonna speak on Army Corps. Any questions from the commission? All right, is anyone else in the audience wish to speak at this time? Please come forward. Please state your name for the record in the microphone and raise your right hand.
My name is Tim Solonic. I live in Virginia Beach, a couple blocks away.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Green and Commissioners. My name is Tim Solonic, and I've lived for almost 30 years in the Ocean Park neighborhood of Virginia Beach, where Pleasure House Point is located. As everyone knows, Pleasure House Point became a spoil site in 1954 and was used for decades as such. According to the applicant's own public statements and what's on the public record as recently as 2000, 1 million cubic yards of unknown fill that apparently has never been tested is on that property. Why has it never been tested? How far might the reputational damage and unquantifiable risk spread from disturbing unknown fill? Pleasure House Point, again, has been known as a decades-old spoil site. It was one of the targeted clean to bay day sites in the 1980s and 1990s due to illegal dumping. It was a four-wheeler's dream site with driving on what was known as the sand flats, where numerous vehicles got stuck and abandoned, leaking unknown quantities of various fluids. What chemicals, what materials were dumped on this decades-old spoil site in the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s? Apparently no one knows. Is it possible to reach the, quote, industry standard 95% confidence level, unquote, taking 3 soil samples outside of the proposed wetlands mitigation bank? We humbly ask the applicant is required to complete a proper Phase 2 environmental site assessment prior to disturbing any material. We ask language is either added requiring this, or this application is deferred until a proper Phase 2 environmental site assessment is complete. This project is obviously receiving national attention, partially because of its location next to an environmental education center that many of you might have experienced. Plus, as you well know, there's a Virginia Beach public school right there. Don't we all want the very best project using the very best science and industry best practice standards? I was kind of upset that the kids had left, because it's important for the kids as well. How far might the reputational damage and, again, unquantifiable risk spread from disturbing unknown fill? What will our grandchildren learn from this? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions for the speaker?
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to this? Please come forward, ma'am. Please raise your right hand and state your name in the microphone for the record.
I'm Wendy Crutchfield.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed.
Thank you. My name is Wendy Crutchfield. I'm a Virginia Beach native. I live off Shore Drive and have enjoyed walking the Pleasure House Point nature area since 1992. The wetland bank plan that was presented to the public prior to 2 months ago was always about restoration and improvement. I have genuine concerns that opening the channel under this current design introduces grave danger to the aquatic environment, and that is your purview where you have control. Multiple deficiencies in the application give credence to the request that an environmental assessment be required of the city before conducting what will be a novel project for Virginia Beach. We can't afford for this to fail. The plan before you is substantially different from what was conceived in 2012 because the property has matured and healed. The application used a delineation conducted in August of 2011. The Army Corps provided a determination from remote sensing as opposed to an online assessment. 69,000 square feet of land will be disturbed, and it all flows out of this channel. Geologist Dr. Bill Duke raised questions about the current design indicating inadequate sedimentation will occur to achieve their goals, and a breaching of the perimeter wall was likely. We have learned that the Phase 1 and Phase 2 site assessments do not characterize the 12 acres being disturbed because they extracted samples outside of its perimeter. This untested soil would be delivered to a site the city owns upstream from the federally funded Lynn Haven River Ecosystem Restoration Project. In a recent letter by the CBF, they addressed concerns about the runoff sheet flow before the new plantings are established, which would be 2 hurricane seasons and 1 nor'easter season. A footbridge that was installed by the city this past summer is already under repair within 6 months due to erosion. A breach in the perimeter is currently occurring at the western lake, and the city has installed an orange cone and a tree. No models have been shown to the city to the concerned neighbors that flooding of their roads and properties will not occur. We are certain this technology exists. Finally, the staff evaluation provided to you today indicates this being processed with an individual permit. Since 2011, it has been processed under a nationwide permit 27. If it has changed in the past weeks, there should be substantial more evaluations required, which is a good thing. I'm also under the understanding that the individual permits cannot be used for wetland credits. So this needs to be fully explored, how, when, and why the recent updates. This doesn't seem to be the level of caution one would desire out of a novel project. These deficiencies give reasonable members of the public dire concern. Credits are available at the New Mill Bank and are approved by the Army Corps for use in the Lynn Haven River Basin to satisfy the current urgent flood project needs. It's vital that an environmental assessment be conducted and all protections instituted for this sensitive and important wetland bank. The rush nature of this has prevented full public attention. You have the opportunity today to ensure that this is not a bad project before digging begins by denying this project approval without the proper environmental studies being conducted. Thank you for your diligent attention to this project that will have lasting implications on this sensitive property and our vital waterways.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is there any questions for Stephen? We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Please come forward, ma'am. Please state your name for the record, the microphone, and raise your right hand.
My name is Julia Cherry. I'm a resident of Virginia Beach in opposition to the PHP.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Proceed.
The impact area that I believe you're in charge of is 1.3 acres. Is that correct?
No.
Can you tell me the impact area?
Randy, can you repeat it? What was it? It's not.
Dredge cut is 19 foot wide and 63 feet long. It's the reach of a long stick excavator from inland water.
19 by 63 feet.
Okay. It just seems to me taking down the impact on the whole 12 acres for a minimal amount could come in elsewhere with another plan. I think this is an inadequate plan that's being pushed through to benefit another area of Virginia Beach that needs the credits. To destroy the land, the oyster beds, to get into this particular area should be looked at deeply. And I do think that if you would go to the property, which you probably already have, and you look at it, it's like, why would they choose this particular area to destroy? And that's what I call it destroying. There are residents that will be flooded out because the trees absorb so much land. They absorb so much water, I should say, the trees. And to come into where they're trying to do it right here to create wetland banks, I don't believe is necessary. And I'm hoping that you look at all the aspects of it, the soil testing, the threat of flooding for the neighbors in that area in Ocean Park. I don't live in Ocean Park, but I can tell that once you take down a maritime forest to try to create something, you're going to have flooding, that the water's going to travel somewhere, and it's going to travel right into the neighborhood. You take and make this land flat. Even with the canals, it's just probably going to cause massive flooding. And I believe that the inadequate soil testing is something that really needs to be looked at as well. So I would ask you just to take into consideration what everybody's been talking about and look at the old permitting. And I just hope that y'all would just take into consideration and put this on hold until proper evaluation is done. That satisfies everybody. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the speaker? Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak at this time? Please come forward. Please state your name for the record and microphone.
Excuse me, Howard Weinberg.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Proceed.
I'd like to try to just limit my remarks to what I believe is your jurisdiction. I'm a retired physician. I've been living on Crab Creek for 25 years, and I used to be a riparian oyster farmer under the auspices of Lynnhaven River now. My concern is that the city brought this up only days before Thanksgiving last year because they're trying to reach a deadline where they have other projects on hold because they did not assure wetland credits before they started the other projects, so now they're desperate to get these wetland credits. As far as the oysters go, if you approve this dredging, I wonder if all that water that's going to be entering will make it part of your property to look at it, besides the risk of to the oysters. I also brought up to Tiffany the bridge that's now being repaired that's been there less than a year, and she agreed with me on how it was falling apart, and I do believe she brought it to the notice of the city. And the new bridge they're going to build, I don't believe they know what they're doing and that they will build it any better than the one that they've already built. All they have to do is look at the way bridges are built down at Back Bay, and they can see the difference. So please consider what is called the law of unintended consequences, that if this channel is open, then it will open to all the inflow into the river system from whatever the city creates on its wetlands mitigation bank. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak at this time? Please come forward. Please state your name for the record and microphone and raise your right hand.
My name is Brian Deschler.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so
I
help you
do.
God? Proceed, sir.
I appreciate your position, and I understand your authority, but to me, if you guys grant access and dredge this 19-foot wide channel and 63-foot flow of water, and I love this place, we all do, and I don't know why we keep talking about what it looked like in 30, 40 years ago. Now it's been changed dramatically. Trees protect the residents. There's no modeling that's been done that says, okay, what happens when we get a 14-inch rain like Hurricane Matthews? Because that's why this was all brought up, because Windward Woods. So I'm just asking you, if it is in your authority, to prevent this flow of water going very close to neighborhoods. So we're just moving one flooding from one point of Virginia Beach to another. And if that's within your jurisdiction, you can help us stop it.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak at this time on this project? Thank you all for your comments. I appreciate you taking the time to come here and voice your concerns. The matter is before the commission.
I have a question for Chief Owen.
Mr. Branson, Chief Owen?
Chief, thank you. As I'm looking at these surveys and these diagrams, this already is an established drainage canal from the neighborhood to the north, I'm assuming. Is that right?
Yeah, the stormwater gut that's the western limits of this project has a drain at Marlin Drive that dumps into that gut, and then it passes through that culvert into Price
That's
House
part of
Creek.
Virginia Beach Stormwater Management, I would imagine. And that this project, with its drain drain swales from the intended wetlands will tie into that drain path.
You know, I know the city's here and represented, and they have people here from Public Works. I'm hesitant
Okay.
to speak further on how this project will affect the existing storm drainage in the area.
Yeah. And then where I'm getting at is that there's already an established drain path
Yes.
through that reef right there that's on that picture.
That is correct.
And you're looking at draining, dredging, mechanically dredging with time of year and turbidity curtains and such. 19 feet, but 2 feet below mean low water, which is what we're looking at right there. So
Yes.
you're looking at establishing a better drain path for this wetlands and that drainage canal, basically, into our jurisdiction area,
Yes.
jurisdictional area.
In fact, they'll remove that storm culvert, so there will be an open cross-sectional area there.
Facilitate more.
But
drainage.
that's, yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks, Chief.
Jan?
I have questions. I just want to make sure I'm clear. The photo we're looking at right now shows what is relatively low tide. That's a high tide, but the oysters have a problem, I believe.
Now, could you say the last part again? Sorry, you're speaking softly.
I'm seeing, I believe it's a relatively low tide. Maybe
Yes.
not extremely low, but the oysters are all exposed.
Yeah, yes.
So, and there's water in that location right now, or in this photo.
This picture that you see here, we met on site at predicted mean low water, and we all know mean low water is, dependent on storms and barometric pressure and lunar phases, but this is the approximate mean low water shoreline condition on the day that we met with city's representatives and all of the IRT representatives, which included multiple agencies. So you can see the exposed mud area before you get to the stakes. The stakes, the 4 stakes you see were set with tidal datums, and the BSSI is here to speak to that, but your jurisdiction begins at the first 2 stakes, and so that's the approximate mean low water line is those first 2 stakes you're looking at. So you're looking at a mean low water event that's slightly higher than mean low water based on the staking in that photograph.
Okay, so it appears to me that what we're talking about doing is only going down 2 feet below mean low water, which allows better flow when it's very low, extreme low. At any type of mid-tide, high tide, or whatever, there's already going to be flow in that area.
Yes,
while I believe the forested area is out of our jurisdiction, and just allowing a little better flow at an extreme low tide, in my opinion, has little effect on what is now upland. So I think I am clear on that with everybody is.
Any more questions?
Yeah, I'm really very familiar with this property because I was involved in it probably 20 years ago, when there were gonna be 2,500 condominiums gonna be built there, and y'all might not remember that. And if that had happened, you wouldn't be sitting here doing this today, and neither we wouldn't even be talking about it. But you really should thank the city of Virginia Beach for stepping up and ponying up the money. Because I remember sitting in Louis Jones' desk, getting him to commit $5 million from the city of Virginia Beach, and that's been almost 20 years ago, to start this project. So Virginia Beach really should be thanked for creating this project. Now, my question to you guys is, you really should be sitting in front of this council of Virginia Beach, haranguing them about why they want to create mitigation bank on something they financed and created 15, 20 years ago, and why we're brought into this. I understand why, because we're like the cork in the bottle. If we put the cork in the bottle, then this will never happen, but it's really not our jurisdiction. My concern is what the first speaker said, is that he said that the channel that we were dredging, or the city would be dredging, is going through the oyster beds. Now, I don't know where he got that information, because I'm looking at that picture, and I've looked at the photographs that I took, and it doesn't appear that way, and maybe he could clarify that a little bit, to tell me why We're going through the channel.
You're already sworn in, just state your name again for the record, please.
Hi, yes, sir. It's Walt Stone. And what your question, sir? I'm sorry.
Pardon?
I'm sorry. Your question was clarification of.
You had mentioned that you stated that they were going to dredge through the oyster bed.
Yes, sir. Right.
And
So
I'm
I
looking
think,
at that.
we've got pictures that are being shown at variable times. So you've got your mean, low, high tidal pictures, which, again, I haven't seen all the pictures. The pictures I submitted to the commission members to look at indicate or show oysters directly in, and I know we're gonna stick to this 19 by 63 square. Okay, we're sticking to that. Nothing, no birds, no trees, that area affected. You've got oysters all along that perimeter of the entire property, not just the site area, but the whole 100 acres. I mean, they've done a wonderful job. For anybody, if they are suggesting, and again, with all due respect, that there's only a oyster bed on one side or the other, that is not correct, I'm sorry. It's just based on when you see the pictures of what's showing in your area. They are continuous. The facts are this, and I think the gentleman's kind of acknowledged it. I'm the guy that was emailing with Ms. Burge. She's a wonderful woman, answers a lot of questions. She said they're working with the applicant on how to not disturb these oysters, and in that little 3-page report, I just got it, she just sent, and then she sent me an email this morning, she said, we're working with them to look at how they're going to pick out manually the oysters and remove them from this blue box. Okay, that's verification right there, oysters are in your area of domain. My question again is just going back to this. You've got mechanical dredging going right through that's not permitted under the Army Corps' permit. I don't care whether it's the 27 or individual. Same issue, it says prohibited. That's a fact. Now that may have nothing to do with you all. You, Army Corps does their thing. I also want to mention too, DEQ and all those guys got nothing to do with this. They waived. 404 Clean Water, waived. I want to make a last point though with those oysters. You open up your 19-foot channel, sir, and you made the point, better flow. You're going to have more flow. You're going to have more contaminant flow from that canal right into your area of concern. Undoubtedly increase. And the applicant may want to speak to that, but take out the buffer, you've just exponentially increased your flow right in there. I don't know if and I don't know your regs as well as you do. Does the commission oversee contaminant flow into the affected areas that they have jurisdiction on? If not, okay, but they do have jurisdiction over mechanical manipulation or disturbance in that area. Is that correct? If we're talking about dredging.
Not on upland.
No, not upland, in your box. Okay, so direct impact from dredging, secondary impact from contaminants running there, you open up your channel, you're gonna hit the oysters. And the gentleman before said law of unintended consequences, great statement. What's gonna happen when you do this? I think most people have just said, slow this thing down. Don't cork the bottle. Slow it down. Let all the members, if they're gonna do a standard individual, that involves the world. Every one of the alphabet soup. Let them come in, get their clean water permits, let DEQ do their job. Do not just go with the VES PM ordinances for the city to self-monitor. Honor systems in the world today, I'm sorry, they need to be overseen. And you guys are you all are the law to me.
Let me clarify one.
Yes, sir.
Brandon, please stand up for a second. Because DEQ waived doesn't mean they didn't do their job. They just didn't have any issues.
Well, they didn't want it.
I'm asking Chief.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, sir.
Yeah, they're not in the room, but they did waive, when they waived their permit, they evaluated the proposal and they believe it satisfies the state's water quality standards.
So they didn't just waive by not doing their job. They waived because they didn't see where their jurisdiction they had any issues. But I just want to clarify that because we do work with these other, I mean, you guys, and I understand your concerns, but you're kind of making it sound like we're operating in a vacuum here. My staff, Randy talks to, and Tiffany talked to DQ, DCR, DWR on a regular on these types of projects.
No, sir. I'm not
I
suggesting.
just want to make sure to be clear that these weren't done in a manner of saying, we didn't reach out to the other authorities or they weren't involved. They were involved.
I'm not suggesting that, sir, whatsoever. DEQ waived because they said that their involvement would be duplicative of what the Corps does. And apparently that's standard protocol. If the Corps is doing a NWP 27, small projects, minor impacts, we don't need to do it, we trust you guys. But Sir, if anything I've said is suggesting that, that is not my intent. To me, you guys are the lawful people. So with all respect, appreciate. Were there any other clarifications? Sir, did I answer your question? Did I answer your question, sir?
That's good, yeah.
Okay.
Is there anyone else? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your clarification. I just wanted to clarify because I see the passion from the speakers, and I do appreciate that. It's obviously you guys' backyard, that's even more important. And being part of the process and us hearing your perspective is important. I just wanted to be clear that we don't make decisions. Chief Owen and his staff are absolutely wonderful when it comes to reaching out, to making sure that people are contacted, to see what the concerns were with the other agencies. We won't speak to the other agencies, we won't speak to the dog enforcement, but at the end of the day, we do reach out and we work hand in hand. The IRT team that Chief Owen just mentioned, a representative from every one of them organizations is on it. Is that correct, Randy? Yes, sir. So, I mean, so it was stuff that we were involved with the other agencies that had jurisdiction. So, that being said, is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak on this matter before I bring it before the commission again? All right. That being said, the matter, well,
Not in opposition, but just.
you got to talk in the microphone, sir. Well, you're an attorney by trade? All right. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Bob Kerr with Wetland Studies and Solutions. I just wanted to address a couple comments that Randy mentioned. The city would be better able to talk to, specifically the financial issue, if that's all right. So, first of all, just for the record, I'm a resident of Virginia Beach. I've lived there 36 years. I've got a master's degree in marine science, bachelor's degree in biology. I've worked on this project since about 2010 to 12. I attended city council and spoke in favor of the city's acquisition of this entire property back when they bought it. I've read the loan agreement. I've talked to Public Works and Parks and Recreation. Parks and Recreation control that loan agreement. That loan agreement allows the restoration of an estuary. Tidal wetlands are an integral part of tidal estuaries. Additionally, when the city purchased this property, the entire 108 acres, they subdivided out this specific parcel to be used for a mitigation bank, which the loaning parties were aware of. It's been in all public meetings. The city had multi-interagency meetings about the acquisition of property, about the management of the property, had to review that with various state agencies. So all that's publicly known, and there's nothing contrary to that loan with the work for this project. A couple other things. The easements for the oyster reefs on either side are on either side. They do not include this area in between where the dredging is proposed. I can state that for a fact because I was in meetings with the Lynnhaven River Now and the Chesapeake Bay Foundation before they set up the easements and recorded them with VMRC, and a gap was specifically left there for this specific project. So it was all coordinated, all above board, all, and I appreciate the fact that CBF and Lynnhaven River Now wanted to coordinate that with the city so that there would be a gap left. And their posts were actually physically present when our surveyors went out and located this dredging and made sure everything did align. There has been testing of sediment within the property. Before the city acquired the property, they performed a phase 1 environmental site assessment and a phase 2 environmental site assessment, both pursuant to ASTM standards, which is the norm for the industry. There was some minor contamination found in certain areas. That material has since been removed, tested, and lawfully disposed of. I don't want to take up more time than needed. I do want to also say the Corps of Engineers is reviewing the project to determine if it is still compliant with nationwide permit or permits. They have not rendered a final decision about the use of nationwide permits or an individual permit. That's ongoing. We hope that they'll be making that decision soon. Additionally, the design of this project has gone through the IRT, the Interagency Review Team for Mitigation Banking, with federal and state agencies. It's gone through the city of Virginia Beach. The storm drain was looked at. The current pipe that's out there actually constricts flow and basically is kind of a funnel point. So that being removed will allow stormwater to drain better unless you have high tides, very high tides, or storms, at which point the Chesapeake Bay, the Lynn Haven, is going to set the elevation, and floodwater is going to halt until that elevation decreases. I think that covers it, unless you all have any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Branson?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Kerr. I know well about the stormwater management in Virginia Beach. I'm a Windsor Oaks, Windsor Woods survivor of stormwater management in Virginia Beach. My question for you is the soil boring. It looks like there's 8 sites that were bored on this. Was that to determine the makeup of the subsoil, or was that for contamination testing, to your knowledge?
I would have to see the exhibit, because there were 2 or 3 geotechnical studies done on the property that just looked at the geophysical characteristics of the soils, at sand, clay, at what depths, et cetera.
Just listed as soil boring CBR number 9, number 8, 7.
If it's a CBR, that's just geotechnical study.
Okay, all right. I don't know if any of them others are marked differently, but when you brought up soil testing, that's what, yeah, some are marked just soil boring and some are CBR. So I imagine there's a difference there. I just wondered how much environmental soil sampling. This gentleman over here brought up the issue that there could be contaminants, but there's bound to be contaminants because this is a stormwater drain from the neighboring neighborhood through the drainage ditch. So you'll get, all kinds of runoff from a residential neighborhood.
Right, yes, and we've tried to avoid dredging out that city stormwater drainage except for the connection at Pleasure House.
I saw that on the diagrams, that it only connects with the drain path, the drain swales from the wetlands at the site of where that culvert is, basically.
And I have to say, we did not perform the phase 1 or phase 2 environmental site assessment for environmental contamination. That was done by another consultant for the city, but they were testing to look at the entirety of the lands that the city was going to acquire. So I can't tell you how many or if there were samples here, but I know if it's not on the property, it was pretty darn close.
Thank you.
Mr. Erskine?
Mr. Kerr, to your knowledge, has the city done a recent assessment of other marine resources contained within that 19-foot by 63-foot proposed cut?
No, not to my knowledge.
So, follow-up, sir? The oysters clearly were on either side, but I guess that doesn't necessarily mean they haven't colonized that area that's part of our jurisdiction, nor other marine resource, being clams or things like that may be in there.
That's correct. They could be there. In talking to Karen Forget, the director of Lynn Haven River Now, this was just a week or so ago, I mean, her discussions with me were all about the reefs within the easements, not whether there was material within that corridor. I'm not aware of any, but no, we didn't do any studies.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Excuse.
That being said, matters before the commission.
Has anybody looked at this? I know Chesapeake Bay Foundation had put a letter out, and it's on page 46. And there are 4 conditions that they recommend if we approve that I think we ought to consider. I can read them if you want.
Fine with that?
Pre-dredge meeting to assure all parties are aware of the scope and boundaries and timeline. Confirmation that silt fencing is in working order and reduce upland sediment from entering the creek. Placement of all booms along the perimeter of dredging activity to help ensure protection of the oyster reef. And development of a plan of deployment of necessary temporary measures to reduce sedimentation during establishment of wetland vegetation within the mitigation bank. And then I would add that I know the first speaker talked about having oysters within that area. And I would agree with what was just said up here, but there's probably been some infiltration of the oyster reef. Those pictures that I put, you can see how that oyster reef has gotten huge, and they're probably, that it maybe have closed that little bit of channel, and that's something that ought to be looked at during the pre-dredge meeting, to see if we're actually dredging oysters. I don't mean one oyster, I mean the bank. So I would make a motion if we consider those 4 items put as conditions of the motion.
All right, proceed with your motion, sir. You would say on page, I'm trying to pull it up again, at least, I'm just now getting used to this iPad, and I will loosely use the term getting used to it. All right, so there's the four bullets here, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so.
Bottom of page 46.
Yep, I got you. So, you want to go ahead and make it in a motion form for me?
Yes, I make a motion, we approve the project with the conditions of those 4 bullets on the CBF letter of February 19th, 25, shown on page 46.
46 and top 47. Okay, I got a motion from Mr. White to approve permit with the 4 conditions on the CBF letter implemented within the permit. Question from Associate Member Headley.
Is his motion, staff's recommendation with the conditions that they have in it too?
Staff recommends it, but they have some conditions as well. Yes.
Is that in your motion?
You're going to add their conditions?
Yes, it's as per staff recommendation, yes.
Motion as staff. So let me read this. The motion is to approve the permit per staff's recommendation with the addition of the 4
Bullets.
additional permit requirements. I'm gonna read them. The first being a pre-judge meeting to ensure all parties are aware of the scope, boundaries, and timeline of the project. Confirmation that silt fencing is in working order to reduce upland sediment from entering the creek. Placement of silt booms along the perimeter of the dredging activity to help ensure protection of the oyster reef. And the last one, development of a plan and deployment of necessary temporary measures to reduce sedimentation during establishment of wetland vegetation within the mitigation bank. Is that the proper
That's
motion?
it.
Did y'all get that? Motion made. Mr. Erskine.
I didn't know if there was a second already, but I'd like to discuss the motion.
You have the floor.
I'd make a second for discussion, and I'd ask that the maker of the motion consider extending the time of year restriction for oysters to be June 1 to September 30th. The reason being, with environmental issues, temperature changes, salinity fluctuations, these oysters may in fact be spawning in June. If we were to approve something that was a July 1 restriction, that means the dredging could take place even with these booms and silt fencing in place. Dredging can take place up to June 30th, and there would be siltation in the area when these oysters may be spawning. So it may be a friendly amendment to extend the time of year restriction to June 1st.
Let's see if it'd make it a lot easier if you want to modify this motion.
That's fine.
Right, so we have everything I read to y'all, plus the addition of June 1st to September 30th, is that correct, as a time year restriction? Got that? The change of time restriction to June 1st. So, all right, so we have a motion, and is that a second with that, Mr. Erskine?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's it. Ms. Callum?
Just discussion?
Yes, sir. Floor is yours.
Cannot find it on my iPad right now, but I believe when I was reading, preparing for the meeting, CBF also requested to be present during the dredge process.
Yeah, I see that, it's not a bullet, but, a pre-dredge meeting, I mean,
That's what I entail, that they would be at the pre-dredge meeting,
yeah, I mean,
and LRM.
and Lenaven River now. So do we have another change to that? We're gonna add that during dredging, CBF and LRN, that is Chesapeake Bay Foundation and Lynn Haven River Now, for the record, be present during dredging activities as well. Allowed to be present during dredging activities. You good with that? Ms. Kellen, you good with that? All right. You know, when I reread this motion, this is gonna be crazy.
Take a drink of water first.
I know, so, and I have a, you okay with that with your second, Mr.?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, let me read this. Let me try this one more time. All right, so the motion made by Mr. White is that we accept staff recommendations with staff's conditions, along with the conditions of a pre-judge meeting to ensure all parties are aware of the scope, boundaries, and timeline of the project, 1. 2, confirmation that silk fencing is in working order to reduce upland sediment from entering the creek. 3, placement of silk booms along the perimeter of the dredging activity to help ensure protection of the oyster reef. 4, development of a plan and development of necessary temporary measures to reduce sedimentation during establishment of wetland vegetation within the mitigation bank. And 5, also allowed CBF staff and Lynn Haven River Now staff to be on site, if willing, during dredge activities. The motion was made by Mr. White, properly seconded by Mr. Erskine. Any further discussion?
You missed the dates.
I did. Along with the change, well, that was the change of time of year restriction to June 1st to September 30th. That was properly seconded. So, thank you for my correction.
Will that pre-meeting be public?
All right. I appreciate somebody correcting me out there, even though it was yelling out of turn. I'm sorry. Stop, because I am literally getting ready to throw people out. Stop yelling. All right, we got the motion ready. It's been properly seconded. Public comments over. Matters before the commission for further discussion. That being said, all those in favor of the properly made motion by Mr. White has been properly seconded by Mr. Erskine. All them in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Are there any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you all for participating. We appreciate your input, and I think it has a bearing on the decision making. You can talk to the officer. So, next one is Randy. You can't defend us. That wasn't an easy. All right, Randy, I think it's number 9 now. Mr. Philip Gibson and Blackwater Pier and Dock.
Still searching for the mouse. There it is. All right. This is the commission consideration of Philip Gibson and Blackwater Pier and Docks failure to comply with the commission's August 22nd, 2024 directive to remove 4 timber piles and an unauthorized extension of an existing boathouse that was built in excess of its former authorization in 2002 under the VMRC permit application 2000-590 at property on Back Creek in York County. Gibson's property is located at the mouth of Back Creek, where it was confluence with the thoroughfare. This is Goodwin Islands, the York River out here. He and his wife's property is directly across from Seaford Scallop on the creek. We received a complaint on July the 11th of 2024 by the adjacent property owner Dewey Reagans of the extension to the boathouse roof that you see in the photograph. We met on site several times in July and in August with both the neighbor and with Mr. Gibson. Our compliance inspector was out there. And we did it, and this is an old and aerial, but we did observe, of course, a minute ago I showed you the photograph of the framing in 24. That was an unlawful extension to that roof. But when we started measuring the pier and the boathouse that was out there, Mr. Gibson applied for that boathouse in 2000. He built it in 2002. And we've learned that the roof was built 7 foot longer than the authorized length. We also learned that the L head was built 4 foot wider than what he requested. This is the photographs taken last August in that time frame of the framing and the pilings that were installed without authorization. You see the framing here as well as here. We issued a notice to comply in August, directing the removal of all new work, since this was an unlawful addition to a boathouse that was constructed in violation of its VMRC authorization from 2000. Some of which drove that was, and this is a drone shot provided by Mr. Gibson, the adjacent property owner is concerned that the additional 3 foot addition to the roof, and that's why you can see the framing. This was a drone imagery taken recently. I took that 48 foot length of arrow and I slid it over here, and you can see he's got a 42 foot boat he wants to put in there now, and that boat's going to be having to turn in front of the Reagan's property to enter that boathouse. So since this represented an extension to a boathouse that was already in violation, it's difficult for staff to do anything but ask that the extension be removed. This is a view from the neighbor, Mr. Reagan's property on this side of the fence, Mr. Gibson and his wife's property on this side of the fence. You're looking right down the fence line, and you can see the addition to the roof. Turning right around and looking right back from the pier, you can see there's that fence right there. So you can imagine a 42 foot boat having to enter this boathouse. It's going to be turning right in front of the Reagan property. Most importantly, well, Mr. Gibson is a Class A contractor, and he using his crew, I assume, framed to the pilings. But more importantly, Blackwater Pier and Dock set those pilings that I've highlighted for you. And Mr. Gibson could not have framed to them had the contractor not showed up and worked without a permit. And that's important. We're seeing a rash of marine contractors since COVID, more or less working without permits. I'm going to go to my staff recommendation, which is linked in. I apologize for that. But this, both the adjacent property owner and Mr. Gibson are represented by counsel today, but I want to carefully read this into the record. Most of the impacts associated, that's my Virginia Beach recommendation, excuse me. It's been a long day, guys. Let me get to the right page here. The unauthorized installation of 8 timber pilings by Blackwater Pier and Dock signals an increasing trend by marine contractors to undertake work in the Tidewater region without the required VMRC authorization. The owner of that company, Mr. Wade Webb, is a very experienced marine contractor who's operated in the York County area for decades. Staff notes that the installation of the pilings facilitated the framing and unauthorized expansion of the boathouse undertaken by Mr. Gibson. Mr. Webb appeared before the York County Wetlands Board in July of 24 for an unauthorized riprap revetment constructed in Goose Creek in the Seaford area, which at the same time he was installing these unauthorized pilings. So he was doing shoreline work in the same county without a permit, and he went before the Wetlands Board for that violation. I did speak to, Mr. Gibson's counsel out in the hallway before the meeting started. The next paragraph in your summary I need to strike from the evaluation because apparently Mr. Gibson has an uncle named Philip Gibson. So my staff did not know that. So the familiarity with other permits is not accurately depicted in this evaluation because of an uncle. So we'll strike that second paragraph. but we are equally concerned with both the property owner and the current marine contractor, Blackwood Pier and Dock, for performing this work to expand this boathouse without first contacting our agency or filing an application. It's imperative to note that the existing 18-foot by 48-foot boathouse that's out there today is unauthorized, since it was built at 18 at 45 in length when it was only authorized to be 38 foot in length. So had he not added this extension to this boathouse, it would still need your approval as it has sat for the last 20 years, because it is currently unauthorized. In light of the past and recent unauthorized construction activity, we're recommending the following enforcement actions: that all work undertaken in 2024 be completely removed within 30 days of the February 25th commission hearing, which is today. This requires the removal of the 4 support piles and framing for the roof expansion and the 4 unauthorized boat lift pilings. We're recommending a minimum civil charge of $6,000 to Blackwood Pier and Dock for their role in the unauthorized expansion of the boathouse previously constructed in excess of the original VMRC authorization. We recommend an assessment of a minimum civil charge of $6,000 to Mr. Gibson for the unauthorized framing associated with the roof expansion. Should the commission agree with the aforementioned enforcement actions recommended by staff, staff recommends that any after-fact approval of the existing 18-foot by 45-foot open-sided boathouse with triple permit fees. This approval is this approval is contingent on all work undertaken in 2024 being removed, and that the civil charges be paid. Should either party fail to agree with the required removal and recommended civil charges, we're recommending that the matter be turned over to the Office of Attorney General for enforcement action of the original notice to comply and assessment of appropriate civil penalties outlined in 28.2.13.13 of the Code of Virginia. We're further recommending that no action be taken by the commission. He has an application before us to keep the roof extension. We're not recommending we act on that today. It has not all been advertised in the paper. We believe that any action on that application should wait until the either we see revised plans shifting the entrance to the boathouse away from Mr. Reagan's property, or the receipt of repair and apportionment and finding by the local circuit court that Mr. Gibson's proposed boathouse expansion will not encroach or interfere with Mr. Reagan's riparian area. A little bit of confusion there. My apologies, Commissioner.
No worries. Thank you, Ray. Is there any questions?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Chief, just to recap so I understand, because there's a lot of information and background. Mr. Gibson is a Class A contractor?
Correct.
With the state?
That's my understanding. I think he made that statement to Brad Rames, our
I think I
former
read
compliance
it
officer.
in a letter that he drafted to the commission. And he has permitting experience, and what would that be? Or was that with his?
Well, he applied for this boathouse in the year 2000. In fact,
Went
Mr.
through the
Reagan's was the
permitting.
neighbor as well, so.
He went through the permitting process for
Correct.
that, and it was no statutorily approved?
At that time, Mr. Reagan, the adjacent property owner, agreed to the 18 by 38-foot roof. It was under 700 square foot as proposed. It met the statutory authorization, and the pier met the statutory authorization as proposed.
Commissioner, if I may continue. And it was subsequently built over the
Yes, the roof-
statutory approval?
The roof was built 7 foot longer than what the proposal was before the commission and what we
The 45
advised met the
feet.
statute. Yes.
And then he came back in 2024 and installed pilings without a permit, didn't follow any permitting process?
My understanding that's true. The county put a stop work order because there was no building permit, there was no application. They set the piles for the boat lift, and they set the piles. They cut a portion of the roof off and then framed back to the new pilings.
I'm sure I'll have more questions.
Any more questions from Commissioners?
Like I said, sir, they're both parties represented by counsel. Yes, ma'am.
Are those fines in line with other fines that we have given for something similar?
Yes, ma'am. They're taken from the civil charge matrix, which has the XY axis, and, you know, if we do anything, we strive for consistency in matters as sticky as, you know, civil charges, and just to be clear, a civil charge is an agreed-upon charge. A civil penalty is what is set by the courts. The civil charge language goes back to the early 90s when the commission sought an out-of-court agreement for enforcement procedure. So the civil charges are an attempt to give the property owner an ability to work with you to end all matters without going to court. Civil penalties can be levied by the court.
Another question, can I have another? Have either one of those Blackwater Pier and Dock or Mr. Gibson had fines before for?
Not that I'm aware of. The only activity we know with Blackwater Pier and Dock was his recent appearance before the Wetlands Board in New York County for that revetment that he was apparently did. Well, he was in front of I believe it was constructed, or he was before the board in the same month that he was doing this work.
I have one more question. When a project is complete and it was approved like by the 38 and it was extended, who goes back out and makes sure it's within the guidelines?
Yes, ma'am. We have a compliance officer that has been funded since the 80s under a coastal zone management grant. But importantly, I need to answer your question, we inspect 100% of the permits that we issue. This was not a permit. The statutory authorization for private piers includes a roof, some 100 square foot, when the neighbors agree. We do not go back and measure those. So that's why we did not find, it was approved by statute, so we didn't write a permit. We wrote a letter saying that it met the statutory authorization provided in code. You can imagine, we see roughly today 2,700 applications a year, about 800 of those are piers. We only write about 800 total permits for everything from utility crossings so we have a limited staff. And so we measure what we permit, but we do not measure those authorized by statute. So without question, these structures exist out there in times perhaps beyond what the statute allows.
Thank you.
If that helps.
That does, thank you.
More questions? Keep going. Thank you, Randy. Is the agent or the applicant here and wish to speak at this time, or representative of? Swear, please state your name for the record.
It's Mike Ware, I'm an attorney in York County. Good morning, Mr. Commissioner. Good morning, members of the commission. I represent Mr. Gibson. Come up here, sir. And he is a Class A contractor, but he's not a water contractor. He really actually has a printing business that he operates. He's retained his contractor's license because he had it originally in his life. And he felt it was a valuable thing to retain. What I would like to point out to you today is his original boathouse, and it's in your package, he submitted a lot of this material, was built by a contractor that he engaged. He didn't build it, he basically applied for it. There may have been some dialogue, but back in the time, he didn't realize that it was non-compliant or anything such as that. In fact, in 2006, he went back to York County and got a approval, basically come out, inspect my boathouse, make sure it's all good, everything's there, electrical's all good, and they gave him an approval in 2006. As y'all are aware, the complexity of this with the VMRC, with the Ches Bay Board, with the county's board, zoning, contracting and all that, sometimes people get mixed up in this. He is clearly here today indicating that he didn't do this as believing that he was violating the statute. If you read the statutes which he reviewed, he believed that the fact that he was within his footprint, that he could do work. There is statutes out there that talk about basically repairs and then the footprint and replacing. And he believed that the fact that he was removing this pole and putting this pole, et cetera, he wasn't exceeding the footprint. He was basically trying to do a cantilever for the extension to cover over his new boat. The problem was kind of exacerbated by he had this contractor that he had contacted who told him, I'm up the creek from you and I'm getting ready to leave. And if I leave, it's going to be months before I can get back, or however long period of time. We all know how marine contractors are. And so he said, by all means, come by. The contractor, being the person that should be knowledgeable, should have said, I can't put these poles in until we get permits. You got any permits? But he was very happy to take his $1,000 a pole and put them in the ground. And this gentleman he actually did the work. It wasn't basically, he contracted it out. He actually did the work of tearing down and putting back. So we're here today basically saying, yeah, we're here with mud on our face and maybe some bad paint, but some of that paint is probably rightfully belongs to the contractor who had the best expertise in the matter to say, I'm coming down the creek, but you gotta have your permits and everything in place before I can set these poles. The recommendation by the staff, everything looks, I mean, it's egregious, but as far as we're concerned, I think when you look at the bottom line, it talks about getting our riparian rights designation on these properties. My esteemed counsel, who's gonna be speaking after me, and I've worked on many a file together, he's engaged right now in the riparian rights determination. I was speaking to Mr. Owens before. Everybody on this board probably knows, or commission, excuse me, knows that removal of these items within 30 days, getting the contractor out there to pull these poles and put poles back in the original place and remove the roof, because you got to come back and basically remove a third of the structure, come back, put poles in to support it, and then come back and put them back. I don't think 30 days can be done. Mr. Owens has indicated that's not something that he's going to be too concerned about, but I just wanted to point out that that's a time delay that's out there. The other thing is, if it's basically, we're here today trying to straighten out everything, as you see from his after-the-fact application, that was basically recommended by the investigator that came out there. And Mr. Reams has been very cooperative with us. We've been trying to meet his concerns. And Mr. Gibson's felt like, okay, I've messed up, I'll do the after-fact JPA, and we'll go before the commission and see what we can do with the matter about straightening it all out. I would propose to y'all, and maybe simply because I think it's going to be a determining factor, is that maybe this matter be tabled or put off until we get the riparian rights. Because he does want to make sure, and the bottom line is, if those riparian rights are on his property, I've already explained to him, Mr. Reagans has the right to ask him to remove it. In speaking to counsel for Mr. Reagans, he's not concerned about the original structure, about putting it back to the 45 by 18. And if the board, I mean, the commission believes that's what we do today, then, you know, honestly, we have to honor that. But, you know, and look in the future, got to riparian and maybe potentially expanding it to accommodate his new boat. I don't know that there's more I can add to it other than the fact that the riparian determination is probably the key factor in this, and I think staff picked that up because they're basically what if, and no, you can't get the approval of the new extension until you get riparian rights, but we're okay with approving the original 45 by 18 as long as you remove this structure and do that. It's going to be quite expensive to do that, and if we're going to potentially move forward in the future, that's fine, but I just want you to know, I don't believe my client, in speaking to him, he's been pretty distraught throughout this whole matter. And I believe that, you know, if the world worked in a perfect format and a marine contractor came to him, and he's a dirt contractor, I can tell you the hours I spent with him talking about, well, if we dig a footing in the wrong place, we go back to the codes compliance people and say we need a variance or a sideline easement change or something like that. And I said, this isn't your ground. You built the boathouse, is over Virginia's property. So it's not like you need to change the location on your property. It's their property, and they control that. So we're here today with that format and the fact that he didn't realize that he was stepping outside of his footprint, and the original contractor, it was a turnkey. He was doing more work and less building piers at that time. So the other thing that Mr. Owens pointed out is he has an uncle who is Philip with one L, Gibson, and if you note, owning those two waterfront properties of those values, he did not. So he pointed it out. I think it's in your package. It has a line on it with a notation. So his experience is basically the first one was turn it over to a marine contractor, handle it. The second one was, or the second interactions were putting riprap on his property. And now he's here today thinking that he was doing it with no permit needed, and he was wrong. So that's where we find ourselves. Any questions? I'll be more than happy to answer.
Counselor, I've only been on the commission for about 3 years now, and there's some members here that have been on far longer than I have. And in that 3 years, we've dealt with a lot of habitat and permitting violators, and I'll use your term, egregious. To have a marine contractor come in knowingly install in state-owned land structure that he wasn't permitted to do. Your client is a contractor, whether he's active or not. He was a contractor. He's got experience with the permitting and habitat system. Again, I use your term, egregious. If 30 days isn't enough, what would you suggest is if it was ordered by this commission to be removed, what would be a more reasonable or accommodating timeframe? 60 days, 90 days?
With the ability to get contractors, I think the 90-day would be the more appropriate term.
I'm not saying that's what the commission does, but, you know, just asking that question, because we deal with a lot of these where people get a permit and then just overbuild. We had a very well-known contractor a year or two ago, did the same thing. Had legally permitted structure, boathouse, and went kind of off the wall with extra slips, and we made them take it all out, you know, and there's gotta be a line drawn with applicants and agents and contractors who overstep what their bounds are.
And I've explained that to him, and I've explained to my client the concerns of the commission.
The issue
in
with the
more
riparian
recent-
rights issue, you'll hear me, if you go back in meetings before, I'm about the riparian rights. Is there a riparian determination by the court? I'm sure that's in process now, but what happens to your client if, is Reagan the pronunciation of the neighbor?
I believe that's proper.
Is that right, sir? If Mr. Reagan decides, I want to put an L on my pier, and brings it all the way up to within 8 feet of the property line, that essentially blocks your client's access to his
No denial.
dock. I mean, I understand navigable waters, and I'm sure council will discuss that too, but, you know, Mr. Reagan would be within his rights to extend his pier, and that could cause a problem for you.
No dispute.
You know, anyway, thank you, council, for
I appreciate
for
your time.
input.
Appreciate everybody's time.
I guess maybe I'm a little bit confused. Did you introduce your client?
I did.
What's his name?
Philip Gibson.
Oh, okay, but he didn't drive the piles, he got somebody upstream to come up there and do it.
Basically, he made contact with the contractor, and the contractor was in close proximity.
Who did drive the piles?
Wade Webb with
Huh?
Blackwater Dock. Wade Webb with Blackwater Dock.
Which is the contractor listed.
I got it.
Any more questions from the commission? Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Green. Thank you, members of the commission.
Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak? Come on, forward. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine. Mr. Green, members of the commission, Mr. Reagan, you can come on up, stand next to me. You know, I listened to Mike Ware, and I respect Mike very much, known him for years, but what I heard I found disingenuous, quite candidly. When I looked through all the correspondence and the emails that came from his client, it starts off with, "I'm not in compliance," and he was advised that by Brad Reams. You have some good staff here, and they come about it with a very reasonable approach when people are in violation. They don't come riding in on a horse with a saber. And he said, "Stops construction." Did it stop? No, it didn't. It didn't stop because you've got a bit of arrogance in the applicant that's standing before you today saying, "Please forgive me by what I've done, Mr. Gibson." Did he acquire any vested rights in building a non-permitted structure? He's a licensed contractor. Take ourselves back to the 2000 time period, and somebody builds me a pier, and it's longer than it's permitted. It was permitted for 160. It was built at 175. And the structure was supposed to be 38, and it turns out to be in excess of 40-some. I don't think that I'd have to be a licensed contractor to recognize that it's non-compliant. And if it's non-compliant and it's not a conforming and a legal structure, you get no vested rights. Which means if you chose today to say, take it completely out because you didn't do what you were authorized to do initially, I frankly think you're well within your rights. Much has been said. Mr. Reagan signed off on that application back in the 2000 timeframe. He did. And what did that application say? 38 by 18. He didn't sign off on the structure that was illegally built. But notwithstanding that, he's taken the position with Mr. Gibson, take it back to the way it's been, that it was built improperly back in 2000, and I can live with that. But you have to not keep encroaching toward me and using the space behind my house for your private boat basin. because Mr. Reagans wants to put out a floater and a dock for his boats at his house. Well, you can't do that if your neighbor's buying a 40-foot plus $1 million boat and he wants to swing it in on a side loader. Talk to Mr. Ware. Why don't you correct, like VMRC said, remove the illegal structures and orient that boat like everybody else has, right straight out toward the river. My client doesn't want to do that. All right, if my client doesn't object, why don't you take it back to the 38 by 18? And I said, we don't need to have a fight before the commission over it. We don't want to do that. He wants to sit here and he wants to press the issue and not only have an illegal structure approved by you, but an after the fact for an expansion upon an illegal structure. And I hear today, the contractor did it, the contractor did it. I've been around, I got a lot of gray hair, and I've heard the contractor did it a few too many times in my life. You can't stand here as a contractor and a homeowner and hide behind that. And quite candidly, the matrix that was set up with the de minimis financial burdens that can be imposed needs to be revisited, because you've got a financial incentive that a contractor can wager a $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 fine, get away with it, and then long haul, maybe it's cheaper if he can get you to approve it after the fact. So you don't have to be cognizant for your own improper behavior. The other reason I don't find this genuine is because Mr. Reams was said, I don't know anything about that JPA, please help me with the requirements. Brad took the time to explain to him exactly why a permit was required and urged him not only to remove it, but to get one. And what do we find that the applicant, Mr. Gibson, does? He says, oh, I thought it was maintenance. You know, maintenance is a word that says maintain. It doesn't say to encroach, to expand. It's maintain. And that means if a board comes up, you can fix that board without coming back. It doesn't mean you can build another 1/3 of the side of the structure. Then one of the other emails, he said, oh yeah, this construction got done while I was on vacation. Those are all wonderful. You know, I had a career, I got my degree in psychology before law. I'm not sure which I made the mistake and which fork not taking. But when you deflect that responsibility, you're not owning up to it, and he's not owning it up today. The problem that Mr. Reagans has got is that he wants to utilize his waterfront just as much as Mr. Gibson wants to build a private marina behind his house. And if you look at a side-loading dock right now, Randy put a photograph up there, and it showed a 40-foot boat and a 52-foot gap. And you can see that if Mr. Gibson wants to expand it, and I talked to Mike Ware. I said, I'm telling you right now, our plans are to put in that permit. The client doesn't care. So you're going to see us back again. We're going to be asking for a statutory for JPA to put in a floater and a ramp down from Mr. Reagans. And the next year you're going to be hearing from is going to be, I can't get my boat in. It's side loading. You're building it that way. Be prepared to face the consequences of it. But what we're here today to decide is, should he be allowed to maintain the illegal structure? And the answer is a resounding no, in my opinion. And should he be required to take it out? And should he face a civil penalty should he elect to do so? And that's exactly what I urge you to do. The one thing that I did want to highlight, if you look at his original JPA, it's mean low and mean high water doesn't typically move randomly within 10 or 20 year periods. They seem to be relatively static. But the original JPA said that it was 144 feet in length from mean low, 152 from mean high, and a total of 160. So when he comes in now and he says, I got an after the fact, look at this, I want you to approve something. He's 160 feet from mean high water and 175 feet overall. So that's not something that's been emphasized by your staff, but it's just another expansion that was there that he wants to put a cover on when he tries to get an after the fact. Can Mr. Reagans live with that? Yes, he can. So we're not asking you to take action because of it, but I wanted you to at least be aware of it. Mr. Reagans, would you want to address the commission if there's not any questions for me?
Please state your name in the microphone. I gotta swear you in.
Dewey Reagans.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
I came home from work one day, and he's out there, and they're expanding the pier over to my side. I'm like, Phil, what are you doing? I said, you gotta have a 45-foot boat. Two boats you got now, when you come in from the side, you're already coming in within feet of my pier. I said, I can't live with this. I can't have you, bring this big boat in within my water rights. If I decide to sell my house, a year or two from now, 3 years from now, how am I gonna present selling my house when I got a neighbor that's encroaching on my view? It's gonna interfere
on my ability to sell this home. And I don't want that.
Thank you, Mr. Reagan. One last comment to the commission. I did hire Bob Simon at Waterfront Consulting and Greg Milstead to try to do an apportionment for me. It's not done. In spite of the ice on the river, he did get his boat out there. He took some soundings, then he got flu. I can give you the other excuses that he laid, but they're not before you, and I don't have anything to share with you. So I'm not standing here today telling you this is in my client's riparian rights. That would be overreaching.
Mr. Branch?
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Eason. Would your client be accepting of the 18 by 45 foot structure that was originally built in 2005, even though he agreed to a 38 foot structure, 18 by 38 feet, I believe, was the original item discussed and built, and and he was accepting of that? Would he be accepting of the 45, 18 by 45 that he has now?
He was originally, and he probably would today, but I've told Mr. Ware if this continues, then our desire to be generous and allow the transgressions of the past to continue, we're just rapidly diminishing. But the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions?
If he took it back to the original size, which he's tacitly agreed on, is that going to impact the turning radius of the boat that's presently out there? That is it going to get close to your pier in that turning radius, even if it goes back to the original?
Two responses, Mr. White. The original was 38 by 18. It wasn't built to that spec. It was built larger.
Right.
So when we talk about take it back, it's to that original unauthorized size. And number two, the boats that have been coming in there have been swinging over in front of Mr. Reagan's, but of recent, Mr. Gibson got a new boat that's over 40 feet, so he's put in extra large motors on his lift, and he's trying to extend the deck of his roof out to it'll cover his new longer boat. He needs to go in the other direction, or he needs to go toward the river to do so, in my humble opinion. So it's not the structure itself. He's also complicated that by getting a longer boat. Hope that was responsive.
Thank you.
Which requires a bigger lift.
I can't tell you that he put longer bunks in there. I'm telling you that what he has there right now is to accommodate a boat that he's already purchased, according to his counsel, that is in excess of 40 feet in length, and the prior boat was not. Other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Eason.
Thank the commission very much, and for staff.
Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak on this matter? All right, Mr. Ware, I'll turn it over to you for a few minutes of rebuttal. Mr. Ware?
I don't think there's a whole lot of rebuttal. I think that Mr. Eason and I had talked before that his client was acceptable to 45 by 18. I don't think the navigation of the boat getting in and out is the primary concern. And y'all have seen the pictures of the pier, the way it's oriented. If you tried to turn it, the pier is on one side, the entrance to the boathouse is on the other. The scallops are on the other side. If you were to turn it to the side, it would not be facing the frontage of the wave action. The boat would be in a slip that would be wave action to the side. And that's what I pointed out to Mr. Eason, that, you know, the environment out there and the location of the pier and the winds and the wave action really limited the way this structure could originally have been constructed. So I think we do have the dilemma. His client does have that right. And like I indicated to y'all, the removal of the current structures is probably in your purview, well, is in your purview, but, you know, we just can't do it within 30 days, and that's my primary argument today.
Any questions from the commission?
Commissioner, I just have one.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Branson?
Counsel, one of the documents he submitted was a vessel documentation letter for a vessel that's 39.4 feet.
Yes, sir.
Length overall, not 45, I guess.
It's not 45 foot. It's that long of a vessel, but it's also got the large outboards on the rear, which are several many feet, that add the additional footage, which required the basic lean-to cover the engines. Otherwise, the boat fits, the engines would have been exposed to the elements.
Okay, thank you.
So, I mean, we're not Well, not significant as far as the distances are concerned. We're talking about 2.8 feet was his extension. We're not talking about 10 feet, it was 2.8 feet.
Any more questions? Mr. Ware? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
All right. That being said, matters before the commission.
Mr. Commissioner, I have a comment that will lead into my motion. My comment to start is, I have no patience for anybody that, and you guys may have heard my opinion previously on different violations in the oyster world in the center. I have no patience for people that are going to violate the law knowingly, and within this day and time, assumptions even so much so would lead you to think that you have to have a permit for different things. So I would like to make an amendment to the staff recommendations for the property owner to be able to make these changes within a little bit more reasonable time frame, but I feel that 90 days might be a little bit too far. My motion is to accept staff recommendations with a 60-day removal.
60-day removal.
Yes, sir.
I'll second it. I got a motion, probably need to accept staff recommendations, but add an additional 30 days, make it 60 days time period removal. I got a second from Mr. White. Any further discussion?
Yes, sir. Point of clarification, is that does it include approving his previously constructed 18 by 45?
No,
I don't think we can do that. He has to apply for that. He's only approved for 42, is that right? Or 38 right there?
38.
Yeah, he'd have to apply for after the fact for that one.
We have not conducted the public interest review on the after fact application, so we would have to bring that back to you.
Okay.
I had one question, if I may, sir.
Great.
Does the motion include the civil charge against the contractor who is,
My understanding
I don't know if
is
he's in the room or not?
It did.
your the full staff recommendations.
Thank you.
But I'll call it after.
With a condition to comply, notice to comply within 60 days.
That's correct.
And I think the reason that is important is if you're gonna have him remove everything and put it back to the 38 feet, and then turn around and tell him he can go back to the 45 feet, I think that's what the question was, but we can't decide on that because that hasn't been advertised properly and hasn't been gone through the application process. So currently, 38 feet, I'm correct, is what the current permitted size is.
Right. So it was authorized by statute at 38, it was built to 45. We would respectfully ask that all, and this is the motion, our staff recommendation's word is all new framing be removed and the additional pilings, and then we'd bring you back the roof that was cut, get this right,
Okay.
45 to 40. And they had, it's framed to 45, 48.
Right, 48, yeah.
Remove that back to 42. 5.
45, right?
Yeah, and then bring it back to see if you want to authorize it at 18 by 40.
So let me just make this simple. Staff recommendation is remove everything that was installed in 2004.
Correct. That's the
I'll leave it at that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 2004. All right, we'll simplify that. Is that correct for council?
Within 60 days.
Right, within 60 days. Council's, that sound clear enough?
I was reading staff's recommendation, basically it said if he removes the new, excuse me, sir, I apologize.
Yeah. Attorneys can't operate like a firehouse meeting either.
Well, we tried to.
That's good.
Mr. Green, it said, should the commission agree with the aforementioned enforcement staff after the fact approval of the 18-foot by 48, which it should be 18-foot by 45 with triple permit, contingent of removal of all unauthorized work undertaken in 2024. So we basically take it back to where it was before he initiated the 2024 structure and basically leave it from that standpoint.
Okay, that's where we're at. I think we got clarification on that. Staff recommendation, take it back to the 2024, pre-2024 footprint, and then you have to go through the process of get your permit right after the fact because it's still too large. Along with the civil penalties that were suggested by the staff, recommendation staff, the only change is extending it from 30 days to 60 days. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Motion was made by Mr. Preston, correct, properly made by Mr. Preston. Who was it that, Mr. White seconded? Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, any further discussion? Mr. Headley?
What happens if it is not removed in 60 days?
Well, Randy can come up and tell you, but I can tell you, usually we don't necessarily go to a stop dead date. Next thing you know, you're here 24 hours later. Staff usually works with the people to make sure that they're progressively working towards getting it up. I think Mr. Easton said it best. Our staff does really, really good with working with contractors and homeowners, in my opinion, very, very well. And we understand even when there's opposition, we understand the complexities of trying to do things. So staff is very good at working. Now, if you don't conversate with staff and you don't update what your status is, then that might lead to, you'll be right back before the commission the very next meeting. Whereas as soon as we can advertise it. That answer the question properly, Randy? Any more questions? And I want to give a shout out to Randy. Randy and his staff are very, very good at working with constituents. And and the complexities of permitting and stuff like that to make sure that they walk them through their step by step. And as you can see in the correspondence from Brad Reams, I mean, he just laid it out in pretty much as layman's terms as you could. So he did a good job. Did a very good job. All right. So now that we have a properly made motion, properly seconded, any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner and members. Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Thank you. Have a good day.
It's not many times this commission gets to see argument from the sides of both attorneys. Oh, yes, well, Mr. Ware, I need to talk to you, your client real quick. Does he come to the microphone, please?
He does. He accepts the civil penalty.
Please state it in there. Does he accepts the civil penalty?
Yes, sir, he does.
Thank you so
And
much.
we're again, like we were several weeks ago with the contractor not being here, and I guess, speaking with Mr. Owens, that's another issue that y'all be taking up.
Yeah, and so I'll say that Mr. Phillip with 2 L's, Gibson, accepts the civil penalty of $6,000.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Y'all have a good day.
You too, thank you so much. And I will call out, just, even though he may not be here, look out in the hallway, officers, is there any representative from Blackwater Pier and Dock Incorporated in the audience, or is there any representative out there? I do have to call it out to see if anyone from Blackwater Pier and Dock Incorporated present. Any representative or any person associated with. All right, there being none, Kelsey, you got that for the record? They're not present. There's no one present representing Blackwater Pier Dock.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Sometimes I move a little fast, and I even forget myself. All right, Chief Kenyon, you're up. Shellfish.
I'm gonna recuse myself.
Yes, absolutely. I'll let the record reflect that Associate Member Kellum is recusing herself.
Good afternoon. This is a discussion item from the Shellfish Management Division for requests for support of the 2025 Oyster Replenishment and Restoration Plan and the approval of the associated procurement procedures that go along with this. Each year, staff brings in front of the Commission to review proposed projects for the upcoming replenishment year, as well as approve the procurement procedures that will be used for maintenance and expansion of the oyster resource each year. Funding is procured from various sources. This year is about $4 million in general funding that is split between some restoration work and replenishment. This plan that you see in front of you was brought to the Shellfish Management Advisory Committee at their February 2025 meeting. The plan that you are looking at incorporates their suggestions. It is a highly collaborative process, and everything you see was unanimously voted on by SMAC for support. In addition, at that Shellfish Management Advisory Committee meeting, there was a presentation by a graduate student from Virginia Institute of Marine Science, Ms. Alice Marquette. Her information evaluated the impacts of rotational harvest and replenishment in the Rappahannock River. Some of her key findings that you can find on our website under that SMAC meeting, both her presentation and her summary, really support the decisions from this commission. It supports 3-year rotational work. Those are seasons that this commission has adopted and supported. And it also supports the replenishment on reefs that have areas of less than 10 liters squared of 10 liters per meter squared of shell on the bottom. And those are the areas that we should target for replenishment. And that's what you're seeing in your replenishment plan. So it's good to see that the science coming out from Virginia Institute of Marine Science backs the decisions of this commission when we talk about season structure and the replenishment plan that's been put in front of you for the last few years. So this is just overall harvest going back to the early 50s. I think the most important thing to look at here is after the late 80s where we had disease. This is where the modern day replenishment plan came in, the early 2000s. You can see the response from that public fishery in the dark blue to this replenishment plan that the staff implements and this commission approves each year. Kind of a closer look right here shows that that really has expanded. This public fishery is about $40 million each year. So what that works with a $4 million budget is anywhere from a 7-to-1 to a 10-to-1 return on investment from the Commonwealth. This is the largest economic contributor to the Virginia seafood industry. For oysters alone, it is the #1 on the East Coast, and it is #3 in the nation. So the decisions in this plan and the replenishment in the seasons that this commission makes is extremely important, and you've seen very robust results right across. So when do we replenish? So in collaboration with the Virginia Institute of Marine Science, VMRC does a patent tong survey. This survey does about 1,600 grabs across harvest and sanctuary areas throughout the Chesapeake Bay and its tributaries. It samples about 10,000 acres of oysters each year. It measures your markets, your smalls, your spats, and your shell volume on the bottom. So what it does, if you can imagine, it takes a grab about the size of your arms in front of you and evaluates that shell bottom. And what that finds, and it is very in line with the study that came out of VIMS, is that yellow line that you're seeing on the screen, that represents 5 liters per meter squared of shell. So that's about half of the area covered with a single layer of shell. That's the minimum threshold to allow for growth of oysters. So you can see right in here, when you get to that 5 liters, these brown spots show that, hey, we can have some oyster growth. The preferred one is this green line. That's 10 liters per meter squared. What that represents is one single layer of oyster shell covering the entire area. So when spat comes along, it has something to attach to. And the importance of that line is you can see that gives opportunities, all these brown dots up here, for exponential oyster growth. So with that, the study and the patent tong survey that we do, we look at those areas and determine which areas fall below that 5 liters, and we should target for some kind of replenishment and restoration, and which ones fall above that 10-liter threshold and probably don't need replenishment and restoration this year. So just this typical information that might come out of that survey, you can see this on the left here. This is what an area might look like before a harvest season. You can see it has very high markets, very high shell volume, and that shell volume above that 10-liter mark. And then when we do surveys post-harvest, you can see, you would typically think, yes, markets are going to be removed from that during harvest, as well as some smalls, but you see that brown shell bottom, that falls down towards this 5-liter threshold, and that's the indication that we should target that area for replenishment. So that's what the plan shows in front of you that you're looking at today. It evaluates all those areas. It shows the areas that fall below that 5 liters and below those 10 liters and should be targeted for some kind of replenishment work. So the majority, so getting into the nuts and bolts of what's in that replenishment plan, it's really done through 3 different things. We target seed transfer, we target shell plantings, and we target alternative substrates. So with the seed transfer, we move up to about 20,000 bushels a year. It's a very small portion of that $4 million funding. Only about 100 to 200,000 is dedicated to this each year. We did receive input from the Shellfish Management Advisory Committee. Those comments are incorporated into the plan that you're seeing right there. They suggested establishing an additional seed area in the Jail Island area of the James River. This is in addition to the Nansemond Ridge that's open for harvest. And they did also recommend moving some seed from the Great Wacomico up to Blackberry Hangs. So those will all in the plan and are absorbed as part of SMAC's recommendation. You can see this is the area in the Nansemond River that has generally, since 2017, been used as a seed area. It's planted every year, and then we can remove seed from that area to move to different areas, generally up in the Potomac tributaries, as well as the Tangier-Pocomoke Sound. This year's proposal has the lower area, the deeper portions of Jail Island, targeted to expand those shell areas, give alternatives in that area, and really it's just a small portion of the entire area, maybe 40 to 100 acres, but it would give some kind of options over there and potentially wean the area off of an open harvest area. So that was recommended by SMAC. It was supported by staff, and it is part of the replenishment plan that you see in front of you. The largest portion of the replenishment plan done each year is shell planting. Shells on the bottom degrade. They only have about a half-life about 3 to 4 years, and harvest on top of that. So it is important that we replenish these areas each year in order to have some kind of spat sun on here, as well as oyster growth. So it's generally a combination of house shell, reef shell, and dredge shell. We send a survey out to all your major dealers to see if there's house shell available. And we work through contracts. The largest contract is through Fossil Dredge Shell. Just to those who aren't aware of what fossil dredge shell is, there's a large deposit of shells that are approximately up to 10,000-year-old fossils that reside in the lower James River. Each year, the largest contract we do is somewhere between $3 to3.5 million that contracts a barge and a dredge to come down and extract those shells, anywhere from a foot below the surface down to about 40 feet below the surface. They're put on barges, as you can see from this video, and anywhere from 10 to 15 loads of these barges are moved throughout the Chesapeake Bay for replenishment each year. So this is a large portion of what we do. The nice thing is Virginia has this resource. We have this resource available, and when we get into the procurement procedures, we have the ability in those procurement procedures to set the price to be able to move this efficiently and be able to replenish all the areas we need. Without this replenishment, we cannot promote growth of oysters and sustain this fishery. We do have alternative culture projects as well. How do you say alternative culture? This is mostly stone or granite, 57 stone. There are plans to maintain sanctuary areas in the Rappahannock River. This has been used on harvest areas, extremely successful. But we try and use that fossil dredge shell on harvest areas and then move towards these alternative substrates for the sanctuary areas. This is a smaller portion, maybe up to $500,000. When you actually look at the replenishment plan is built for adaptability. So we contract a large dredge to come down from New York. If something happens from that dredge from New York, this plan gives us the ability to adapt and push more resources towards seed, towards alternative substrates, towards shell dredging. So the numbers you see in this replenishment plan represents a range, and that gives staff the ability to adapt in case the worst things happen. But in general, this is generally around $500,000, $300,000 to $500,000 spent on alternative substrates, generally looked at for those restoration areas. Just as a picture, you can't even see, this is after a couple years of growth on those alternative substrates. You can see oysters grow on it very well. The problem with it, it's a little bit more expensive, but it lasts a little bit longer, so there's some give and take for all of these. One of the most important parts of the replenishment plan that is from you is the procurement, and we do need approval of this procurement. So when it's not feasible for the Commonwealth to be able to bid with competitive negotiation, these procurements specifically for house shell, reef shells, allows us to set the price. So we brought all these prices and we work with industry and SMAC to set these prices. We do this each year, and this allows us to essentially set those prices and bring these items out to bid for procurement. So those procurement procedures that you see in the plan are part of the approval today. As I said, this entire plan that is in front of you right now was brought to the Shellfish Advisory Committee. It's a collaborative effort. They had a lot of suggestions which are incorporated into the plan you see today. They unanimously supported not only the areas that are looking for replenishment, but also the areas that don't need replenishment, as well as the expansion of those shell areas. So what staff is recommending today is the commission actually consider support of this 225 oyster replenishment and restoration plan, as well as the approval of those associated procurement procedures that allow us to use that funding efficiently.
Any questions for him, Peter?
Mr. Erickson?
Thanks, Adam. I just had a question about this summary and staff recommendations. So would this be a recommendation to take the plan and the procurement procedures to a public hearing, or?
No, this actually doesn't, this is a public hearing, we advertise it, but it doesn't actually need a public hearing. It's a discussion item. This plan can happen, but it is very nice to have the support of this commission going forward. And the plans that this commission have supported in the past have done very good work. So what we're looking for, support and approval of the plan as a public hearing today, as well as those associated procurement procedures, so that we can move forward with that 2025 plan in the spring.
Okay, which, just as a follow-up, which would eventually be adopted by this commission?
This is the adoption of the commission today.
Okay. As a follow-up question, the plan and the procurement procedures would be together in one vote, or would they be separate?
You can do it together or separate. In the past, you've done separate to not only approve one, but approve the other. So you've done it separately in the past.
I'd ask the commissioner if we could adopt those separately, please.
Absolutely.
And unless there's any objection from the commission? Any objection to adopt separately? The plan and the procurement, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, separately.
So the funding comes from the state under the general fund. And then you said there's some other combination of grants, special legislative funds, and use of fees.
So it depends on the year. There are years where we get large amounts of capital funding. We got $10 million in capital funding a few years ago. There is a small amount of funding from the Nature Conservancy to do some shell dredging on the eastern shore that we get, about $125,000 each year. So we do have some smaller funds from some other places that we can move, but the majority of it, especially for this year, is specifically that $4 million that is general fund.
Okay.
And this time around, the governor put in an additional $3 million that we didn't normally get as well for this budget cycle, so. That we got. That's a one-time, Mr. Wade, that was one time. It was a settlement, the Montos Santos, whatever, that settlement agreement, that money went into our replenishment, some of it. It was in addition to, by the way, it didn't take anything. Mr. Hebley.
Thank you, Chief Kenyon.
Thank you.
I got a couple questions, if you'll bear with me. Last year, I think it was in the June meeting, I came down during public comment and talked about shell that was getting planted on oyster rock that was opening this coming, or this, actually 1st of December. Is there any assurance that we could get that upcoming rocks for this coming season would not be planted on?
Yeah, that was one of the discussions at SMAC, was not to target areas that are open for harvest this coming up year. That committee felt like it wasn't really helping at all, especially when you're gonna go back and through a dredge. So that was part of what we discussed with that SMAC that they unanimously approved, and as well as areas that they approved that didn't need any kind of replenishment at all, such as like the Great White Comico. They were very happy with the harvest in those areas, and staff was very acceptable to the fact that, and it lines up with the survey as well, that those areas don't need replenishment. So yes.
Thank you. Another question. This has to do with the shell and the fossil shell versus house shell. What is the average cost of the fossil shell when it's planted?
Fossil shell, I think it's $4 a bushel. It's kind of the average we use. It's extremely cheap. It's a resource that the state already owns, so really we're just paying for the dredging and the overboard of that.
The cost of that is associated with how far you're gonna put it.
And that-
If you're dredging it from James River and carrying it to, Great Wacomico, that's a much larger run than dredging it in James River and planting it in James River. So the associated cost is gonna rise because of the travel.
And that's why there's a range. So the longer you want to travel and the more isolated that area is, the more expensive it is. So the Nansemond Ridge is the most cost efficient because it's the shortest. And if we're going in other areas and you can hit 2 rocks, it makes it very cost efficient as well. So there's a range on what that price is, but we get a very good measurement on that and a very good price on that.
Another question, please. I know that we used to deal or use a lot of house shell. Actually, in my creek was one of the big areas where it was brought to, and then it went to the different areas that it needed to be replenished from there. Are we still using a good amount of house shell, or?
It has decreased quite a bit. So we do put a survey out to all the major shucking houses each year to see if they have shell available. The cost of that shell is pretty prohibitive when you compare it to $4 a bushel. So we have tried to put out bids for that last year just to see what people would bid. It was extremely price prohibitive as far as the amount of shell we could get for this resource. And there's not enough house shell out there completely to do all the replenishment we use. So yes, it's part of the plan. We do solicit to be able to get it, but it really depends on price and availability, and those are 2 things that we don't necessarily control all the time.
You talk about house shell. I think I read that it is in code that there's a certain percentage of house shell that is Virginia that we are supposed to get supplied back. Is that still in effect?
That is in code, and I'm not going to try and cite it off the top of my head. I'm aware. I'm aware of which section of code you're referring to, but I don't know off the top of my head to tell you.
I'm gonna
the
look it up, but I believe
ramifications.
it says they may, it doesn't say they shall. I don't think it's a mandate. And it's been like that for a while. I'll double check, you guys could proceed.
Right this second, I think I'm done, and I thank you very much for answering my question.
Is that-
Mr. Erskine?
Chief Kenyon, I had a question about the alternative culture project. There's a range here of dollar values that's attributed to that. How much of the funding, be it the restoration replenishment fund or the federal funds, would go towards alternative
So
culture?
what we've used recently, when you look at specifically with alternative substrates, somewhere between 300 to 500,000 each year. We do work with industry to be able to set that price. We know the market changed. I think it was somewhere in the mid-70s last year. And we'll do the same thing with these procurement procedures to make sure it's fair market value. The reason you see such a large range is because we do want the commission to approve something that is adaptable. For instance, if that fossil shell dredge sinks on the way down here from New York, or is not available, or breaks down, we still need to do replenishment work. So that high range would only be used if we really need to adapt these plans for really the worst case scenarios, that we need to really buy a lot more house shell, we need to really switch to alternative substrates. So that's why you see that large range, but in practical terms, what we've seen in the last few years, somewhere between 300 and 500. Yeah, so a very, very small portion of that 4 million.
Right, thank you. I just have one quick other question, sorry. The current mining deposit of fossil shell, do you have an estimate, maybe BMRC and or BIMS, of the shelf life left of that?
So originally when that was discovered, they said about 15 to 20 years. We're about 10 years of that. Consequently, we have been working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to identify more areas, specifically in that lower James River. We have identified an area on the eastward expansion of the Craney Island that they have identified a pocket right there, and U.S. Army Corps is going out in early March to actually drill down and do core. So we're trying to get that barge to go to that area and get that deposit out of there before they expand that Craney Island to the east over the next couple of years. And there's also some areas on that south side to the west of Craney Island. So yes, that deposit may only have 10 years years left. However, there are areas that we are currently exploring with the U.S. Army Corps and actually targeting this year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we've been, which I think most people are aware, we've been actively pursuing, research on alternative substrates as well as working with the Army Corps for more fossil fuel. And we're doing pretty good on that so far. Preliminary results look good. Any more questions for Mr. King? Thank you, Al. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on the shellfish replenishment and restoration plan? Is there anyone who will speak? Please come forward, Mr. Hudgens. I am paying attention. I'm just trying to find that shell code. I should memorize it at this point. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name for the record, sir.
J.C. Hudgens. Good afternoon, Commissioner Green and Associate Commissioners. The watermen do support this replenishment plan that has been proposed by SMAC and the Replenishment Committee. We think it addresses most of the issues that have come forth since the 2024-2025 oyster season. We're fortunate. We're coming off a very good 24-25 oyster season, probably maybe one of the best we've had in recent memory. So we're grateful to everyone, to SMAC, to our staff, to our watermen, and to our buyers that this is a very important fishery to the state of Virginia revenue-wise and certainly to the consumers. So I would ask this commission to approve this replenishment plan as is presented, and I think we'd be doing the state a good service. Thank you.
Any questions? Judge? Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak on this matter? All right. The code section, before I put this before the commission, the code section, it does say shall, but the code section is 22-505, sale of shells to the commission. And it only it doesn't cover oyster shells planted in state waters. So if the shucker packers are planting in state waters, and there's contracts and stuff we would have to do in advance. So that being said, now that you have that code section open, and Kelsey, could you check on that code section for me and get back to me on an opinion of what your thoughts is on it?
Yeah, I mean, my first thought looking at it is it says shall, but then it says shall sell up to 20% of the shells. So that isn't like a hard, you must sell 20%. If you can sell, apparently, as many as you want, up to 20%. It seems contradictory, but that's what it says.
Yeah, I mean, and it does, B is kind of, it's, the shucker packer may dispose of such shells as he sees fits. So.
Yeah, that too.
So I agree with you, but it's clear as mud. So, but thank you for that. And, I hope that you got the closed session. Any more comments or discussion needed from the commission? That being said, we'll go with the replenishment plan first. Are you okay with that, Associate?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the oyster replenishment plan is what we're gonna decide on first as a commission. It is as presented by the staff. It's before the commission now.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion to approve from Mr. Headley, a second from Mr. Branson. Any more discussion on the replenishment plan as presented by staff? That being said, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries 7-0 with one abstention. Ms. Kellum abstaining on the replenishment plan. All right, now on the procurement side of it. So, Mr. Erskine, you have the floor.
I would just abstain from the procurement vote. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so let the record reflect that Mr. Erskine will abstain from the procurement vote. Do we have, procurement is before, for the replenishment plan is before the commission?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve from Mr. Headley, a second from Mr. Branson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion carries 6-0 with one abstention, Mr. Erskine, one recusal, one abstention, Mr. Erskine, and one recusal, Mrs. Keller. There's a difference. If you're still in the room, you didn't recuse yourself. All right, and could staff get Mrs. Keller? All right, that being said, thank you, Adam, I appreciate you so much. Does the commission, I guess, want to push on through lunch, or, yeah, y'all push?
We got a lot of people waiting to.
All right, that being said, I didn't have anybody say stop for lunch, so we'll push through. All right, so this is the period of public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on an item that is not currently on the agenda? Is there anyone that wants to speak on an item that is not on the agenda? Oh, wow, that makes, Mrs. Edwards, you have the floor. I almost forgot.
I would like to request the extension of oystering due to the last several weeks of the weathering conditions of the California rock and the to March 14th.
California rock, and that is part of the Andrew Sound area. So you have a recommendation during public comment. I would say, do you have any questions for staff, or are you making that in a motion for the commission?
A motion.
So a motion for the commission is to extend the California rock to March 14th, is that what you said?
Along with the thoroughfare.
Thoroughfare?
Yeah.
Thoroughfare.
Hold on just one second. If we're going to be extending a season, we can't do it right now. It has to be in regulation, advertised, out for public comment. So what we can do is this can be a motion to advertise for public comment, a regulation of that is.
Which would be the season over by the time we got that.
Or we can do an emergency.
Say it, Mike.
We can have an emergency opening that's good for 30 days.
You can have an emergency opening. I'm going to need someone to justify that on the record. Because normally what happens is staff does those evaluations and has a record of why they believe it's an emergency. Doing it this way, we don't have any record of why it's an emergency.
So under advisement of council, we are saying that we cannot move forward with the motion. Is that correct? Because it hasn't been properly advertised? Is that where we're at?
If you can justify it as an emergency, and I'm pulling up the code section, there are specific things. I just need to know what assertion you are making about why it's an emergency that allows you to skip public comment and advertisement.
From what I hear, it was a lot of ice, especially on the eastern shore side, Saxes and all, that kept the guys from working for up to 2 weeks. And they were trying to regain some of those days that they missed due to weather and ice.
And additionally, some of that oyster would end up, it's at the maturest age at this point, so we would, a portion of it would die off if not harvested this year.
So did you hear that, Kelsey? Is the emergency point of view from Commission Member Headley is they missed a lot of days of work due to ice, and Commission Member Preston's comment was that he considered it as an emergency due to the fact of the high mortality rate of the big ones that are left there, potential high mortality rate of the bigger ones left there. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
I'm just making sure you heard him, because I don't know if the microphones are working a little bit. Mr. Headley?
Yeah.
Good,
I mean, can we, I think that's all good information. Can we we specifically say whether the adoption of this regulation is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, safety, and welfare, protection of the seafood industry, natural resources, or marine organisms. We still do need to publish it and file it after this.
I'm listening.
Mr. Commissioner,
Oh, Mr. Erskine, I'm sorry.
I just had a question maybe for staff.
Yeah.
If we're in a public hearing or a request
Yeah.
during public comment. Do you have an estimate on how many days, it's a two-part question, an estimate on how many days may have been lost during this time period?
I don't have an idea on how many days were lost during this time period. Just for reference, I put the 24-25 season on the board. That Tangier-Pocomoke season down there traditionally been 3 months. Working with SMAC collaboratively, and the season this commission adopted did extend that for 2 weeks for an opportunity in November. And as well as there was discussion at SMAC for Hurley's Rock that didn't get worked very much, and that would give an opportunity for those in Tangier-Pocomoke to work in March if they so choose. So some of this work into March was planned in by not only SMAC, but also the season that was adopted. It's a little bit different from previous years. But no, staff has no data that showed that these areas are iced in, or no estimate on how many days or effort in that area.
We may also have another problem regarding FOIA. I apologize to interrupt, but
Proceed, Kelsey.
matters that are considered at a meeting, especially regulations, have to be noticed at least 3 days before the meeting. It's one thing to have a motion saying, we'd like this to go out for public comment. It's one thing to say, we'd like staff to explore this or gather information. It's an entirely different thing to say, at the meeting with no prior notice, we're passing a regulation right now. I understand we have emergency regulation rules, but I don't think that this follows FOIA requirements either for meetings.
Right. And for the record, just so you know, Kelsey, I want to clarify something with you as counsel on the record. I didn't hear about this until last night. So I wasn't given any hit, prior notice. I'm not saying it wasn't out there, but I was not aware of this.
Yeah, we really need more notice if we're going to be passing a regulation that needs to be passed at the meeting.
So you want how would you like us to proceed since I have a motion? I guess, could Associate Member Edwards reword the motion to advertise, or how would you like to proceed?
That is something that she could do a motion on. I think just the current motion can't, I think it can't be voted on. It's impermissible.
All right, so Associate Member Edwards, would you like to amend it or withdraw it?
I do not want to withdraw it. And I know some of the weather was just with the watermen this past week with the snow. Understand the guidelines, understand. Is there a better wording to make it move forward? You said something about it.
Move to have it advertised for public comment, and then if you want to hold an emergency, special meeting of the commission, that will have to be advertised 3 days before if you need that. Otherwise, it will have to be heard at the next regular meeting.
So basically,
So either a special meeting or the regular meeting.
Can a special meeting be done through, does it have to be in person?
Yes. All of the same FOIL rules will apply.
we're not allowed to have virtual meetings. Kelsey, we're not allowed to have any virtual meetings, including emergency ones?
There are specific rules for when board members can appear virtually for emergencies, but it's not the same definition of emergency as our emergency regulations.
Right. I mean,
So-
I knew that the statute changed, but, and we had emergency statutes, and I'm not trying to move forward with this, but luckily I inherited the commission after COVID, and we heard meetings virtually for 2 years, so, but anyways, I understand the statutes have changed since then, so.
I can certainly look more into that. It has gotten a lot more complicated. But I mean, either way, we need a special meeting if you want to get it done before the next regular meeting.
I think one other my concern is, yes, about the economics for the watermen, but I'm also thinking about that the watermen have made a statement, and we heard it a while ago too, that the oysters are large, and if they're not taken care of this year, they would die. And so I hate to see a combination of the economical impact, but also for the life of the oysters.
I understand that. The problem that we have is the rules of FOIA for meetings require agendas be published 3 days before. And again, if we're talking about things like you're asking for something to be published or considered at the next meeting, that's one thing. There's flexibility there. But if we intend to pass a regulation today with no prior notice to the public, that is impermissible.
So,
I understand, and I hope you know I'm not arguing with you. I'm just stating the facts of what was sent with me with the watermen from the Eastern Shore and Tangier. Knowing that, I will take this information back to the group and let them know for future they need to at least make the statement or the requests 3 days ahead to get on the agenda. So at this time, I withdraw the motion.
okay, that being said, is that, okay, Kelsey? We have
Yes.
the motion, I withdrew the motion. All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone else that wishes to speak during public comment?
Commissioner Green.
Yes, come forward. I see this young man first, come on, sorry. Please state your name for the, you have something to talk about that's not on the agenda.
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
State your name for the record.
My name's Nathan Everett. I'm here to, forgive me, I'm gonna look at some notes. Because I see the need for a finfish processing facility up in the northern area of Virginia. Seems like it's pretty covered down in the southern mid area. And with some of the agenda items coming up, with the potential of creating more finfish that would need processing to gain maximum yield, I felt it was a good time to bring this up, that the Commercial Fishing Fund, I'm sorry if I don't remember the acronym, I believe it's Marine
Fishing Improvement Fund.
Fishing Improvement Fund, may have some funds that would be up for, is it RFP?
Yeah, that wouldn't be heard by this board, right? now.
Correct, but similar to the way the dogfish, spiny dogfish situation went down, which was, if I would add, it was very helpful. If anything, I would say it probably saved that fishery, gaining a buyer. I'm glad that BNC stepped in and stepped up. So yeah, I'm here to request that the board look into having, is it CFAB? CFAB
Conservation
consider,
Advisory Board.
yes, having CFAB consider using some of that fund for anyone that's interested in or continuing to build a fish processing plant up in the northern neck.
And I appreciate it. Kelsey, I'm gonna step in. You put the cart before the horse. There's an application process for Marine Fish Improvement Fund. We have a policy. The same thing happened when we did the dogfish one, the spiny dogfish one. You would first fill out an application to go before CFAB. They evaluate by code. The commission cannot stop it. They have to evaluate the projects first. Once they evaluate the projects, the ones that come through there will then come before the commission to be voted on at that point. So you need to be at the next CFAB meeting. And you need to fill out an application for a grant, so to speak. It might be a loose term, but through the Marine Fishing Improvement Fund. You know, I'm very well of the spiny dogfish one because we speared that up here because of the fact that we were getting rid of the fishery. But your first stop is, this platform has no authority on it until it comes before CFAB.
Understood. I would also like to thank the commission and CFAB for what they did with the spiny dog shark, as well as some of the other commissions for introducing and entertaining the ideas of some of the other new fisheries and bringing some of the younger, people in and just thinking about new fisheries in general, and so that we can continue to grow more and more. And glad I had a chance to plant the seed on, more infrastructure in Virginia for processing.
Well, I don't know that you planted the seed. The governor's been talking about it for 3 years, so, but I
I hope he
appreciate
doesn't.
that. That was what the fish fund was for, the fish fund, so keep your eyes, you guys in here that are interested in that. The fish fund, when that gets funding at some point, that's also to be utilized to help the infrastructure, the processing throughout the Commonwealth. That was kind of the main focus on that bill. So keep an eye on that as well, because CFAB will oversee that fund as well.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Come on, sir. Please state your name for the record, raise your right hand.
Todd Elder?
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Proceed.
I'm here today just to make comment on a experimental permit that you guys have issued me over the last few years for commercial spearfishing. And basically, I got a letter saying when they issued the permit last year that wasn't going to go forward for 2025. So I'm here today to just see what I can do to maybe persuade somebody that it is a viable means to harvest fish, and I've basically created a small seafood business around it.
The commission doesn't issue experimental permits. Kelsey, do you want to comment on that? That would be the commissioner, I believe. I've never seen the commission issue an experimental permit. Have you, Kelsey?
Yeah, I think that's right.
So, and the commissioner, who's me, gets advice from staff, the experts. So I think your conversation needs to be with fisheries and then with me about that, because I get advisement from Chief Gear. Chief Gear, you have any comments on this that you want to provide? But I use our Chief of Fisheries.
I just want to say that, Mr. Elder did have an experimental permit the last couple of years. Last year, for the first time, we reviewed those by committee. So there was a group of people that did it, and the general consensus was not to continue it.
Okay.
So that was, there was the general consensus of, not of everybody, but, the majority of the folks said not to continue it.
Okay. Now, I know there, thank you for that, Pat. And the one thing I will say is, if you have questions about experimental types, because Chief Gear he was the one that came up with the shrimp fishery. He's the one that came up with the mackerel fishery. He did all that. So we're used to it and made it to a fishery. So it's not like we're blind to it as well. Fisheries has done a great job with it. So if you want to set a meeting up with either the Chief of Fisheries or myself or Deputy Commissioner Joe Grist, we will entertain that and see what your perspective is. However, experimental gear types are utilized to try to find out what's best, whether or not we create a fishery out of it or not. Doesn't always happen. So I just wanted to be clear that just because you get an experimental permit, because we seem to have that problem everybody thinks it's gonna turn into a fishery. We still rely on the experts, and we come back with the data that we have, and we see what we can do with it. So I will entertain a meeting, you can set one up for Chief Gear, and we can see what you got. I mean, I really do appreciate your participation in that, but I'm not gonna comment on what the committee said, and I don't have a position to change that, override that, sitting in this seat right now.
Okay,
So,
all right, thank you.
all right, is there anyone else that wishes to speak during public comment? All right. Mr. Gear, you're up. That's the last one.
2 months in a row, I was prepared for Spanish mackerel and it didn't show up. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Today we're here to talk about blue cat management, specifically amendment Chapter 4 VAC 20-1360-10 pertaining to commercial electrofishing. First, I'd like to give you some extra comments that we received. We received these. Oh, sorry. After your packets went out.
Gerald sleep, yeah. Gerald sleep.
There are 8 comments there. One of them from our former FMAC chairman, and another one from one of the electrofishers as well. And I don't know if they're in the audience today. Electrofishers? There's one, okay, there's a couple, okay. I just want to mention that Alexa Galvin was the lead on this, so if there's a question I can't answer, she's our technical expert, and I might ask her for that. And like I said, there's some electrofishers in the room. If there's a technical question about electrofishing, they could be asked as well. We also have received 10 comments well after the deadline. They were coming in, they're still coming in. So the deadline was yesterday at noon, and they were coming in overnight, and they've been coming in all morning. I made the decision to not force my staff to go ahead and collate those and provide them to you today, but we will make them available after the meeting. Like I said, what I'd like to do is give you all a little bit of a background about blue catfish, because I don't think any of you were on the board when we adopted the regulations for electrofishing in 2019. So blue cats were introduced in Virginia, into Virginia waters in 1974 by the Inland Game and Fisheries Department, which is now the Department of Wildlife Resources, as a potential trophy fishery in the upper reaches of the James and the Rappahannock. They were added to the York about 10 years later. By the early 2000s, they had developed a successful trophy fishery that has developed with fish well over 100 pounds being caught recreationally in that fishery. It's a very popular trophy fishery in the James. Due to their salinity tolerance, they can survive a much higher salinity than other catfish, and their fast growth rates. They've spread quickly through the tributaries and have basically outcompeted the other native catfish species and have become a major predator in all our tributaries. Blue cat electrofishing. We're going to talk a little bit about electrofishing now. Primarily, it's a scientific collection method. So a lot of states have electrofishing surveys, especially in fresh water, because it works better in fresh water. It doesn't work as well in estuarine and salt waters. And how it works is you run an electric current through the water. It temporarily stuns the fish. They float to the surface temporarily, and you pick them up. We were approached by an individual in 2013. One of our fishermen said, "Hey, I'd like to try this to commercially harvest catfish." So we issued experimental fishing permits, or scientific collection permits, between 2014 and 2017. We were successful enough with it that in December 2019, Regulation 1360, which allowed the harvest of blue catfish, was adopted starting in 2020. Initially, there were 3 licenses issued, and we still have just the 3 licenses in the James, Pamunkey, and Rappahannock rivers. The season was, and still remains, May 1st through October 15th. Interest is, as Commissioner Green said before, we've had a lot of interest in catfish, increasing harvest with additional processing and in the infrastructure grants. Mr. Everett just mentioned that about having an additional processing plant. And the thought is if there's more capability for processing, we can have higher harvest. So how does the electrofishing work? It's real simple. My dot on here? There we go, there's my dot. Okay, you have these anodes. You have a positive anode and you have a negative cathode. You turn on the unit and it creates an electric field in between these two items, and it basically puts that current through the water, and the fish are stunned, and they float to the surface, and you pick them up with a dip net. This is probably a state doing their sampling because it's not a very large operation. Our operations have chase boats, so they do. So one boat shocks, and the other boats will go ahead and scoop up the fish and put them in that boat. The fish do build up a tolerance over time, and so they can only shock typically every 7 to 10 days. What's important to know is that our fishery for catfish uses low frequency currents, so less than 15 hertz. It only affects catfish because catfish don't have scales. Using this if you're using electrofishing for fish, other fish species, because they have scales, it's usually much higher frequency, between 50 and 90 hertz. So this is a low frequency electrofishing. It's very effective. It's selective. It's only affecting catfish, bringing catfish to the surface, and there's very little bycatch associated with it as well. As I said, we didn't go about this haphazardly. We issued these permits for 4 years, but also the individual worked with VIMS's Fisheries Resource Grant Program to get support to look into this, and that link there shows you can go there and see the 4 reports that we produced over those years. And what they looked at was, what's the feasibility of commercial electrofishing? They found they could harvest up to 4,000 pounds a day. The time of the year, what time of the year? Conductivity is the restricting factor on this. Conductivity is a function of salinity and temperature. They found it works best between temperatures of 23 and 30 during the summer months in the lower saline waters. They also did, one of the studies that they did was looking at conflicts with traditional hoop nets, and they found there was no difference in catches in the hoop nets with electrofishing nearby. So they've done a lot of studies with that. What happened? There we go. My computer in my office does that too. They did a lot of work on this beforehand. They did a lot of different studies. Electrofishing is not something you just go out and do. It takes a lot of fine tuning, and it's not just fine tuning in a system. Each system might be a little bit different, so you have to work with it. You know, it's not just go and you can be successful the first day. There was a lot of work that went into this. Moving on to the harvest. This is just showing the blue catfish harvest for the last 10 years. You can see it's almost always over 2 million pounds, except for the COVID year of 2020. We have a couple of years that have been over 3 million pounds. And this is for total catfish harvest. Looking at by gear type, pots and traps are the most prevalent at 46% of the harvest. They have about on average over that time period, 1,352 trips per year, with 84 fishers participating. Pound nets are about 15% of the overall harvest, about 146 trips a year, and on average about 5 fishers. Gill nets are about 13% of the harvest, about 1,350 trips per year, and about 84 fishers are involved with that. Haul seines are about 10%, and about 77 trips a year, and usually around, on average, about 4 fishers involved. Trout lines are about 5% of the total harvest, 278 trips a year, and about 13 fishers on average. Electroshocking is 11% of the total harvest for the state, with only 102 trips and 3 fishers. So it has 11% of the harvest, but it has the lowest effort and the lowest participation, because we're regulating that right now. So what are we proposing to change today? The proposal says to expand the number of licenses from 3 to 10, expand the areas to the Chickahominy, and to add the Mattaponi to the Pamunkey harvest area. We already have an area, so we're going to add Mattaponi. Mattaponi and Pamunkey will be one harvest area. Remove the size limit, and remove eligibility constraints for applicants. We have a number of constraints, one being that you have to have a history of 1,000 pounds of catfish harvest 3 of the last 10 years. That will be removed to make it easier for folks to get into this fishery. The second proposed management is proximity. What should the buffers be? The regulation now talks about a buffer about 100 yards around boat ramps, public boat ramps, fishing piers, and where people in the water is how it's defined. We're proposing to increase that to 300 yards, and the piers will include both public and private piers. So it'll be all piers on the water. to increase the buffer around fixed fishing gear, which I'll define later, to 300 yards, and we'll remain the buffer around other marked fishing gears will remain at 100 yards. We met twice with the FMAC committee, the Finfish Management Advisory Committee, to discuss this. We met in November 12th of last year and February 10th of this year. At the November 12th meeting, they discussed and they requested that we establish a work group to explore the issues a little bit further. In the February meeting, we brought to them some proposals that you're seeing today. They could not reach consensus on the size. As far as expansion, they were not able to, okay, as far as, there we go, next slide, sorry about that. In the February meeting, they could not reach consensus on size limit, whether or not, what we should do about that. As far as the number of licenses was concerned, they felt that 10 was too many. They thought 6 would be okay, and maybe build it up a little bit each year, like we've done with some of our other experimental fisheries. This passed with seven people in favor, 3 opposed, and 3 abstaining. As far as the addition of the harvest area of the Mattaponi and the Chickahominy, it passed, but not by majority. 5 people voted in favor, 0 voted against, and 7 abstained. And as far as they recommended a 150-yard buffer instead of 300 around only public fishing piers, and they included public and commercial campgrounds, and a 300-yard buffer around fixed fishing gears. 4 people were in favor of that, none were against it, 9 abstained. I will let the chairman of the committee talk about why there were so many abstentions, or people, members of FMAC, why some people abstained. I'm not going to speculate why. Okay. All right, this is going to be a little dry, so I'm going to take a quick drink of water if you don't mind. We've got several pages of this, so bear with me. Number of changes we're going to do. We're going to add a definition for fixed fishing devices, and I'll read it as a fixed fishing device means any fishing device required to use of more than 2 poles or stakes that have been pushed or pumped into the bottom to include only fyke nets, pound nets, stake gill nets, and crab traps. We're in the harvest area, where they're allowing electrofishing to occur. The James River is already defined. We're adding the Chickahominy, and that's going to be the main stem of the Chickahominy from the mouth of the river upstream to a transect from Watts Point to the southern point of Diaskin Creek. And in Pamunkey River, we're adding the main stem of the Mattaponi from the Route 33 Lord Delaware Bridge, which is at West Point, upstream to the Route 629 Walkerton Bridge. And then we're just renumbering Rappahannock as number 4 now, since we added a new area. Okay. Other definitions, we're adding a definition of pier, because it was the regulation that we had. I'll be quite frank, we didn't have anything there about buffers. At the very last minute in 2019, a board member said we should have some safety there, and they put some verbiage together, but it was a little vague. It says public boat ramps, comma, piers. Whether that refers to all piers or just public piers or private piers, we didn't know. So we defined a pier as meaning any non-commercial or commercial open pile or floating structure extended from the uplands channelward of the mean low water. This is the definition that we received from our Habitat Division. In Section 30, which is licensing and entry requirements, this is one of the big ones. We're increasing the maximum commercial electrofishing licenses in a calendar year from 3 to 10. Okay, and we get busy again with Chapter 30. Okay, and then let's see. Okay, this is Section B in the licensing entry requirement. We moved a lot of things around to make it a little bit simpler. Section B3 reduces requirements for eligibility. That's the section that we said you had to have 100 pounds of landings to maintain your license, and the individual had to, the applicant had to have a scientific collection permit. We don't need a scientific collection permit anymore because we are licensing this. So we haven't changed the regulations since we opened, so we can eliminate. I'm not touching a thing. My computer does that in my office too, so I don't know where it is. So we're basically eliminating 3A and 3B and incorporating it into 3 itself. So it will read, the individual shall have possessed the commercial electrofishing license report harvest of at least 100 pounds of electrofishing by electrofishing gear to the Marine Resources Commission mandatory harvest reporting in the previous year. So to maintain your license, you have to have 100 pounds of landings each year. Okay, and moving on to, this is section C, and at the top, we're changing it. If there is, this is referring to what are we gonna do if we don't have 10 licenses in a year? People who already had a license, somebody doesn't renew, someone passes away, whatever the case may be. So we're increasing it to 10. So by the end of, by second of February, we will conduct a lottery, is what this is saying. And to be eligible for that lottery, we used to have that you had to have a commercial fishing card. You have to fill out the application, and this is where the 1,000 pounds of catfish landings of 3 of the last 10 years came into play. We're striking number 3 on this completely out and incorporating 1 and 2 into the main section. So all that's required to be eligible is that you have a valid commercial fishing card and that you complete the application on time to be qualified to go into the lottery, to be considered in the lottery. Okay. 16 refers to sections 30D and E. D is pretty much just defining the period a person has, once we do the lottery and we tell them you've got a license, they have 14 days to fill out a form and say, yes, I want that license. So there's no ambiguity about someone saying, I didn't hear about this, I didn't know. It's like we call them, we send them a letter, say, hey, you got a license, do you want it? Fill out this form, send it back to us, and then we can start the process. And section E has been deleted because it was requiring to complete a training program, a safety training program. The reason why we're deleting that is because that was going to be conducted by Bob Fisher at VIMS, who was an expert in blue cats and electrofishing. Bob has since retired, so we don't have anybody to do that training now. We do have, and we do encourage folks to take, there are online training courses you can take through U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and we encourage the folks who get the license to go and do that. And then since we remove one, F now becomes the new E, and what this is doing is it's stating that electrofishing gear must be capped at a maximum of 15 megahertz, and you must show proof, the manufacturer must show proof that when you purchase that gear, that it can't go above that. So that makes sure that somebody doesn't ramp it up into the 50 to 90 range where it might start affecting scaled fish. So when they purchase their gear, the manufacturer will provide them a letter and say, this unit has been capped at 15 hertz, I keep saying megahertz, 15 hertz, and they provide that to us and then we can issue them the license. And the new section F, which was G, just allows to transfer licenses only with the approval of the commission or his designee, so otherwise they're accepted. So you have to get permission from the agency to transfer your license. And H was just redundant because we put that into the earlier section, so we're deleting that as well. Okay, 19 is the prohibitions. And the first prohibition is size, the size limits, and what is allowed with this electrofishing. They're only allowed to harvest invasive catfish, blue catfish and flathead catfish. We don't have much of a problem with flathead catfish in our tributaries. They are kind of a big deal up around DC, but not as much here. And then we're removing the entire section as far as what the size limits were. They were 25 inches total length with an allowance of up to 12 blue cats per trip between 25 and 28 inches. So that whole section, the recommendation is to remove that section entirely, so there will be no size limit for electrofishing. And then the second page on prohibitions, which is talking about the buffer areas. There's a whole lot of sections here. If you look at the regulation, which is on page 5 and 6, I think there's 1 through 9. 1 through 3 remain unchanged, and so do 5 and 6. The license holder must be on board the boat is one thing that will remain. The season will remain the same as May 1st through October 15th. They are restricted on weekends as well. C4 goes ahead and creates a 300-yard buffer around any fixed fishing device or within 100 yards of any marked commercial fishing gear. So whereas before that, fixed devices was 100 yards, everything was 100 yards. In C5, we're just correcting the name of our freshwater counterparts. It used to be Inland Game, the Department of Game and Inland Fisheries. It has been Department of Wildlife Resources for about 4 years now. And in 7, we're just that just indicates that the harvest areas, each license holder will be specified a specific harvest area, and that will be done administratively through the commissioner's office. So we will, through the lottery system, they will get assigned based on what they request. And in C8, that increases the buffer around public boat ramps, and that would include public and private piers to 300 yards. So before that was 100 yards, it's increasing it to 300, and that's on page 6 of the regulation. So all of that comes down to this, which I hope this is a decent summary. We have the agency proposal, and we have the FMAC recommendations. If the FMAC recommendation is in red, it was different from the agency proposal. If it's in green, there was an agreement. And as I said earlier, the agency is proposing 10 licenses. FMAC said 6. They were a little weird about jumping from 3 to 10. They said maybe go to 6 this year, increase it later on when we see how things go. They were all in agreement that add the Chickahominy harvest area and add Mattaponi to the Pamunkey harvest area as well. The 300-yard, FMAC recommended 150 yards for buffer around the only public boat ramps, and they wanted to include public fishing piers and campgrounds. And there was agreement on the 300-yard around fixed fishing gear and the 100 yards around marked fishing gear. So the main differences are the number of licenses and the buffers around public boat ramps and fishing piers, the main differences. Okay. So the recommendation today, it's a little vague and it's a little broad, so we'll try to work through it, is to amend Chapter 4 VAC 2013-60-10 pertaining to commercial electrofishing, to expand the electrofishing fishery, broaden eligibility of new licenses, increase harvest areas, remove size limits on blue catfish, and clarify areas where electrofishing is prohibited. We received a total of 9. I think there was 1 that you received in your packet. You received another 8 today. 8 of those public comments were opposed to the, were in opposition to the proposed regulation, but most of them weren't completely opposed. It was like they'd be opposed to the size limit or the buffer. It was a combination that said, yes, we should expand, but we don't like the buffers or we don't like the size limits. It wasn't like they were all just completely opposed to it all. Some of them said, we probably should stop and take a breath on this and figure it out a little bit better before we move forward. And I think that's all I have, and I'm just going to leave it with here. I put a lot on your plate right then, so I'll answer any questions, and if there's anything that I can answer, hopefully, if there's a question about electrofishing, one of the folks that are presently doing it can answer that. So.
Any questions?
Mr. Ransom.
Chief, thanks. I think having chaired the FinFish meeting, the last meeting we had, I can tell you that probably the number of abstentions is simply, we went through this for hours in November. We went through it for hours last month in this detail. And if you can imagine the commission here spending an hour and a half on this one issue, debating and so on and so forth, you know, I think the FinFish, to speak as the vice chairman, it's time to move on and get some regulations changed that can increase our blue catfish harvest. Some specific questions for you about when you talked about removing the entrance, we agree with that, the FinFish, but what's to prevent someone from purchasing a license with no real intent, honest intent in
The 100 yards of landings per year.
So if they buy it
If
this
they
year,
buy a license, they are required to have a reported 100 pounds of landings per year with the electrofishing gear, which isn't much.
for the next year. So basically, they could
For
buy
that
a
year that
license
they
today.
purchase it.
My situation,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
This scenario is this: we currently have 3 electrofishing watermen,
Uh-huh.
and we open it up. The FinFish recommended doubling that amount to 6. Staff recommended tripling it plus 1. You get not, 6 more people, 7 more people that get the license who don't fish at all for the first year to hold the license.
I could see that because getting the gear and getting started up, we would not, the commission would probably not, we had the same thing with shrimping. I think in shrimping it said 2 years.
This
You
is
had-
a
you had-
significant barrier to entrance, is the gear, the electrofishing equipment, the boats, there's barriers to saying, hey, let's just go to 10. There's barriers to this. There's a lot of money. If you had an idea how
About
much,
$20,000 to $50,000.
$50,000 somebody would fork out to get into this fishery.
The gear is 20, and then you have to have an aluminum boat plus your supplies.
Yeah. And then, with the retirement of the VIMS individual, should we require online training? That they show proof of online U.S. Fish and Wildlife training for electrofishing as a measure of safety?
We'd have to look in how they do it, if it is, I don't know if it's one of those ones where you take it, take a test and you get a certificate. I think it might just be more of an educational one. I'm not sure, but we can look into that.
Yeah, because that was when this originally came up, Commissioner, if I can continue. When this came up originally, I was out there talking to the commission from there, and safety was a big deal, about people in the water, making sure we don't fry somebody in the water. It doesn't take much to electrocute somebody with a few milliamps in the water if you're close enough, and that was a big issue, and so we've lost this opportunity for quality training. Is there something else? I'd ask staff to look into that for us, so that if we need to, at some point, amend that to include a safety regulation.
And to let you know, according to the Department of Wildlife Resources, who uses electrofishing all the time for their surveys, the effective range on this is about 100 feet. The effectiveness is, 100 in all directions.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's all I have, sir. Thank you. Ms. Cowell?
A few questions for you. You mentioned early on about bycatch and that there was very little bycatch.
Yep.
In this situation, should there be zero bycatch? Because if they shock the fish and the fish come up, you don't dip them if they're not catfish.
We've had observers on board the boat since 2020. We've done 7 trips. We've done 41 different events, which means they go to different areas. And we have caught a total of 35 whitecats. That's the only bycatch they've caught. And so expecting to catch other catfish species or they would come to the surface because they don't have scales either. And what our staff does when they go on the boat, if anything comes up, they're recording that. So they've only recorded 35.
I was just curious when you said very little bycatch, why there wasn't.
It's very, very selective.
And on the fixed fishing devices, I know a gill net is not a fixed fishing device.
Stake gill net is though.
Right, but are we gonna run into user conflicts with regular gill nets?
They would have, it would be like with any other fishing gear, with a crab pot or anything else, you'd have to work, you'd have to move around them. Any other fishing gear is 100 yards.
Okay.
So,
And last question. License holder must be on board, and I guess that means there's not gonna be an agent.
no
program
agents.
here.
No. So since I've been here, every new fishery we've started, we do not allow agents.
Thank you.
Now, I will say in the shrimping, we had an extraordinary circumstance where the father and son were working together, and I think the father had a stroke, and we let the son continue
Right.
using it, but not under normal circumstances.
Thank you.
Mr. Brass? Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Chief, are there any, and this is a question really for VIMS, are there any studies on the effect of electrofishing in proximity to like fish pots, fixed fishing gear, staked gill nets?
Yeah, one of the studies that was done was specifically around hoop nets. I don't know about other gears, but they did, because I guess there was concern about that. So they did a specific study around hoop nets, and they didn't find any difference in the catches. And I think that was one of the last years that they did it. That was one of the last studies they did with the VIMS work.
All right, thank you.
Mr. President? I'm still a little confused on why so many people abstained during those votes. I don't know if I quite understood the response to that.
I'm not going there.
And just a small comment towards that, if you're on board or on any kind of committee, you're expected to partake. I understand why my fellow board members abstained earlier on votes. Couple things, back to the question that just got asked, was it doesn't conflict with other fishing devices. There's a lot of numbers that conflict with that, where it doesn't conflict with a fixed fishing device or any other, and we'd be idiots to try to catch blue catfish in gill nets. But in pound nets, fish pots, trout line, obviously very, very little. But it's
kind of disturbing numbers from the people in my general area where it has affected their catch significantly. And so much so on the commercial side, but also on the recreational side, which this might be just coincidence. I'm not basing this off a particular study, but the recreational people, homeowners, and those who partake in the chase and joy of catching a catfish were extremely unsuccessful during the months of August and September, which used to be the highlight of it. So how was that study done? And we're only focused on hoop nets on that, and a lot of they don't always go to a hoop net. It just depends on.
I guess at the time that was the gear that was the biggest concern.
Okay.
Ironically, we're not hearing any complaints on the James at all, so there may be something specific going on in the Rappahannock that's different. As I said, with electroshocking, the conductivity and the temperature and the salinity all play into that.
Sure.
So maybe something else going on there. We have had buffers in play, and according to DWR, who has done this a lot, the effective range of this gear is about 100 feet. So those lower numbers could be, because they're harvesting. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know, but it's the only place we've heard any complaints about this is on the Rappahannock. We haven't heard anything on the James. We need to look at it more. Maybe look at DWR. One of the requirements that I didn't mention was that because DWR has done this survey for 30 years, and they were like, when we started to say, wait a minute, the problem with electrofishing, if you go electrofishing an area today, you can't do it tomorrow because they become desensitized. It's about 7 to 10 days. So they announce in advance, we're going to be on this system 2 weeks from now. And those people can't fish there for a week prior to that. So we have that restriction for DWR, but I mean, maybe looking at their data, and we've started looking at some of the specific commercial information. I can't present that today because it's confidential.
Sure.
So we just started looking at that to see if there's any, what may be going on in the Rappahannock that may be different.
Back continue. Sure. All right. As far as studies, so we've studied the potential conflict of other fishing gear, and we got limited data on that because we only focused on the hoop net, but because that's what was available at the time. As far as other studies, the 15 hertz on a blue catfish because it doesn't have scales. Skin fish. One of my personal concerns is the areas that we have allowed it, and just for say in the Rappahannock, from that 360 bridge up to Port Royal, that 301 bridge, which happens to be one of the better areas for spawning for rockfish and a lot of other species. And during this time of the year where this fishery is taking place is during that spawn time.
No.
No?
Well, yeah, maybe towards the late end of the spawn. You're right.
Right. And so what does it have an effect on that 1 to 2 inch long fish? Maybe.
I mean, if there was going to be an impact, they'd be floating to the surface as well. I mean,
or I guess on the flip side of that, on the embryo side itself.
I mean, we don't know about embryos. I mean, it's, I don't know of any studies that have been done. I mean, somebody mentioned a study that's been done on embryos, but I have not seen it. And I don't know if there is a study, I don't know what the frequency is at. Like I said, most of the electrofishing for finfish, if you want to electrofish for striped bass, FIMS does striped bass electrofishing, it's higher frequencies, much higher, 50 to 90 hertz.
For a more mature fish too, right?
Well, no, just for any fish with scales, it's going to be higher. So, we've been on the boat with them. We have not seen anything else floating up. No perch, no white perch, no striped bass. So, I mean, from what we're seeing.
Mr. White? You got in the thing, it said, in 2019, staff established a maximum size limit on catfish for the following reasons: health advisories, competition with trophy, angling, fishing, and the market. What's changed to make you up the ante?
It's still, we still, there is still a concern with the advisories that we have are done from the Board of Health. It's 4 PCBs. On the James, it's the entire length of the James, and it's for fish over 32 inches. So I will just say that it's for fish larger than 32 inches. The reason we as far as the recreational trophy fishery, that's only a small portion of it. And right now, the primary size of these fish is about 8 pounds, which is about, that's, when we asked the processors, what size do you want? They said 8 to 10 pounds. That was about a 25, 27-inch fish. So, and we went with that. So, but the advisories are in fact, but that's only for recreational. And all it is an advisory. It's a recreational saying, we advise you not to eat blue catfish over 32 inches on the James. There has been a big push to do away with the size. We don't have a size limit for any of our other commercial fisheries for catfish. So you can go out with gill nets and catch whatever size you want. You can go out with hoop nets or whatever you want, or the pots. You can keep whatever size. This was the only fishery we did this, and we did this to complement what DWR had and what they were suggesting. But
Yeah, and I think that was kind of echoed, because I was in a lot of these meetings early on, with the push for the catfish processing, that the governor was pushing, I guess about 3 years ago. And this was the only gear type regulated by size. Every other, and hoop nets is the greater percentage of harvest, is that correct?
pounds of traps, the hoop nets.
Yeah, pound, yeah. So, I mean, and then that was the only one regulated by size.
There was no recommendation, I guess I didn't see it on FMAC, on size change.
The recommendation is to eliminate the size.
From FMAC?
Oh, from that, no, they couldn't come to consensus. They had no recommendation. They couldn't agree on what they wanted to do with it. So they didn't, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it was, they were all over the place with it, so they never even made a motion.
There was a lot of, if I may, Commissioner, there was a lot of discussion because there's bills floating in the General Assembly that are currently on the governor's desk to sign regarding size, elimination of. So I think the finfish and expediency just moved on along.
Yeah, I'm not gonna speak to legislation, but, this is a hot topic in Richmond.
James River too, sir. You'll hear it in the comments.
I'm saying in general, I work for the Commonwealth, not just the James River. It's a high topic. Everybody up there wants them gone for some reason.
A lot of my questions have been answered by some of these, but I just want for the record to make 2 comments. I am all about safety, and that does concern me where they took away the safety, the training of using this. And I would like something back in there, whether it's the online required, whether you get a certificate, but I do think that's important. And I do think the buffer, I like what the agency proposed on the 300-yard, especially when you're dealing around open piers, it could be children swimming.
I will let you know, we have the father of electrofishing in the room, George Trice, who was responsible for those 4 years in those studies. And he has worked with the other folks, the other 2 license holders to help them. And, so I think hopefully it'll be a communal activity where folks can help each other. But I agree that, if the board feels strongly that they want us to require, we don't have the capability neither as FIM, so we'd have to do some kind of online training.
Well, as you get larger, that you tend, when you're small, you can do that, but as you get larger, it tends to not happen.
We have 3 permits currently right now. Do we have, do all 3 permits have their own vessel, or is it most of the work been done on one certain
I
vessel?
believe 2 of them partner together and one has their own, one works alone.
Okay.
Commissioner, I'll just share with the chief that I just ripped through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife electrofishing video in 2 minutes. That takes an hour and something in length. There's no certificate suitable for framing at the end, but if
we can require that.
If we require it and self-certify that they've done it, that's something. But I think I agree with.
I come from law enforcement, and I'm gonna challenge you on that. You self-certify, but what do you expect law enforcement to do for enforcement on that? No certification?
We can have them come into the office and watch the video in the office if we had to.
That would be the only real other option, so.
Yeah, I still even question enforcement coming here, but I think legally we're gonna run into a hot spot on that, but, so, then that means we gotta maintain the base, the database on that. Any further questions?
I had a comment regarding that training. If that was to come to be, I'd love for that to be a discussion topic too, because the expecting of people that would partake in this fishery based on their location to drive to Hampton Roads to take the training is a little absurd unless we say it's a one-time and done.
I think that's what it would probably be, once you had, now, it may be, it could be if you had a violation, you have to take it again, or something.
Oh, that'd be fair, because you know how I stand on that.
Yeah. It could be.
Maybe even give up the license if they can't follow simple rules. But I do have a couple more comments, and I want your help. I brought down some fish that were provided to me from the Rappahannock a month ago. They had broken backs and burn marks on them still. And I didn't necessarily require a formal follow-up, but I was just curious on what happened to those fish.
We did a formal write-up. Ethan Simpson, I don't have it with me. Commissioner Green has it, Deputy Commissioner Christ have it. What they found was the one was okay. It was pretty normal. The other one did have a distorted spine. That could be from any number of things. One thing, when a population gets very large, you know, it's called density-dependent disease, where you're more close proximity to disease, you get greater disease breakdowns. So it could be that, it could be genetics, you know, something's going through the, whatever that case may be. It could be any number of reasons why that's occurring.
Yeah, the only thing I'll comment on that is I haven't been provided any data that supported any claims of what this fishery has done. I haven't got anything from VIMS or anybody otherwise negatively towards any fish. I'm not saying it doesn't, I'm just saying it hasn't been presented.
No, I understood.
And so I don't know anything about any kind, because the instances that Chief Gear's talking about, there was no nexus established to it directly what the cause was.
Understood. I have one more question, I guess. It's regarding those ride-alongs. Obviously, they were riding along. You guys did the ride-alongs, or however many it was, that's a good number, with the fishermen themselves. As far as post-studies of it, a ride-along with someone fishing these areas that also relied on these waterways as a living too, on the same fish. Has there anything been done like that, just to see how that has taken effect in their own fishery, to see what that fish looks like there afterwards?
Well, like I said, we're starting to look at that. At one of the meetings that we got brought up, and we're starting to look, but we get very specific on some of these. We're talking about a pound net in the areas where it may be one individual, so it becomes confidential data, and we're working through that. We can talk to DWR, which does they do an annual survey, and see if their numbers have been affected at all. And I think they came to us because the population of juveniles and subadults was exploding. They said, what can we do to increase harvest? And that's how the impetus for how this all started. So, I mean, there are a number of things we can look at to see, you know, if there's, you know, other impacts, you know, is the abundance, you know, what's happening with the abundance. But it's kind of hard to put the smoking gun just on one thing. There could be a lot of other issues as well.
Sure. My concern with no study, and the post there afterwards, is this the most efficient way to be able to target more fish, to catch more fish, where if fishermen are going to be reporting that confidential number that you quote, if they're going to be, their reports are falling for a couple months for those fixed gear devices that are there, but then all of a sudden they pick back up there afterwards. I mean, is it the most effective, where some of these folks might have been catching 40 to 50,000 pounds a month, and they drop down to about 4,500? Is it the most effective out of one fisherman, out of one wharf? Is it most effective?
Yeah.
If we're trying to chase down, I don't ever foresee, since something that got established in the mid-70s, ever going away. Maybe try to control, but never delete. I just don't foresee that happening.
I agree.
But to be able to more effectively, there's a couple things in my mind, is establishing a market before we go establish more license for the fish. Maybe bring some of those out of retirement. I know that, hey, we want to catch more. We want to increase I understand people may have want and desires, but I just don't see where the studies are on a couple of crucial things. My question as far as fish embryos, what about that rockfish egg that's there? And nobody can answer a question.
You can make the argument, on other gears as well.
Sure.
Those things as well. So we don't have studies on what gill nets are doing to things or what other gears are happening. So we don't have the money to study everything, so to speak, but
Board
it's.
President?
Commissioner, I have a question. Chief, thank you. The reason why this data is confidential is there's 3 or less.
No, I'm not talking about them. It's, when I'm talking about, we were trying to compare, there was one individual that, was concerned about his catches declining. He brought that up in one of the meetings. And I think he's the only, with that gear, he's the only one fishing that area. So when we started analyzing it, we're looking specifically at his data versus electrofishing. And so we're still working on that. We'll come up with something, but we have to work it out a way that it's not, we can't present the data in a way that you'll know how much he caught.
No, and I respect that, but I think it's very valuable data that's
Yeah, we're
reported,
working on that.
right?
We're working on it.
We open up this fishery to more than 3. Is that catch data still going to be held confidential?
Right now, it's not confidential if we lump it together for the whole state. If we do it by the James, the Rappahannock, or the Pamunkey, it is. But once we expand, if we have multiple people in a river, then we should, it's the rules of 3. You have to have 3 people in a fishery, whether or not it's the fisherman, the dealer, the processor, whatever those are, it has to have 3 or the data's confidential.
As a follow-up, but we're not restricting these commercial watermen to a particular water body.
That would be the plan. They would be designated, at least that's what we did, when we did this before, you put in your application and you check any box you want, James, York, James,
I can
Pamunkey,
see
and
it's an
Rappahannock.
experimental fishery, but we're kind of
No,
taking.
this is when we licensed
Yeah,
it.
this is like that right now.
That's what it is now.
It's a river now.
Because the fear would be then everybody would end up in one system.
Right, so there's 1 license for the James, 1 license for the Pamunkey, 1 license for Rappahannock.
That's what we have right now.
River specific, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought.
And then if we add them, we will proportionally increase those in each system.
Any more questions?
And the thoughts or discussion about opening this to all tidal waters instead of, a couple, 4 rivers, Rappahannock, the Pamunkey, Mattaponi, the James, opening up to other tributaries and rivers?
Like what?
Like any of them? All waters, all tidal waters if we expand this more than 3-fold in potential participants, and we're increasing the offsets from where we can fish, you'd think you need to open up more of the waters to fish. So we don't run into some of these potential overlaps or conflicts between, participants
Well, the
studying
problem
one
is-
area
yeah.
and another guy coming in behind it.
The problem is opening up areas is that it has to be conducive to this. It's the conductivity that's gonna drive where they can do this. So we can't open, the Elizabeth would not, some places like the Elizabeth or some of the lower creeks would not work. We have actually, at the request of the public and DWR, said that we were not gonna allow this in any of the smaller tributaries and creeks, because we figured there was gonna be even more user conflict in those systems. So when we did this regulation, it's to the main stem only of the tributaries.
Yeah, I do say I did receive some questions on the tributaries, the creeks and stuff we're not included.
Now, it was suggested in AFMAC that we'll expand to the Potomac. We don't have authority over the Potomac. What about the creeks? Well, we're not allowing it in any creeks in other systems. Why would we allow it here?
Yeah, I think if we're gonna increase this electrofishing, then we ought to increase a whole lot more area. Give them a lot more opportunity, including some of these tributaries and other rivers. The watermen will know where they can get their fish or not. They know the time of the year when they can fish based on salinity and temperature, when they can fish.
They don't make much money with an empty boat.
Exactly.
And
And so
they
they're
gotta
gonna
catch
know
the
that
fish.
if this tributary, if it's a tributary off of, it's in the Warwick River, for instance, and they say, hey, I can electrofish in there, then they'll fish there. And if we can maintain a degree of safety, then, my suggestion.
If you put a 300-yard buffer around each pier on the Warwick River, it will be closed.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem. I think
Completely closed.
knowing that the range of this is 100 yards, 100 feet, excuse me, and we previously had 100 yards, now we're threefold increasing some of this stuff. It's now shrinking the areas that they can fish. Now, I understand 300 yards around on a fixed fishing device, i.e. pound net, you know, and some of these other devices at 150, what the FMAC recommended, to, you know, to provide that margin of safety and try not to affect other gear types. From the beach, you know, from all the shoreline, because you're talking about piers, and everywhere you go, there's a pier, a private pier.
Yeah, let me show you, because I got requested to do this on the Rappahannock. And this is, the Rappahannock is turned sideways so I can fit all on it. The allowable areas are from the 360 bridge all the way up to 301 bridge. So those are the areas allowed. And basically, I zoomed in Google Earth, and every single boat ramp, every single pier I saw, I drew 300-yard perimeter around it. And then I connected those, and that's what those red lines are. Those red lines represent those areas that will be restricted. When you get up, some of the areas up in some of those bends, it's even worse because of there's smaller areas. Overall, for the whole river, it's about just under 24% of the area would be reduced with a 300-yard buffer. I was told by the fishermen that this yellow line is what they call the salt ledge at Carter's Wharf. The gear is not very effective down here, so they don't fish down here hardly at all. So their fishing area is all up in here, and you can see around Leedstown how much of that area is removed. The fish are going to be found typically in bends in the river where there's deeper water, and but that's also where people are putting their piers. So, but you can kind of see where all the restricted areas, anything in red would be restricted areas. They don't go near the marsh, so anything that's marsh, anything that's very dark in there, it's probably marsh. They're not in those areas as well.
Any more questions?
Regarding the map, Mr. Commissioner, talk about the public boat ramp is at Carter's Wharf. Is that obviously us considering that salinity level there? Yeah, but as far as fishability right there, is it? If we were saying, what was it? The distance from a 300 yards.
300 yards.
Yeah, and so that pretty much takes you just about across the channel there to at that point. So essentially from there, it's very restrictive going up.
And I don't have this for the James because we haven't been asked for it. So.
Any more questions? Thank you for that, appreciate you. All right, so, I guess you got a list, did you get a list, or do we need to just call it out? All right, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on this electrofishing catfish bill, please? Please raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
Mike Lightfoot?
You swear to tell the whole truth, no truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do, sir.
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman and all associate members of the commission, I've been on the FMAC for 2 terms. I'm a commercial waterman. I gill net for catfish when they are down in my area around Coles Point, and that's only when we have a lot of rain and our salinity allows the larger catfish to move down the river. And when, by the way, when this happens, when we had the freshet in 2018 and 2019, the larger blue catfish moved all the way down to Cape Charles and were caught in pound nets, Cape Charles, Reedville. They were all over, and the salinity allowed them to do that. The VIM study shows they can tolerate up to 17% salinity. It's interesting, in the last 4 years, the total catch of blue catfish in Virginia has gone up well over 1 million pounds, and in 2023, electric shock was 14% of the total catch of 3.2 million pounds. That's 14%, that's 450,000 pounds by 3 permits, 3 guys, in a very short season. Even though we have a May to October, electric shock doesn't work if it's under 70-degree water temperature. So that is the absolute most effective gear type for the least amount of people of all of the other gear types that we have. And on the 25-inch, George Trice and Dave Johnson, the 2 of the 3 permit holders, say that they have to throw 40% of their fish back. So with a little calculator, that means they're throwing back 180,000 pounds a year of blue catfish. VIM study shows there's more total biomass of blue catfish in the James than all other species combined. So again, it's by far the most effective means. This year in the Virginia legislature, House Bill 2782, it was sponsored by Delegate Simons and Newport News, and it was co-sponsored by Delegate Hillary Pugh Kent. And the bill actually started with our Watermen's Association meeting with Hillary and convincing her that we needed to get rid of the DWR's regulation of only one fish over 32 inches in all Virginia waters. That bill passed both committee, the Ag Committee in the Senate, Ag Committee in the House. I provided written testimony to both of them through Delegate Simons. I was ready to video, but didn't need to because it passed unanimously in both committees. Now it's waiting on the governor to sign. And at the last minute, Senator Stewart made a change that gets rid of this regulation in all Virginia tidal waters. So as an example, this passed so well, so clean. It's an example of how the public feels about catching as many of these as we can. I just, also on the $250,000 grants by the state's grant program, I think it's happened 3 years or 2 years, but that coincides with us going up 1 million pounds in our total catch because now we have a better market for it, and our market is getting better and better. And the average price we're getting for the fish is even higher. Right now, Sea Farm is at 90 cents a pound. 3 years ago, we were at 50 cents a pound. And then on proximity to piers, our three guys on a commercial on George Trice's boat in proximity to the Leedstown Pier last summer. The Leedstown Pier owner had complained. Law enforcement came back with a rangefinder and saw George was inside of the limit. And so the 3 guys on the boat got a ticket. On behalf of our Watermen's Association, I contacted the Commonwealth Attorney in Westmoreland County, and I sent him the code that defines how far away from a pier. And after he read it, he agreed with me. He talked to Pat Gear. He met with Pat Gear, I think, but he talked to Pat Gear. And they decided to drop it because the code wasn't specific enough. If we have a code that talks all piers, that is a major issue for law enforcement. I mean, you got to have an officer on the pier with a rangefinder. I mean, how do you enforce that? Good question to ask. But I certainly wouldn't want that law enforcement issue to derail this whole thing. But if we approve it the way it's written, it's an issue for law enforcement. There's another piece in the Potomac River, and I'm also on PRFC Finfish Committee. And the Potomac River, up till the last 2 years, has been catching about 1 million pounds more than Virginia. And that's only from 70 watermen in this fishery up the Potomac. And their primary method of catching them is trot lines. In our catch in Virginia, trot line is one of our lowest. But we are just beginning to get watermen to understand how effective trot line can be. And there's a young man that is trot lining 3 1,000-foot nets right by the Surrey power plant. And he's 7 days a week, 1,000 pounds a day by one man. And it's interesting, he's throwing back 20 to 40 20-pound plus blue catfish every day because he has no market for it. Excuse me, because he can't keep them. He has a market for it. Wanshie's processor will take all of the big blue catfish that you can bring. Sea Farm will take some. O'Beers will take plenty. So we have a great market for these larger fish, not the 50-pound ones, but the 20-pound ones. Then one more item. I just read an interesting study that was put out by MDE in this past January that showed that in 2007, a study was done on Blackwater Creek up in Cambridge, Maryland, and they electric shock with the high frequency and counted all the species of fish that were in that creek. They went back in 2019, did the exact same survey, and 27 of the 29 species had significantly been reduced, with many of them completely gone. Now, they did the study for the impact of snakeheads, but this actually also should apply to blue catfish. We have no study in Virginia to show our perch, yellow perch.
Mr. Lightfoot, can you wrap it up, please?
Yes, sir. And then, so I think that if we did that survey here, it'd be the same thing. So if we're losing all of our fish, I mean, what do we do with the small group of charter boats up the James River? I mean, they have to make a livelihood, so, but at the expense of all of our other fish. But thank you for your time, and I'm sorry I went so long.
That's okay. Any questions for the speaker? Chief here. Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify, I don't know if Mr. Lightfoot meant this, but he mentioned my name and law enforcement said they dropped the case. It wasn't, we didn't drop the case, it was the county attorney dropped the case, so we had nothing to do with that.
Mr. Lightfoot likes to speak to law enforcement, we know that. So, thank you, sir. Ms. Richardson. Please state your name for the record, raise your right hand.
Monica Shinneman.
You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed.
Thank you. All right, so you guys got a tough job all the way around the board. As I sat there, I'm like, wow, y'all really have to make some decisions. But I have 4 points that I would like to get across. Number one, gear type conflicts, and not for the fact that they would affect the fish, but affect the catch. I feel like this proposal helps a few versus many stakeholders, and really the proposal is putting the cart in front of the horse on markets. All of these guys sitting out here and women could catch all the catfish you could handle if we had the markets available. So yeah, it's a hot topic, and we definitely need to get rid of them, but I don't think electrofishing is the answer necessarily. So my fourth question was about the work groups, but I think that kind of got answered throughout the meeting. So really my concern is the proposal doesn't give enough consideration for the fishermen who have to make a living with other gear types. So if they can't go back to a location in 7 to 10 days, then what does that do for the gill netters? And by the way, Commissioner Preston, my husband was a gill netter for catfish, and he loved it, and he did very well at it, but he had to, like, get those little hooks off. But, so what is it doing for their catch? They're the product experts, and everybody that has called me has said, my catch has significantly decreased, and I'm having a hard time providing for my family. So are we going to create a monopoly for just a few people versus a larger, stakeholder group? That's my concern. If this grant is approved for more permits to be issued, is it realistic for somebody to be able to afford it, to be able to get into it? Because it's my understanding it's expensive to have this equipment in the boats. I appreciate this statement about the post ride-along, because as I was sitting there, I'm thinking, have we really looked at the effects of, again, the watermen, they're saying that they're losing their catch. It's not that it's hurting the fish, but they're losing their catch. So I'm just hoping that we can do something to get together so that everybody can provide for their families, not just a few people. And my last statement would be, in the Potomac River, this was brought up, and they declined it over the conflicts of unknown, as I remember the meeting. So I just ask you to please consider everybody versus just a few, because I can promise you, watermen will catch those catfish if there's a market, and they'll be gone.
Is there any questions for Ms. Hunt?
I have a question, or more or less comment. 2 things. Just to address, well, I know you're very capable of catching it in gill net. It's just not fun to fish out.
True.
And then 2, I was there for those meetings at the Potomac River Fisheries when it was proposed, but then quickly denied by the fishermen, which at that point in time, I was, as one of those fishermen in Potomac River, I was highly for it because it was an easy way to make a catch. But since then in education, there were maybe a whole lot of other questions. Maybe I got a little wiser, or maybe just a little bit more scared over the years. So I remember meeting itself, but that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please come forward. Thank you. Please state your name for the record and raise your right hand, please.
My name's George Trice.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed.
Okay, first thing, I got every catfish I caught the last 8 years. If I could bring it to y'all. So y'all can kind of see. The first year was kind of a learning curve. Second year I done real good. Third and fourth year, it cut back a little bit, but I was working around hoop nets and working with Bob, and I couldn't really work the way I wanted to work. I did have to have a certification, and it is a printable thing, so you can get that. I sent it to Jamie and Spencer.
You sent it to me?
Yeah, it probably didn't go through because I just sent it on your phone. I don't know if it even went through.
Okay.
But I can show you on
That's
mine.
all right, I'll check it later.
Okay, but, these fish, they really like to be around structure. And the piers and stuff hold a lot of fish. And it's so many people that want these fish gone that like us to come to the piers and fish around the piers, and we give them fish if they want them or whatnot. And it's a lot of fish that stay around these fishing piers and boat ramps, not boat ramps, but fishing piers and docks. And if you take all that from us, that's probably not so much in my river, but the Rappahannock and the Pamunkey, you're losing a quarter of your best areas to shop. And I mean, they could get a $50 fishing license, and then we know who don't want us there and who wants us there. Because I've worked at James for 8 years. I have zero problems with anybody that I know of. I've went to the hoop netters, and I kind of know where they work, and I stay away from it further than I'm supposed to, just out of courtesy and stuff. Nobody gill nets the time of year we do this. It's not even really crab pots up there because it's so far upriver. It's all dependent on the salt wedge. And it's not in the salt water. It's like 0.5 parts per thousand is too much for this machine. It overloads it. So it's like 19 kilometers on the James and 17 kilometers on the Pamunkey that it's effective. And the fish eat like 15 times their body weight each year. So the bigger fish, they eat more. So they're eating a lot of crabs and rock, eels, everything that has a problem in the bay. It can be traced back somewhere in its lifetime to a catfish. Because the watermen are getting fewer and fewer every year, and we're still having all these problems. And the only thing that's expanding is catfish. And every year somebody will catch them in a different river or catch them where they ain't supposed to be. So I went to the Pat years ago and I said, let us go to the same river and try it and see if it can be worked with, and put two in the same river just to see if it works. Because it's a reason the game department don't want us a week ahead of their sampling, because you won't see what's there. You know, at the first of the year, I can see all sizes. As later on as the year goes, they get smaller and smaller and smaller for me, because I'm shocking the same places. And the fish are there, they're not coming up. Because when I'd done it the first 4 years, I'd work the James for a week or two, and then I'd work the Pamunkey for a week or two. And then when I got stuck in one river, I didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal, but working it year after year, over and over, I see a big effect that it's not as effective as it used to be. So if you do let more people in, maybe start with 3, one in each river to go with us, just to see how that goes, because this is, you know, $40,000 that if you don't know what you're doing the first year, you're going to really struggle, and you're going to struggle every year after that. just, you know, wanna put out there that it's not a gold mine. It's a lot of work, and,
I don't think anyone confuses catfish with gold.
no. And my catch on catfish is cut off this time of year from what it used to be. So maybe it is having a little effect on it. Maybe it is helping, you know. 1.5 million pound of catfish that small has to take some out of the system.
Is there any questions for Mr. Trace? We appreciate you. Thank you for the data, and I appreciate you sending us the certificate.
Okay.
Good, excuse me,
Mr.
question.
Trace. Thank you for your comments. You said that you think the 300-yard buffer is too far away. What would be a considerable buffer in your opinion? Now,
I mean,
taking regards that we do have to have safety.
Yes, and I've done it 8 years. I've never had a conflict or anybody say I was unsafe around them. And if I see people in the water, I don't go 300 yards from them. I'll stop when I see somebody water skiing coming at me. I'll stop. It'll be off till they're out of sight almost. You know, 300 yards is kind of excessive, but I mean, if it's like a public fishing pier, I can see that because they don't want to watch us catch fish or something. But just private docks that, I mean, most people, they want them gone because they're a problem.
What about the fixed fishing? What, like a pound net or something like
I have no fixed fishing devices in the James. It's one at the Chickahominy.
But it could be. It's something like that.
Yeah, it could be. And I mean, that's reasonable, 300 yards, probably. I mean, if you went a little further, it wouldn't hurt nothing because I want everybody to catch these things. They shouldn't be here, and I don't want to be the cause of this not, you know, letting other people catch fish. I think we should have had a meeting with all the different user groups and kind of talked it out and see what was good with everybody, but that never happened. As far as the little eggs and larvae, I talked to Patrick Cooney with Smith Root. He's a biologist over there, and you have to have high frequency and like sit on them for like 10 seconds. With the low frequency just drifting over a spot, it really wouldn't affect them.
I got
I,
a comment to that. I'd be interested with VIMS doing that study and actually providing that data, because that's where we take our advice and
yeah,
direction from.
well, actually, Bob Fisher went to Vancouver at Smith Root, and that's where he become a professional at. So they make the boxes that they, you know, if you had a question, I always call them, because I ask these questions before I started it, because I don't want to be the cause for the whole ecosystem to collapse. And everybody come after me.
George, how long are you energized when you shot? You pick an area, how long are you energized?
I mean, I can drift for 2 or 3 miles sometimes.
Do you have a pickup boat with you to?
Yes, yeah, just steadily doing little spirals, drifting.
And your thought about off the, I'll call it private property docks, not public docks, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I don't see a problem with it if the people don't mind. And anybody on, like on the Wrap that's got a $5 million house with waterfront property, a $50 license to say, I don't want you here, seems kind of reasonable. And maybe if y'all put a $2 license where people could buy it, they'd have GPS coordinates. We could go back and get all the coordinates of all the rivers that people don't want us around
I
it.
keep hearing this $50 license. I don't know what you're referring to. Pat, what, $50?
This is where it gets a little confusing here, because
Is that a DWR license?
we have what's called a commercial fishing pier over subaqueous bottoms. So if you are gonna allow people to fish from your pier and you're gonna charge them, you have to pay $83. So it's called a commercial fishing pier, but it's primarily for recreation.
Like
You're gonna have
like the James River.
Exactly.
Commercial.
Now.
That's only if you're gonna charge the owner.
Yeah, only if they're gonna
And
charge.
it doesn't exempt you from a license.
It
It's
doesn't,
simply charge.
it is mandatory. That's a mandatory license. If you're gonna if you're gonna charge, you're gonna have to pay that. There's an optional one that, you can get, which is $632 more, which means that if the people come fishing on your pier, they don't need a fishing license. So there's,
But this doesn't make any sense, because, and I hear Mr. Trey say this, if it's a privately owned pier, if it's your private pier, you and your guests do not need a license of
don't
any
need a
kind.
license. But then it's not a fishing pier then.
Right.
It's
I mean,
it's a
but
private pier.
Right, it's a, and to classify your pier as a fishing pier, I don't know, I mean, is there anybody that does that?
Yeah. It's, I mean,
This is the
I
same
was
thing.
just thinking of a way that would make it okay to go to some that don't mind us there, instead of cutting a quarter out of the Rappahannock.
I mean, I get it, I don't know about the license is my point. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, the philosophy side of it.
Yeah.
And it totally would give you a way of identifying, as long as we kept track of the licenses locations. So, because that's a whole other thing, because I ran into a problem with DWR before. We thought they kept track of all the duck blinds, and they have no clue where they're at, so,
anywhere, they can go anywhere in the river.
so it's like, oh,
This is George's time,
Yeah.
but George, it's on the finfish, so
Yeah. And
we
I abstained.
we struggled with this.
And I abstained from all the votes because I had too much of a conflict of interest in it.
And so
That's
that's
why
why
I
I was
did.
asking your opinion now, because
Okay.
you're not at the finfish.
Right.
And the finfish struggled with this, and George was good enough to recognize that any potential conflict, and so recused himself, but that's the challenge that law enforcement would have in finding, is that a paid whatever permit versus this, and it still goes back to something, Associate Member Edwards brought up, is like people in the water, we have a rule, and actually we're hopefully increase that distance to, if people are swimming off the pier, or off their bulkhead, or whatever, we have a safe stay distance that in regulation now, and I think we'll likely endorse that or change it, but, that's the point I'm making. We struggled with this on finfish, because we couldn't figure out, how do you identify this pier from that pier to this pier?
y'all are making my head hurt right here, right now.
This is the struggle with some of the extensions after hours. of
No, and I do appreciate you, I can
So
understand.
thank you, George.
So
Okay.
thank you.
You're welcome.
But I would tell you too, on the, 50, even if they're, whatever the license you're trying to reference, that wouldn't be like a database that law enforcement goes in and pulls up and says, hey, here's where they are, we can give them to you and show you on a map. That's not, we wouldn't have that. So, you have a question, Mr. Allen? Did you have one?
Y'all led me off in another direction.
Led you off in another, that seems what catfish will do to you, it leads you in another direction. Is there anyone else that wishes to comment this time? Come forward, Mr. Johnson. Please raise your right hand, state your name for the record.
My name is David Johnson.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed.
I'll go back, I'll get it for you.
I'm the current electrofishing permit holder for the Rappahannock River. And I asked Mr. Gear to put his regulation on paper so that y'all could see exactly what areas were affected. Now, mind you, I told him at Carter's Wharf where the salt wedge is, below that is usually unfishable unless we have a heavy freshwater flush. But the fact of the matter is we fish, I guess, northwest of that to the Port Royal Bridge, and it's not just 24%. It's a lot more than that of the fishable area. Again, he did mention that the catfish primarily lay in those deep bends of the river, and that's also where this conflict is over what was the definition of a public fishing pier, or the definition of a fishing pier. That's where the commercial fishing pier, it was a suggestion by us that they make it. The lady at Leedstown, she complained, well, the fact of the matter is she's operating a commercial fishing pier without a license. So we suggested that she buy a license and that would take care of the matter. Then we would know that's identified as a commercial fishing pier. Now, the conflict also is what the staff is trying to say is that all piers we have to stay away from all of them. That's going to ruin the Rappahannock River. It's gonna take over probably 50% of the area that's actually fishable. So it's gonna devalue the permit. What we actually need is more area to fish, not less. They need to open up above the bridges. Let us go up as far as we want. Open up all the tidal waters. Let us travel between the rivers and operate freely. We need to work. No other gear is like that. I could take a gill net and set right in front of those piers. As long as it's not a licensed commercial fishing pier, I can set it right up to the pier. I can set a crab pot right up to the pier. I can set a hoop net right up to the pier. So no other gear is restricted like this gear is. Now, as far as people being in the water, that is a no-brainer. We always stop fishing if there's anybody in the water, and we have run across people swimming in the water from time to time. We see people fishing in the river. When we come up on boats and stuff, we stop shocking, and we communicate with the public. We know that this can be controversial in certain areas, so we address the people, and we talk to them, and we give them fish, and we tell them what we're doing, and we move on. We have very few conflicts on the water with other people. The man with the pound nets down below, he wants me to stay away from his pound nets. I think it's good. We can stay 300 yards away from his pound nets. But if we have to stay that far away from every fishing pier, that's gonna devalue this permit and make it almost totally worthless. To have to spend that kind of money and then lose area, what I said again is we need more area. We're dealing with an invasive species here. I mean, every year or every couple of years, we take another cut in the striped bass. I've got 30,000 pounds of striped bass quota. Well, that goes down by significantly every couple of years. It can be tied directly to these blue catfish. Now, I'm not saying I want them totally gone, but I'm gonna make some money doing it. So it's gonna be part of the equation. They need to be knocked back.
Mr. Johnson, can you wrap it up?
Yes, another thing is allowing so many people. When we need more ground and they're gonna allow more people, I don't mind them letting a few people in there. If they wanna try their hand at it, fine. It's complicated. They're not gonna get rich doing it. They're gonna work really hard like anything else. And it's gonna take time to learn how to do it. They're gonna spend a lot of money. So anyway, thank you. Any questions?
I don't know necessarily say it's a question, but like you say, you need to go up to these docks and shock, because that's where the fish hang out with. But how about the people that do own the docks that come down on the weekends and like Mr. Trey said, their $5 million home, but had their kids go out and try to catch fish on a dock that you had just shocked? We're talking about user conflict as far as the person that owns a dock versus somebody that's shocking fish. I mean, there does need to be some type of buffer there in order to be able to keep everybody happy and safe.
Well, just because we shot the dock does not necessarily mean he don't still bite a hook.
Well, they've been said in here that it's, don't go there for 7 to 10 days.
That's electrofishing. So it is very effective, but you cannot come back and hit the same spots time and time again. It gets less effective every time. So it does need a break from time to time.
Just like also point out that there is no electrofishing over the weekend, from midnight Friday till Monday morning, so there's no electrofishing over the weekend. There's a deconfliction regulation already there.
Yeah. Any more questions? Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you squeezed one by me. I want to just let the audience know, unless you have a medical reason, remove your cover when you address the commission, please.
Oh, sorry.
You got by me. I'll let you get by.
All right.
I know you got a medical reason. You're perfectly fine. You can leave yours on. I know you got it. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, pretty good, thank you.
Can you state your name for the record? Raise your right hand.
Yes, my name is Kelly Place. I'm a commercial fisherman, started about 40, 45 years ago, and in that,
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
and I swear to tell the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And in this time, I've collected a lot of empirical observations and served on many commissions. I served for 8 or 10 years as Virginia's legislative representative at the ASNFC management boards. And since 1998, I've been the Virginia representative on the Striped Bass Advisory Panel and chaired that panel for 8 years, and a number of other state and other committees, both scientific, management, and social. So I've been well aware and paying a lot of attention from a lot of sources of all the different conflicts, ecological, social, and otherwise, that the introduction of the blue catfish has spawned, so to speak. One thing that Mr. Geer mentioned early in his presentation was that this fishery has the lowest effort and the lowest participation for 11% of the fishery. One thing, though, I think that people should also consider when taking into a context that A, it's not a gold mine. It can diminish as far as that catch per unit of effort efficiency very quickly, but it's also the most expensive and labor intensive in terms of crew. One other thing, expenses to this fishery that I think people haven't really considered, and by the way, let me mention, I'm all for removing as many of these non-native piscivorous predators as possible. You can draw a straight line to all of our anadromous species, and those that have been in decline generally are probably mostly caused by the blue catfish. So I am in favor of removing these non-native fish, but I'm afraid that not only would the catch per unit of effort of the existing permittees go down if you were to let a lot of people into the fishery, but it will go down to such an extent that it won't be economically feasible. Now, if there was a lot of grant money available to get people electroshocking in all the different various tributaries and bodies of water in the state, that would be one thing. It's pretty clear, looking at what's going on in Washington, there's not a lot of grant money that's happening. I mean, they're canceling cancer and just vital grants already. I don't think fishery research grants are going to be at the top of the list. So there's not going to be a lot unless it's private money that supports that. So consequently, I do think that the existing permittees are serving a great public service given their relatively few numbers. They're having a good impact on getting a fair amount of these out of the way. I don't know whether the catch per unit of effort would be economically feasible by letting more permittees in. One thing that hasn't been mentioned beyond the cost of the equipment is the dependability of the equipment. And I know this from many different aspects, not just sitting on management boards. My girlfriend, she does all the age and growth for what used to be called the Game Commission, now the Division of Wildlife Resources. She's even as quiet and introverted as she is. She has a nickname among some of her colleagues as the Butcher of Hanover, or the Butcher of the James, because she's probably removed more otoliths from catfish heads than anybody else in the state. So what little she tells me, because she keeps industry information as a closely guarded secret, I learn a lot more from other people than from my girlfriend in the last 40 years, long courtship. The agency studies, whether it's VIMS, Virginia Tech, the Game Department, or others, it's important that whoever is a permittee commercially or otherwise in this fishery coordinate closely their activities with the research electroshocking that the scientific agencies are going to be doing. Because already, as we know, as the fish either become depleted or more likely just become more resistant to the electroshocking, if the permittees don't coordinate with the schedules for electroshocking, say with the Game Department, Division of Wildlife Resources, not only do their numbers get skewed and a lot of things like catch per unit of effort data becomes less valid, but there are a lot of harmful things without good coordination. So I think any permittees, if new ones are issued or the current ones, They should have close training, and I think they should also train with some of the wildlife agencies like the game department that do this, so they can also be connected with the game department, because it requires a good deal of communication with the groups that are doing these research. You don't want a bunch of people that haven't been in touch with each other shocking one area, and then 3 days later, when it takes like 7 to probably more 14 days for the fish to desensitize, if there's not coordination with the wildlife agencies and with other watermen, you'll have, it's not exactly a conflict, but you'll have skewed data and you'll have economic inefficiency, and I really don't think that there should be many, if any, new permittees allowed.
Mr. Place, you're out of time. Can you wrap it up, please?
Okay, but the expense to repair the equipment, it's almost always down. There's one place in Indiana that I know of, they won't establish other people the approval to repair the stuff. Even the game department, I talk all the time to people, but this holds true everywhere, including the commercial permittees. When your thing goes down, it takes forever to get it fixed. It's expensive. There's one wildcatter in Lynchburg, Virginia, that can fix some of these things, but he's not a factory certified person. So there's a lot more expense to this fishery than is realized, and I'd hate to see the golden goose be taken too early. As far as the licenses that were proposed, I think it is a new license that would be required. Certainly individual people that don't want fishermen to have a dearth of fish around their dock, I do think that the commission should probably issue a new license, whatever they determine would cover the administrative and law enforcement costs, because most people that I've spoken to do in fact want these non-native species removed. There's others that feel differently, but if you just issued a license plate like the gear license plate you issued to us watermen that could be posted on a dock, I do think.
Thank you, Mr. Place.
Okay.
My definition to wrap it up and yours is way far apart. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Place? I really do appreciate you coming up, but you're sucking the air out of the room. I gotta give other people time to talk.
Okay, that's all right. I had to go to the bathroom anyway, but
I appreciate you, Billy. Thank you for coming and see us. It's good to see you again. Yes. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Please come forward. Please state your name for the record in the microphone and raise your right hand.
I'm Jeff Dean.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All of it.
Proceed, sir. I read your very nice letter. Thank you for sending me the
Well,
letter.
thank you. First, I want to compliment Mr. Branson on his representation of the FMAC committee. He's sharp. He's going to do a great job of running it, I'm sure. I'm currently, up until a couple of meetings ago, I was chairman of the FMAC committee, and I've stepped down because of obvious problems with Parkinson's. The reason we had so many abstentions was this is a very tough topic, contentious, and there are a lot of fishermen on our committee that don't feel right putting the burden on other fishermen. But still, actually there was one that thought there could be some repercussions. I don't think so from the fishermen, the charter captains, because I wouldn't have made it clear that my intention is to get rid of all of them, no matter what, freshwater or saltwater. So I haven't received any threats or anything, so we're all right so far. But I wanted to introduce myself. I'm still on the committee, but I won't be chairman anymore. And this is like going before the boss. Comes to see you guys, but and gals, sorry.
Well, thank you for your service.
It was an honor to be able to contribute.
Absolutely. And everyone, you guys, that was the top. I believe it was the top letter of the packet that was stapled. I believe that's the top letter of the packet. Mr. White.
I have a question for staff.
Yes, sir.
Let's go back to the 100-yard limit it used to be, and now it's proposed 300-yard limit. I guess, was there something that triggered this? Have we been having a lot of complaints? Was there any injuries, or what caused this?
To my knowledge, there were no injuries. There was, Mr. Lightfoot mentioned an arrest this year on the Rappahannock. There've been some conflicts on the Rappahannock.
Conflict?
Conflicts.
Fixed fishing device, pound net.
Yeah,
We
just-
got some complaints for the.
There've been a number of conflicts up there, back and forth between the groups. We haven't heard any conflicts on the James, maybe because it's a larger river. I don't know.
Because I'm hearing a lot of pushback from the fishermen about that limit. I mean, you look at that, it's wiped out, that plus the pier thing's wiped out the industry.
I don't disagree with you, but if you bring that pound nutter in here, he's gonna give you the same argument.
Do what?
If you bring that pound nutter in there, he's gonna give you the same argument. You know, so I mean.
To let you know, like I said, no insult, but none of you were on the board when we went through this back in 2019. And at the very end of the meeting, we breezed through the meeting, and they didn't mention safety. So at the very last minute, Section 40C8 was put in there to prohibit conducting electrofishing within 100 yards of any public boat ramp, fishing pier, or where people are in the water. Okay, so it said fishing pier. My staff and I, our interpretation was that was a public fishing pier. That was our interpretation. Well, when the ticket was written this year, it's like, no, it just says fishing pier. That could be anything. So our initial goal on this was to try to clean that up, make it a little bit more apparent. But how do you define a commercial fishing pier versus a private pier? A commercial fishing pier to us is someone who bought that license, and they're allowing people to use that pier.
I would add that perhaps what we should have considered for this topic was any occupied pier, since as Mr. Renson put up, most of them aren't occupied until the weekends. And these guys are out all week long, so.
Yeah, I totally understand that terminology. I tried to get them to use that for duck blinds and it didn't work. I'm bringing duck blinds again.
I also think it would be a good idea if fishermen that have the license reported where they were shocking, so that the next guy will know not to go to that same area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the advice.
I'd just like to say, Jeff, as long as I've been involved with VMRC, either from a angler's perspective in the audience or on the fin fish, you have always been there with your guidance, and I appreciate it greatly. Thank you.
Depends on where I'm guiding you, but.
You did a fabulous job, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank
Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak? Please come forward. Remember, guys, we got 3 minutes apiece. I'm gonna hold it tighter now. We're getting close to the end. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
State your name for the record.
My name's Wayne Fisher. I've been a pound netter on the Rappahannock for 30 years. And I've shared the numbers with some people already, and in 2023 or 2022, me and my sons caught 450,000 pounds of catfish. In 2023, we caught 550,000. And there was very little shocking done on the Rappahannock, little to none. We saw them once or twice, and that was it. Last year, start of July to October, George and Dave shocked on the Rappahannock. We caught 195,000 pounds of fish last year. We went from catching 50 and 60,000 pounds a month, the months that they were shocking, down to 4,600, 7,000, under 10,000 pounds of fish for the whole month. So to me, you've created a fishery that's going to put the other fisheries out of business that's already been here. A little while ago, I heard the commissioner say these guys put all this money into these electro boats. They want to put money in their pocket. Well, me and my sons also want to put money in our pocket. And if this electro fishing is what had this effect on us catching catfish, we lost our livelihood for 3 months last year during the summer months. So, and I mean, y'all are talking about a 300-yard boundary. How long does it take a fish to swim 300 yards? And that is how you catch fish in a pound net. They swim to the leader and swim the leader into the funnel. And it takes 7 to 10 days after you shock these fish to get themselves back together. They don't eat, they don't pot, they don't bite on a hook, and they don't trap, they don't move. And last fall, once they quit shocking, our numbers continued right back up. November, we went back to almost 40,000. December, we were almost 40,000. The one thing that we did see in the fish, the more that they shock, the more broken backs we see, the more fish we see with sores. And all of these fish last fall, when September comes and you start getting frost, these fish continue to fatten up. These fish looked like they were gonna starve to death last winter. They were the poorest I've ever seen the catfish look. And as far as the embryo situation, everything that I've researched on it, and I've done quite a bit of it, it says anything in there, nothing about what frequency is harmful to embryo. An embryo is like a skin, just like a catfish. It's a smooth egg. And the fish fry, when they hatch out, they don't have scales on them. These things are an inch or inch and a half long, and they're like glass. You can see through them. And if you take a fish that is not rotten and throw it overboard, it sinks. So who's to say that this shocking is not shocking the fish fry and these smaller fish, and they're just sinking to the bottom? Is there any proof of that? And one other thing, Dave Johnson said that they've never had any complaints of fishing piers. Well, if you come to Leedstown, there ain't a pier up there that's happy about these guys shocking under their docks. I know everybody on the Essex and Westmoreland side of the river, and they're coming to me saying, what are these boats doing out here shocking all around my dock? My grandkids can't even catch a fish anymore off the pier. When you shock these fish, they do not bite, they don't feed, they don't pot. I've seen it firsthand. So they can tell me what they want to tell me about what they're not hurting. It's hurting another fishery. It's taken away from me and my family. And any other potter or trot liner in here will tell you the same thing I'm telling you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Hold on a second. I want to make one clarification before I turn it over for questions, and I appreciate your comments. I wasn't insinuating electrofishing. We could play it back at some point to recording after this meeting. You're gonna quote me, I said watermen don't make any money with an empty boat. That's all watermen. That's
Well,
not
absolutely,
electrofishing. So,
absolutely. And I wasn't being rude to you. I'm just saying we want to make it as well as they want to make it. Everybody
I
does.
just want to make a point of clarity. I'm not taking sides here. I'm just making a point of clarification. Any questions for Mr. Fisher? Okay, thank you. Mr. Fisher, I've talked with Mr. Fisher.
I got a question.
Okay, Ms. Boyd.
If the 11% of the electro-fishing dried up, would the rest of the fishermen, pound netters, the gill, all that stuff, fill that in?
Well, to answer your question on that, and I think it was answered earlier by the lady in the back, as watermen, we had the means to catch the fish. We've had these means for years before electrofishing was ever thought of. The problem we're facing is we do not have market to sell the fish to. And so far, from what I've seen, the electro boats have been guaranteed a market. When the markets get piled up from the electro boats or fish are plentiful, me as a waterman, I get cut off. I've caught millions of pounds of catfish, millions of pounds of them. And I've probably released millions of pounds of them out of the pound nets because we had no market to sell the fish to. Creating more fishermen, more shock boats, more watermen is not going to fix this catfish problem. We need a market that's going to process these fish and be able to get rid of them. You can pass 100 electro boats if you want. We don't have market to sell them. You will not market these fish.
Why do the electro boats get market priority?
Just since the electro fishing has been introduced, I mean, you can ask someone for yourself, but I haven't heard of them ever being cut off. They work every day. I guess wherever they sell to, those markets have taken them on and guaranteed them a market. We are not guaranteed a market where we sell at. I've been cut off many times. And I sell to some of the biggest markets on the East Coast, Nixon's Fishery, Sea Farms, Pearson Seafood, and I've been cut off by all of them. And when the fish get real plentiful, Mr. Lightfoot mentioned the price of fish, how much fish were going up and stuff. We still see fish for 10, 15 cents when the markets get piled up with them.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher, I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Please come forward, sir. Please state your name for the record and raise your right hand.
Brian Peed with Juan Cheese Fish Company.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Proceed.
To answer a couple questions, one of the reasons I buy the electrofishing catfish, and the reason that we buy them during the time that the rest of the fishermen get cut off is because apparently everybody's catching catfish and there's no market for them, but the electrofishing guys can only fish at a certain time. So I can't cut them off when their shock boats have to work. A lot of times I'll buy them, like they said, pay them 50 cents, sell them for 50 cents. And I tell the electrofishing guys, I'm gonna give my money back when fish are worth more money later on in the year. So when a lot of the times when they do start fishing again, and if they're worth some money when the other guys are getting 75, 80 cents a pound when they're high, I'm still paying my guys 50 cents. Because and that's just the way we've been going on. We know we need to get rid of these catfish. So being working for Juan Cheese Fish Company, I guess most people know it's been bought by Cook Aquaculture, and we have a lot of salesmen, me being one of them. And we started to cut the catfish. Before, all we were doing was bringing them in and shipping them out and taking what we get. Well, I told them if we get USDA inspected and start cutting catfish, I'll go out there and try to start selling them. We had different people come to our plant, and it's successful. We're starting to sell quite a bit of fillet catch. We're cutting, I don't know, 2,000 or 3,000 pounds of fillet a week now, and when you're only getting about 28, 30% off the knife, that'll tell you how much catfish we're taking off the market. When these guys start back up, hopefully, in a perfect world, we'd like to pay them a little bit more money, and hopefully it'll go up. Hopefully we'll take a lot of fish off the market where these guys will be able to, mine won't be on the market. Mine won't be on the wholesale market, and maybe if we tweak it and let some more salesmen start selling more fish, we might be able to help some other people out. So I just wanted to let you know that's where we stand. I know we kept saying that there's no market for them. We are working on it. And catfish do have to get out of here. One thing I did learn when we started cutting them, there's a tremendous amount of little baby clams, and they're gonna eat up everything out there if we don't put a hurting on them.
Any questions?
Yes, sir. You buy year-round blue catfish, right?
That's correct.
So electrofishermen stop sometime in October, I guess, because of the season we have, but also environmental conditions. So basically from November to when they start again, you're relying on gill netters, pound netters, trot liners, fish pots, all the other gear types, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I would like to make one other statement, and I know you're probably gonna hear it shortly, about the big cats, and as Juan Cheese, we kind of discourage the big cats. We'll buy them, but we kind of discourage them, and I don't pay as much for the big cats as I do the marketable size, because we are filleting them. We don't want to fillet a 30 or 40 pound catfish. It's just too much labor intensive, so we kind of tell our fishermen to kind of keep it in that area.
Another question, sir. If during the year, when you look at your annual amount of harvest you buy, how much of it is, percentage-wise is from electrofishing versus other gear types?
The electrofishing is quite a bit more than what probably 75% of what we're catching now is from the electrofishing guys.
Thank you, sir. You made the argument for why there shouldn't be a size limit. It's already regulated by market. You don't need a regulation for it. Next person, please come on up, sir. State your name for the record and raise your right hand.
My name is Matthew Fisher.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
I'd like to kind of just introduce a different side of the watermen against the electrofishing. I pound that with my father, but I also make a living off of blue crabs pretty well. Me and my brother, we crab from the Tappahannock Bridge up to about Leechtown when the salinity gets high enough. And up in this part of the river, you know, it's a little different than the guys down closer to the bay. We're able to use blue catfish for crab bait, whereas down in the saltier water, you got to use bunker, razor clam, shrimp head. We're using these catfish and we're cutting up hundreds of pounds a day through the guts, and we're not seeing the crabs like people are talking about. We're not seeing little fish. So I feel like this electrofishing is being pushed because of the negative hate against the catfish eating up everything in the river, but I don't think they're doing it the way people think they are. We have catfish come in the pot, and we just use that. We cut it straight up for bait. It goes right in the pot, and after that catfish has been in there with the crabs, I don't see crabs in its belly. We've cut up hundreds of catfish out of a pot with shells in it where you can see there was a soft crab, and there's been soft crabs in the same pot as a catfish. Last year in 2024, our pots were full of juvenile crabs. I mean, you pull it up and they're falling off the sides everywhere. And I mean, the catfish weren't up in the pots trying to eat every single one of them. So pushing these electric boats to just completely annihilate the catfish, and while you're taking the money from us in the pound nets, I don't think you're really fixing a big problem. I don't disagree that there's a decrease in crabs and striped bass, but I don't think catfish are your number one direct correlation to that, in my opinion. That's all I got.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
I have a question. It's not, maybe it's more directed towards the staff, and Mr. Fisher kind of hit on this just now, and I had written it down. Has there been any study, Chief Gear, as far as regarding how responsible the blue catfish are towards, say, a blue crab or rockfish? I know what they eat a lot up our neck of the woods. It's kind of focused on lily pad, seed, mudshed for sure. They do like them, and some smaller young fish. But has there ever been a true study? Because I hear it so much.
I'm trying to find it. There was a study done by Virginia Tech upriver, so it was more freshwater species. That's what it was. Mary Fabrizio of VIMS did a study on the James River. It was Burrell Bay and Hog Island, about 199 square kilometers. And she found in that one area 2.3 million crabs removed by blue crab predation in that area.
2.3?
2.3 million crabs.
Okay.
And it varies based on the size of the crab. It varies based on the size of the blue crab. But on average, they were eating about 1 crab a day.
They actually have, when this whole thing started, I guess about 3 years or so ago, VCU and Virginia Tech, I believe it was Virginia Tech, but VCU was involved, it might have been VIMS. But they cut the catfish open and did samples on them out there, and you wouldn't believe, I mean, they had the video footage, the pictures and all. It was pretty eye-opening. One of them had a whole duck, had ate a whole mature duck. And it was like, wow, these things, and so that's kind of what started alarming people. And that's factual, that's not like.
No, that's what I want to hear. I want to hear science.
Yeah, that's not something that they just came, that was a relatively big catfish, but the point is when they did, Chief Greer said this best. They came to us when they started seeing the explosion of the small ones, DWR did. DWR was involved with the study and started seeing it. And they were like, hey guys, we gotta catch some of these. And that's where it all started.
And there's a lot of gut content studies going on right now. Some of them are better than others. You know, some of them they work up a few fish and are ready to put it all online. But Mary's was a very intensive study out of them.
Well, I've heard it so many different quotes in here saying it's the decline to the eel, it's the decline to the rockfish. Yeah. You know, and then I'll catch them at my house and I'll gut them just because I'm curious to see what's on the inside of them.
I mean, where they are is going to be what they eat.
Sure. Yeah. Well, they almost have everything possible.
Yeah.
Fortunate. And speaking as a comment, as a homeowner with riparian rights on Virginia tributaries, as far as off the Potomac and on the Rappahannock, I don't want somebody right up on top of my pier, even when I'm at work, because I have kids. At some point, I'm going to have family. Grandkids that want to go down there and go fishing too. And so I think that should be something as far as considered, maybe on a permission base. Hey, if you as a landowner want to give them permission, that's fine.
but it should be automatic. I don't have permission to go hunt Jamie Green's backyard unless I get permission. Right, I mean, it's, we live in that kind of world where we ask first, so, anyhow.
See if there's any other questions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, and I understand that statement, Mr. President, I'm gonna go right in, and evidently everybody else is a better expert than me, and I worked there 20 years in law enforcement, and made deputy chief, go ahead and try to enforce that.
Right.
So,
Well, I understood.
but I let all the experts at law enforcement tell me how to do that, so,
Yeah.
'cause that's just not something, oh, we gave him permission to be here, I don't know how that works. So, and I wanna be clear on it, not because I'm for or against, but you're gonna hear complaints of, well, law enforcement's not doing their job, well, I don't know who got permission and who didn't. So,
Don't need to overcomplicate it for them.
yeah, no.
It should, you would probably say, give me something in writing where I know where these guys are not supposed to be. That's kind of how we work on oyster grounds, right? They shouldn't be over there off of that working. We hear it from time to time, people fishing grounds they shouldn't.
Now, oyster ground's a little bit different. You wanna bring that up, I can tell you, that database, GIS system and everything, that's been 50 years in the making. And so everybody knows where they're at. So, and we label it, so, you know, to make systems like that with new.
Sure.
Yeah, it takes a lot. I mean, that one, that's one that we do have, and I think J.C. Hudson can speak to this too. Our apps and stuff are wonderful, but there's been a lot of money and a lot of time put into that, and, you know, great tools, so. A little different when you add things to it, you don't realize how long it takes and how much money it takes.
No, I guess more or less my comment, sir, was just regarding the fact a police officer was able to take out a tool, just say that map on a screen, instead of developing some sort of app. I mean, they have to have something to work off of that's reasonable, but maybe that's not even workable. But if that's not workable, then just say fish the whole river.
Yeah, I wouldn't have listened to the last speaker, it's not in here anymore, but when he said the rangefinder doesn't work, the rangefinder's worked on everything else we've enforced. What do you think, Sergeant Pitt?
Understood.
It works on everything else, but evidently didn't seem to work for the dot, but, you know, it worked on everything else. So, and I'm not saying what your distance should be, I'm just saying the rangefinder works in court just fine for everything else.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Any more questions? Anyone else in the public wish to speak? Please come forward. Please state your name for the record.
My name's Aaron Fisher.
Please write in, swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Proceed.
Like I said, my name's Aaron Fisher. I fish with my father, my brother, and I'm 30 years old, and I've been doing it now for a little over half my life. I've been working with my father since I was in high school. Every summer I'd be out there, and even before high school, before I could work, I was out there as a kid with my life jacket on, swimming around the boat outside of it while we're working. So I'm not a scientist. I'm not a college graduate with degrees in biology and things like that, but I've been there. I've seen it in person. I'm out there every day. And to me, as far as I'm concerned, that's better than anything you can read out of a book or anything some guy can try to claim to you in a classroom. Watching my dad do it and then getting to the age where I now do it myself as my own, as I have my own licenses, as well as working with him, we go from catching 400,000, 500,000 pounds of fish, and you hit a year where your numbers are cut to a fraction. I mean, we got up one morning and went to work, burn all this gas, all these boats were moving. We go fish a pound net up one morning at the edge of light, had 27 pounds of fish in it for the three of us. And what do we do with that? We go home. That's it. We're broke. We went in the hole. We didn't make nothing. It doesn't pay for to wake up and roll out of bed that morning. And this whole deal here is you're enforcing a fishery, and they're coming into our area where we're already managing the catfish by our catch numbers. They're taking the fish that we're already going to catch. So therefore, you haven't gained anything. They took the fish that we were already going to catch, and they caught it, and now we've caught less. So yeah, they might be doing all right, but now we have nothing. Our pound net can't move. The 300-yard limit, as far as I'm concerned, is still a joke, in my opinion. The fish swim, all right? We walk, we drive places, the fish swims. That's what he does. And the fish we're catching aren't within a 300-yard limit of the net. The fish move up and down the river all day long. That's what they do. And so even the 300-yard buffer, I mean, that's better than the 100 we were getting, I guess. But even that, I mean, I don't even know what to tell you for a buffer, honestly. I mean, I'm opposed to the fishery overall, to be honest. I just, I don't see it. The efficiency in it, like I said, yeah, the 3 guys or whatever, and they caught their 11%. But like I said, me and my dad and my brother, the year before last, caught over 500,000 pounds with just the 3 of us. Is that not efficient? So, I mean, at the end of it all, this fishery doesn't seem efficient or just moral at this point as far as trying to make the difference that y'all want to make. We need to market so that we can catch the fish and get rid of the fish. We dump hundreds and hundreds of pounds back overboard because the market man calls us sometimes the morning of. You're out there fishing your net, you get a call from the market. The man says, I can't take your fish this morning. Dump them back overboard. You already got 1,000 pounds of fish in the boat, and the man tells you he can't take them. Now you got to dump them all back overboard after you've been out there for 2 hours working. Either that or take them home and dump them in the bushes. But and then as far as what it's doing to the fish itself, I mean, I know you want to get rid of them, you want to maintain them, but like my dad talked about as well, I mean, the fish are swimming around out there, they have sores on them, they're poor. It took them clean into December before we really start to see the fish, have a healthy look back to them. I mean, the fish were just awful. The fish we filleted during the summer and stuff, you could hold a fillet up and read a newspaper through it. I don't even see where the fish were that great. If I was a buyer and I was cutting those fish, I would probably be pretty disappointed with the numbers I was getting for whole fish to fillets. I just feel like there's way too much that's not efficient and just right with that system to be increasing it. I mean, I know you got the 3 guys now, they got their license, let them keep fishing or whatever. But I definitely don't feel like we need to double it or anything like that. I don't think you need to give another one. And then we definitely need to work on buffers and stuff. And I still say that a committee, if we could get to that point where all the groups, the charter captains, pound netters, all the guys can come together and we can try to do something, that'd be great. We were told in the FMAC meeting, the one before last, that was something that was going to happen. We come to the next meeting, or you watch the next meeting, they go, we're not doing that. When no one told us, they could have called and let us know, like, hey, we're not going to do it. No, they just didn't say nothing. They were just going to ignore us. And that's kind of a kick in the guts to the guys that are supposed to be watching out for us. Hey, y'all are watching out for Virginia and its resources, but you are watching out for us too, because we're helping you manage those resources. And by killing us, we're not actually managing anything.
Mr. Fisher, can you wrap it up? I'll give you a little bit more time.
I'll end it right there.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions for Mr. Fisher? Any questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Is there anyone else? Come on. I'll get you this. Please state your name for the record.
Louis Wyatt.
You swear to tell the whole truth on the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
I'm a 5th generation commercial fisherman up in the Upper James River, and when he says there's 0 conflicts, I believe that's not quite correct, because we're the reason we did the study with the HoopNet project to see that there was no effect. And what we were arguing in the beginning was that when we would bait the pot, they would come and fish in the same areas as us, and then you don't catch as much. So when we did the study, instead of doing anything similar to that, we baited the net, waited a day, and they shocked over the net like 5 minutes before we pulled it up to fish it. So the fish were already in the net. It's not going to have any effect when it's, you're trying to show that it's not really the same.
That's quite a study, huh?
Well, that's what we thought. We tried to say that during the study, but nobody seemed to like, as far as like not having an effect, and not having any complaints on the James River, we stopped complaining because it seemed like nothing was being done. I've had to drive all over Virginia to try to keep fishing, because where my dad's been fishing for my whole life, 45 years, and my grandfather, we can't do nowhere near what we used to do, and that's where they keep their boat directly across from where we where we fish at for our whole life, or their whole lives, and so I guess I just don't, I don't think some of the data is correct on their study.
Primarily hoot net, is that what you're primarily?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I've caught 300,000 pounds the last 2 years in a row by myself, single-handedly, nobody. And my dad's probably caught the same or more single-handedly. So I don't know if that's the same efficiency. I know it's half the season and whatnot, but as far as, I know they take 3 or 4 guys and how much time. But that's my 2 cents.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, sir. You haven't spoken on this issue yet, have you?
No, I haven't.
I'll make sure you're not double dipping on me. But you're already sworn in, just state your name for the record.
I have been, yeah. And thank you, Commissioner. This is J.C. Hudgens, Virginia Watermen's Association, and I'll be brief. I think this horse has been beat pretty well to death this afternoon. So what I'd like to do, I would just like to comment on some of the proposed changes that staff has proposed and how we feel about it. Expansion of the license from, they want 3 to 10. We think 3 to 6 is probably more appropriate at the time due to market conditions. And we don't feel, I really don't see a lot of people doing it. I mean, I've only talked to one person that wanted to buy into this right now. So we've got to get some more interest in it if that's going to happen. It's a lot of money involved into it. And, you know, and do we have the market for it? That's the big question mark. I ain't saying that it shouldn't be done later down the road, but I think it's something we need to look at. Let's just take a slow step here and look at that situation there. And as far as increasing the harvest areas, don't really have any problem with that. Redefine restricted areas. Maybe in the Rappahannock, maybe we should be doing something like that because of gill conflict, and I'll just briefly discuss that. I don't think in the James that's a big problem, but we really see it in my testimony today. I think Rappahannock is a big concern. Size limits, fish, I don't think that's a problem. Market's going to dictate how many they're going to buy, whether they want to buy them or don't want to buy them, you know. I mean, I talked to a processor today, 3 to 6, 8-pound fish, is that what they prefer? They don't want 20-pound fish, you know. Maybe some do, maybe some conditions in New York they would, but we don't see a lot of problem with that. Let me speak just briefly on the gill conflict in the Rappahannock River. You know, we basically got 5 fisheries there, so it's a lot of watermen up there, and that's why I'm speaking about this. I know Mr. Fisher has a lot of money tied up in his operation. He's been there for a long time. We've got gill net, we've got trot line, we've got fish pots, we've got electroshock now, and Mr. Fisher's fish traps. So it's I want to try to make it fair for everybody, and I don't think a lot of staff's proposal really does that. I would really like to see this go back to FMAC and provide the time that we form a subcommittee of the user groups from each one. We get representatives and we sit down and we talk about what is fair to each one of the fishermen. I agree with everybody. We need to attack this invasive species. We need to harvest them, but we need to be fair to all the watermen. The electroshock is a very efficient means of catching blue catfish, and it's going to affect a lot of the other watermen. So I would really like to see y'all consider that in y'all's proposal, and thank you for it.
Any questions for the speaker?
Any questions? Thank y'all for your time. It's been a long day.
It has. This is probably our longest one. Y'all
They
breaking
pay
the record.
overtime.
Yeah, y'all breaking a record with catfish. Menhaden was quicker than that. Come on, there's no lunch. We worked for Please state your name for the record.
My name is Nathan Morgan.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed.
I've been working with my father for 6 years while I'm a student in high school to catch catfish. I've seen ups and downs. Nothing's ever going to stay the same. Nothing is consistent. But what I can say is I've seen so much fish that I don't even know what that you could even do with. And this year was one of the worst years I've ever seen for everybody, from what I've heard, from what I've seen, from what we've caught, from what I've caught with him. And there's a couple studies that have happened with the electrofishing, and there's also studies that's happened all over the U.S. There's one that happened in the Colorado River where they talked about how it affected the fish embryos, and the embryos wouldn't hatch, the fish would reproduce less. There's Bob Greenlee with the DGIF, which he said that it affects, we said here that it doesn't affect fish with scales, but he said that fish like speckled trout, long-nosed garb, the common grass carp, gizzard shad, when they get shocked, because it does affect them, they sink to the bottom instead of floating up. So how do we know if there's no bycatch if they don't come up? That's one thing I would like to look into before we issue more permits. And then that's all.
Any questions for Ms. Keller?
And you said you worked with your father, is that pound netting or
Hoop nets.
Hoop nets, thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Moore? Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Thank you for your time.
Commissioner, I'd just like to add, I hear Mr. Morgan, but one of the things we have to rely on is VIMS is our scientific advisor, and we rely on them when they have these different studies from U.S. Fish and Wildlife or whatever to make sure that we talk about shocking in the Colorado River for different trout and others, that it's apples to apples comparison. There's different frequencies, salinity, temperature. It's, you know, what I have learned, and I'm not a biologist or a marine scientist, so I have to rely on the VIMS. They sort through this for us to say, here's studies that apply to what we do. That's one of the things that we rely on at the commission. So, you know, these studies are great, but sometimes if it's not the same, like earlier we talked, Chief Gear talked about shocking DWR, shocking striped bass at 90 hertz, 50 hertz instead of 15 hertz. It makes a world of difference. Okay, so that's something to keep in mind.
Is there anyone else in the audience? Let's go forward. Please go forward. I know. Please raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Brian Morgan.
Swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed.
I just want to reiterate I guess the common feeling on this. But speaking back to what your point to my son was, that was my son. When Department of Game and Inland Fisheries does a study, I'm pretty sure that VIMS plays a role in that. And in 2015, Bob Greenlee actually said, you know, this is not a viable fishery commercially. This is a great scientific tool so we can see what's there, but this isn't a viable fishery. So here we are 10 years later, and you got fishermen saying that it's affecting them. What's it going to be in 20 years when everybody starts going, what happened to the rock fishing? What happened to the eels? Because, hey, who knows where the eels are going? And they're a slimy fish without scales, so. But that's all I got to say.
Thanks, Randy. Any questions? I'll make one thing of clarity. It seems I've had to do that a couple times today. We won't speak for DWR and their relationship with VIMS. You would be making a bad assumption if you assume DWR scientific research, it correlates hand in hand with VIMS. Our research is associated with VIMS because by state code, they're our scientific advisor. And when we make a decision, the first people we call is that guy sitting right there next to the wall. Lyle Marnell is the first phone call. I got him on speed dial. So we can't speak for other states. Don't make the assumption that other state agencies go to VIMS, okay?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry I did that, but I would like to see whether there's been any studies done on the mortality of what happens afterwards.
I understand that.
And we passed this, and it has just gone wide open. Well, 3 months ago, we were going to have a meeting and sit down with everybody and figure this out. Well, then we found out that it was taking too much time, so we couldn't do that because it was going to interfere with next year. So.
This don't seem fair.
Yeah, and once again, moment of clarity for the record, we inherited this problem. This board was not here, as Pat Gear mentioned earlier, when this happened, so.
After
No,
that-
no, sir, you're done, Next person, Thank you.
I thought this was.
That's it. So, thank you for that. So, I appreciate everyone's comments. I know there's obviously, I'm no stranger to this, and certainly this board is not. We just will add one more topic that there's just as many people that disagree that agree, so we just add one more. I mean, why not? We'll solve world hunger as soon as we finish this. So, today. I know, right? We'll eat, so, it's okay. That being said, catfish before the commission.
I'd like to make a motion, sir.
You got the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to leave it currently where it is, as far as with the amount of licensees at 3. I've just heard too many I don't knows, to some pretty cool questions, I think. And as a result of that, I'm gonna give a recommendation that, for some additional help. But what I'd also like to do, leave the license to 3, make that buffer 300 yards off of piers and fishing gear, fixed fishing gear, and 150 yards off of other commercial gear. And as a result of the I don't knows, I'm gonna ask Mr. Commissioner that maybe we can get some help from VIMS as far as giving us some guidance on some of the questions that haven't been able to be answered.
Yeah, that's probably something we can.
Yeah, it's clarification.
Yeah.
You want 150 or 100 on other fishing gears? On all of the fish,
Did I miss it early? I thought it quoted
Yeah,
100.
it says 100.
Does it say 100?
it's all other gears.
100. Leave it at what you have, yes, sir. 100 yards off of crab.
I got one question real quick before you move off of this.
Yes.
Are you removing the size limit from electrofishing, because it's the only?
Yes, we
Okay. All right.
remove that size limit too, yes, sir. Size limit goes away, the 300-yard buffer off of piers, 100-yard and fixed fishing devices, commercial fishing.
And 100 yards off of other.
That's correct.
I'll second that. I want to make sure.
And leave it at 3 licenses.
I'll second it, and I'm making sure harvest areas, all, as per the
Current state.
300 yards buffer, 100 yards and others, no limit in size, and only 3 licenses, no increase in license. I'll second that.
Got a second to that.
How about adding the new areas to housing?
What about adding new areas?
Here's why I wouldn't add that. We don't know, we don't have enough answers to the questions that we asked here in order to add those. And who are we gonna give who would we give those? We're gonna say those 3 can go to those 2 additional?
Well, if you only got 3 licenses, they'd be able to.
No, as I say, it comes off the map until some studies are done by our friends at VIMS. That's my
So
recommendation.
you're saying you don't want to,
I wasn't asking for an amendment, I was just.
throwing it out there for discussion, can't, just, okay.
Make sure.
All right, so basically keeping the areas and licenses like it is, removing the size limit, creating buffers around fixed fishing gear, for 300 yards and piers, and then 100 yards between all other fishing gear. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No license increase.
And no license, 3. Only keeping licenses and the assignment, because you gotta remember, the licenses are assigned to a specific water body now, so you're not only keeping the licenses, you're keeping the assignment the same.
That's
Is that
correct.
correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, any further discussion?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Burns?
I don't think we're doing enough to take care of this non-native invasive species. I'll tell you, the finfish languished over this quite a bit. And although there wasn't consensus on a lot of stuff, I think after 2 meetings of hours and hours long, we just wore people down. I think increasing the participants, there's a natural barrier to people entering in. We heard about it. It's the cost, up to $50,000. So you're not gonna have a race to increase it. And the finfish recommendation of 6 was pretty conservative when staff was recommending 10. The offsets, we've always gone with 100 yards from pretty much everything, and we tripled that for fixed fishing devices. The discussion on piers, we start clamping down the areas that these guys can fish where it's good for them to fish. I think that presents his problem. Getting rid of the size limit, I think that's inevitable. I think that eliminating the constraints recommended by staff is a good thing. And then require the electrofishing training certification either provided to the commission, to the staff, the fishery staff, or viewed, whatever, but, before they issue a permit, they ought to have a training process, certified training process or something. But I have a hard time keeping everything the way it is. This is a problem fish for us. And I think there's enough science that set up offsets from fishing gear that we should be doing more.
Mr. Headley?
This is just a quick discussion, but it's towards Commissioner Bransom's statement about the online course or whatever. Mr. Trice sent me that he is have a certificate of completion in the principles and techniques of electrofishing online. Is through the U.S. Department of Interior. If anything got pushed forward, I'd like that to be a requirement.
Training certifications as stated by the Department of Interior, we'd have to find that. All right, but right now, we only have one motion that's been properly seconded. We're just discussing until there's ask for a friendly amendment or something, or I'll take it to a vote, one or the other.
I'd like to amend mine, Mr. Commissioner, to include the training.
Include the
Mr.
training.
Headley has brought up, thank you for bringing that up. That it shall be, well, they've all three have already
Oh, they've already
completed
done
it,
it,
so
yeah.
there's no addition there.
Right.
So actually, it's disregard, I'm getting weedy-eyed at this point.
Yeah.
Um,
So I have a proper motion that's been properly seconded.
See if that's what you want.
Yes. No new license or moose size limits. Well, they already got safety video. They've already done a safety video, so they don't need that because the three is in there. No expansion harvest areas, 300-yard buffer around all public boat ramps and all piers. 300-yard buffer around fixed fishing rights, 100 yards buffer around all other commercial marked gear. That is the motion that was made that was properly seconded.
And this doesn't include any expansion areas like the Mattapanai.
No, it says no expansion of harvest.
Mr. Preston's comment, or Station Member Preston's comment, correct me if I'm wrong, was you want more information from them before you open it up further.
I'd rather hear I knows instead of I don't know, on some of the questions that the fishermen, I think the Fin Fish Committee can certainly go back and maybe come up with some, address some of those things after some more research is done, and then we can hear it again. Hopefully in a lot shorter amount of time.
Yeah. Just to let you know, Deputy Commissioner, Chris just told me the safety video requirement was not advertised. So technically,
Well, if you don't expand it, they already have
yeah,
it.
that's just it. But
Yeah,
I mean,
so
if
maybe-
we're gonna be opening this regulation again, so
Yeah, right.
if you don't mind, I can just take that out.
It looks like people have a lot of free time, they wanna do another committee, we'll put that together, we'll make sure to put everybody in here on it. So the motion is properly made, properly seconded, is there any other?
How's that?
Before I move
Lead or
to
not
it,
now?
How it's written on the screen is how it was portrayed to me. Mr. Preston, Mr. White, make sure that's the proper motion.
It is, yes, sir.
I mean, obviously, the safety video doesn't matter because of the fact that your motion doesn't increase any new licenses, and the three that are involved already have the list. You gotta remember that we can't change that.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, and any new, we'll make sure we keep that in the back of our minds, so that any other amendments we do in the future.
Any further comment before I put it up? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
One opposition. Let the record reflect, we are 5 ayes, 1 no. The opposition was Associate Member Branson. 5 ayes, Mr. White, Mr. Preston, Mr. Edwards, Mr.
Any
Headley.
abstentions?
Six, I'm sorry, 6, no, it's 5. And, Ms. Kellum, and Mr. Haynes. 6-1, my bad. There's only I thought two of y'all were gone already, only one of us just dropped out. 6 to 1 up, 7 to 1 up. So, all right. Guys, thank you all for that, your comments. Feel free to, reach out to me, if anybody wants to meet with me on this matter. And I will advise my Shellfish Advisory Committee Chair on where our next steps forward. That being said, no further business. This meeting is adjourned. The next commission meeting will be Tuesday, March 25th, 2025.
Nice work.